Good morning and welcome to San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, June 17th. It's an important day. It's our budget hearing today, and we have lots of folks here for a couple of events that we've got going on. So at this time, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Ding, can you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dhaliwal,
Present.
Supervisor Ding,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Canepa.
Here. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to recognitions and presentations.
Chair, our first proclamation is of June 12th, 2025 as Women Veteran Recognition Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite our own Virginia Wimmer and Saron Theo, a retired U.S. Army, to receive this proclamation, which states, whereas women have served with distinction and valor in the United States Armed Forces throughout our nation's history, from the battlefields of the American Revolution to today's global mission of peace and security. And whereas over 2 million women have worn the uniform of our nation, often in the face of adversity and underrepresented recognition, serving in every branch of the military and in every major conflict and peacekeeping operation. And whereas Women Veterans Recognition Day, observed annually on June 12th, marks the anniversary of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act of 1948, a landmark legislation that formally allowed women to serve as permanent, regular members of the U.S. military. And whereas women veterans have continually broken barriers, demonstrating unwavering commitment, resilience, and excellence while paving the way for future generations of military women and redefining what it means to serve. And whereas today's service women and veterans continue to answer the call of duty with honor, contributing not only in combat and command roles, but also as leaders, healers, engineers, pilots, intelligence officers, and guardians of peace. And whereas San Joaquin County is proud to be home to many extraordinary women veterans, mothers, daughters, sisters, and leaders who continue to enrich our communities with their experience, leadership, and strength of character long after their military service. And whereas it is our duty and our privilege to recognize the immense sacrifices made by women in uniform, to honor their courage and patriotism, and to uplift their stories so that their legacy is never overlooked or forgotten. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 12th, 2025 as Women Veterans Recognition Day in San Joaquin County, and calls upon all residents to join in honoring the contributions of our women veterans and servicewomen, past, present, and future, with deep gratitude, unwavering respect, and continued support. Presented the 17th day of June, 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Not only is it a great day to celebrate women veterans, there's also an agenda item on here for Veteran Services Office to approve a lease for some new digs for the VSO. So shout out to all the veterans. We've been wanting to go out there by the VA and everything, and we've been trying to figure out a spot, so it's finally on the agenda today so we could share that we're trying to get the Veteran Services Office in the health plan of San Joaquin building. So that lease is on the agenda. So if our fellow board members approve it today, we will be working on getting VSO a new landing spot. So
Nice.
amongst that, so we could better serve not only female veterans, but male veterans and people that are in need. So it's a huge day for veterans in San Joaquin County. So not to steal your thunder, but go ahead and share what you guys got. And I think it was only fitting to bring you guys forward for what you're doing in our community, since you guys have come here and at the Carl Ross Post and kicking it up a notch to say, hey, you know what I mean, we count also. So that's why we have you here, so that we can show our appreciation for what you do in the community. So you have the floor.
Thank you. You want to go first? Okay, thanks. Good morning, board. Thank you so much, Chairman Canepa. This is extremely, extremely exciting, and it's unprecedented here in the county. So thank you for that. I just want you all to know. I hope it's okay that I speak on behalf of my San Joaquin County sister friends and warrior friends. And although I am not a constituent of San Joaquin County, I am an honorary constituent. This is my family too. As you may know, I was here some time ago, and these folks helped grow me into the veteran advocate that I am. So I'm very grateful for this proclamation for my sisters here in San Joaquin County. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Ms. Rachel, for allowing me to speak. Today, we uplift the voices of women veterans. And as you said, it's important that we do that because women need to tell their stories from their own hearts, from their own minds, and from their own mouths, so that our stories are not buried. We have always served. We will continue to serve. We served when this nation told us that we were not able to serve. We were not capable to serve. We weren't smart enough. We weren't strong enough, yet we still served. We are continuing to serve in our communities. We're continuing to serve in our homes and our families, because that's just who we are. So we're appreciative of this proclamation because it helps the rest of our friends, our family, our fellow neighbors to understand we're not a footnote. We were always there, and we will continue to be there. And that landmark legislation led to other landmark legislation, which integrated the entire military. So when you hear the old cliche that women's rights are human rights, I promise you, women are always serving, and we are not invisible. We are veterans. Again, thank you so very much for this proclamation. It means an absolute world to us because it shows us that this board cares about the women veterans in this county. Not all counties have proclamations, resolutions, or even recognize that women serve. So you all deserve the flowers as well. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
So we are embarking the 249th anniversary of our independence, right? And this year it is 250 years of military service. And for July 4th, we actually have, 20 Grand Marshals that are women veterans. So we're actually honoring our women veterans as Grand Marshals. And we actually have a couple of them here. For all my Grand Marshals, for July 4th, please stand up. Thank you. And as the chair of the July 4th parade, I invite everyone here and your loved ones to participate in our celebration on July 4th and recognizing and honoring our women veterans that are here in our own city. And I want to make sure that the board, Chair Canepa, and all the staff and our community recognize that, and we really appreciate it. Appreciate your support. today's a great day for us, and there's more progress to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, comments?
Thank you,
Please.
Chairman, and great to see you both again. Thanks for everybody for being here. And, you know, you're absolutely right. One of the speakers mentioned, you know, hey, I love history and I follow history very closely. And if you look at the founding of our nation and every major conflict and war that we've had, women have been an integral part of, you know, what we have achieved. And I've said it countless times, but we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that we can never repay, but we can always honor, remember, and say thank you. So thank you all for being here, and God bless you all.
Supervisor Dane.
I just want to say thank you for your service. The board recognizes, and it's a good reminder that you're here. We have, I don't think, lived up to our obligation to veterans, and we're putting a lot more emphasis on that, and I think you're going to see a remarkable achievement. And second, women should be in the military. Having gone to Stag State, I can tell you I'd rather fight with a man than a woman any day of the week. Thank you.
Vice Chair Dollywall.
Thank you, sir. Women veterans, thank you so much for your services to our great nation. May God bless you.
Supervisor Gardia.
It's crazy to me that, you know, back in 1917, Loretta Walsh was the first female officer or female military to be officially signed up in the Navy. And, you know, that's over 100 years ago. And to see and actually get to be around a lot of our female veterans, not only how you served in the military, but what you serve in our community and what a great job you do for our community. I greatly appreciate you, and God bless you.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss, Tino is celebrating his 55th wedding anniversary, so for his wife putting up with him for 55 years, if that's not a woman veteran, I don't know what is. So God bless you, my friend, and may you have many more years. And thank you for what you do in the community. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you all the veterans for showing up today. I think it's important that. And we helped out the board with discretionary money. We helped fund the parade a little bit, so to help with some of the costs. So thank you for being such vocal advocates for veterans. Okay, number 2.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, we should do photo. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's budget day. Sorry. Yeah, whoever you'd like, come on up. You guys want to come down, please? Or you want to stay up there? Would that be easier? Whatever the preference.
Good? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Got a little ahead of myself there, sorry.
Good. Next, we have the proclamation of July 2025 as Parks and Recreation and Parks Make Life Better Month, and July 20th through the 26th, 2025 as National Zookeeper Week in San Joaquin County. And we have our Director, Dan Wirtz, and representatives from our Parks and Rec Department here. As I read the proclamation, which states, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout the nation, including San Joaquin County, by promoting physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing space to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas by supporting human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens community identity by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetics, and landscape. And whereas facilitating community problem and issue resolution by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and serving as key points of service, helping our communities heal both physically and emotionally. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, the California Park and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. And whereas through daily dedication, specialized expertise, and compassionate care, zookeepers contribute to the overall mission of Parks and Recreation by creating safe, engaging, and educational spaces for both animals and visitors alike. And whereas zookeepers serve as essential stewards of animal welfare, conservation, and education by enriching the public's understanding of wildlife and inspiring future generations to care for the natural world. And whereas following the efforts of the American Association of Zookeepers, the United States Congress designated the third week of July as National Zookeeper Week in 2007, with the mission to recognize and promote dedicated zoo and aquarium professionals year-round. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim July as Parks and Recreation and Parks Make Life Better Month, and July 20th through the 22nd, 2025 as National Zookeeper Week in San Joaquin County, presented this 17th day of June 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. As you all know, the board has made it a priority to help fix our parks. And I mean, they do an amazing job. Last week was Catfish Derby out at Shumway, Oak Grove. We do the Trout Derby, Trunk or Treat, and the Easter egg hunt is just a few of the events that they throw throughout the year. And they do an amazing job of getting folks out there and running a really good program. Buddy, our bagpipe person, works for Parks and Rec, so we just utilize everybody, and all the skills and personnel we have in our community just shows how much love in the department. And he said, hey, I can come and play the bagpipes. And so we had him on the veteran event. So thank you for sharing Buddy with us on that day. But it's important that we do it because when budgets get kind of lean, what do we start with first is the parks and recreation budgets. And I think those are quality of life issues that we've done a better job of as a board and as your guys' department of kicking that up a notch. So you have the floor.
So good morning, Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Chair Canepa and the board, as well as County Administrator Ms. Regallo, for their continued financial and overall support of the department over the past several years. Your commitment has been instrumental in allowing the department to plan and enhance safety and services provided at the county parks and Mickey Grove Zoo. It is both an honor and privilege to represent the dedicated women and men of the San Joaquin County Parks and Recreation Department and Mickey Grove Zoo. As we celebrate July as both Parks and Recreation Month and Parks Make Life Better Month, and recognize July 20th to 26th as National Zookeeper Week, these observations highlight the essential role our staff play in enriching the lives of the residents of San Joaquin County, the visitors, through stewardship, education, and exceptional services. And at this time, I'll turn it over to our Parks Administrator, Ashika.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month, Parks Make Life Better Month, and July 20th through 26th as National Zookeeper Week. This proclamation carries real meaning for the dedicated teams who serve the public every day through the Parks and Recreation Division. As a longtime park and recreation professional and someone just 4 months into my role with the county, I've been inspired by what I've seen. The team has faced its share of challenges over the years, but they've continued to pour their time, talent, and heart into ensuring these vital services thrive. Thanks to this board's support, we're seeing exciting momentum, and we're incredibly thankful for what that means moving forward. To the staff here today, in my short time with you, I've seen firsthand your dedication, creativity, and the genuine care you bring to serving the community. Thank you. Through our continued work together, we can ensure that parks, recreation, and the zoo are not only celebrated in July, but valued year-round for the health, joy, and well-being of every San Joaquin County resident. I'm very honored to have the California Park and Recreation Society president here with us today, Ms. Cindy Bagley. Take it over.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Thank you so much. I actually traveled here from Sonoma County today. I am the Director of Community Services for the City of Rohnert Park, but as Ashika mentioned, I also serve as the President of the California Park and Recreation Society. I drove all this way to recognize you all for bringing this forward to your community. It is very important, and just as you mentioned, Chair, when times get lean, the first place you look to cut is in parks. And I would agree that you don't have to have parks in order to have a community. It is not public safety, it is not your toilets flushing, it's not safe streets. But you do have to have valued parks in your communities if you have a community that people want to live in. It is something that makes you unique. What you have here in San Joaquin County is what connects your community and your residents together, and I would argue that every single person sitting in this room today has visited a park, whether it's for physical exercise, mental wellness, to introduce your child to a playground for the first time. Parks are essential and vital for quality of life. Again, as you mentioned, Chair, the California Park and Recreation Society is a 4,000 member association and professionals, just like the ones you see in the back in the green shorts, who have dedicated their lives to making sure that we're able to bring these quality of life services to our community. And this proclamation was heard on the Senate floor for the first time this year, so we're very proud of that as well. So again, thank you to this board for bringing this proclamation forward. We sometimes take for granted how important our parks are. I think we know that they're important, but we forget to talk about it. So thank you for talking about it. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
Thank you. Thank you for making the trek. Can we give her a hand for coming from the county? Supervisor Gardia, comments?
You know, when I first got elected to this board, I grew up on the side of the town, you know, where the parks have been a challenge for a lot of years. Lack of maintenance, just lack of investment in the communities that I think that need parks in order to have an outlet for their children and families. So I'm excited that the county has made an investment in our parks. There's some good things to come, especially in the six of the 7 in my district. I'm also excited to see the city of Stockton. You know, today I think there's a ribbon cutting for the pool at, you know, on the south side that's been much needed for a lot of years, and also at Victory Park. So exciting times. I think it's great. I think in the future, when it comes time to cut funds, you know, parks got to be remembered, and I hopefully will never ever get in that situation. But I appreciate your team for what you're doing for our community and making our parks better. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Parks and Recreation staff. Thank you for everything you do. Ma'am, thank you so much for making a special trip. Welcome to San Joaquin County. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Dane, who's championing the zoo.
Thank you.
Not us,
I was going to say, National Zoo Director, that would be you, Sandy. So, thank you for driving all the way here. Your dedication is really appreciated. Hopefully my miniature golf course at Mickey Grove is still on schedule. Get that open, good. I would like to recognize we have 2 city councilmen from Stockton here. I think there's only 2 right now, but I felt like Supervisor Gardia when I saw in the news last night that the pool at McKinley back open. It's, you know, partners, it can't just be one government agency, but all the communities. Lodi, we're working on them with a skate park and some other things. So it is vitally important because it's about quality of life. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your drive, and have a safe trip home. You know, one thing I would have to disagree with, though, is that when you said, you know, we don't have to have parks. You know, we absolutely do have to have parks. And I think if you look back on this board, there's something that we have put an emphasis on our parks. I mean, you see what the state did to us in COVID, and one of the outlets that we had was our parks for people together. It's a place for gathering, relaxation, and just relaxing with the family. In fact, during our budget coming up here shortly, One thing I've been a huge advocate for, and, thank God the board has been very, very supportive, is a South Regional Park. We're the only district that doesn't have a regional park, and we're putting $900,000 toward that. And that, in fact, we're out in the community throughout San Joaquin County getting people's input. But even looking back on, memories, of your childhood and what parks do, for Mickey Grove, for example, I remember, going to the zoo, one of the younger, me and my brother catching frogs over there. And it's just something that, will stick with us forever. So they are absolutely necessary to have these parks in our community. So thank you very much for bringing awareness. Thank you very much, for being here today. God bless you guys.
I didn't get the green memo. We didn't get the green memo. I was wondering what everyone's doing in green. Huh? Don't y'all have a PIO or what? Huh? All righty, public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the public. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. So at this time, Supervisor Ding was wanting to bring the discussion item up earlier, so if there's any comments, we'll go through and ask if you want to speak now or if you want to speak to the questions about the discussion item with the flag policy. So,
So, Mr. Chairman, clarify, we just didn't, we've got a large group here. We didn't want you to have to wait till after budget and everything else to speak. So we're doing the discussion, then I'm going to pull the MIA flag and the pride flag off of consent. How do you want to proceed then?
County Council, what's your recommendation? Just go through public comment and see if these folks want to speak to this first, and go through, or ask them if they're,
Yeah, my understanding, and maybe I misheard, I heard that you are moving discussion of the flag policy, which is agendized as discussion item number 2. You're going to hear that prior to the consent? Is that what you're looking to do?
That would be the right way to do it, because then we could be all inclusive about it all.
right, but so then if there, the
then you
policy
could
you just
separate-
read, so if there's any dissent, then, right, so just to make sure that the other board members, so if there's any dissent, then we'd have to pull that, and you'd have to vote on that, correct? So the
Correct,
protocol-
yes. If there's any objection to moving it, then
So-
a motion would need to be made.
So what was your wish to do, to move it in front of consent or after consent?
Mr. Chairman, I would move it in front of consent. Therefore, any of the audience members that want to speak on the pride flag, the MIA flag, or flag policy,
Okay.
it'll be right there at the
Is there
beginning. So
anybody
we'll
that
just move that
dissents? So
discussion
otherwise,
right up
If
front.
somebody dissents, then we have to take it to a vote to see where we leave it in the discussion item. So that's the purview of what Ed said, or county council. We're all good? Okay. So then at this time, I will open up just regular public comment. So if you do want to wait for that, because there's 4 different ones, they're all different ways here. So is that the easiest thing to do, or do you want to?
Yeah, through the chair, I do want to point out that most of the public comments are related to the 2 consent items. There are only a couple that were submitted specifically for the policy item. So I want to make sure that those people do have an opportunity to speak if they're get. if
You want to,
either
do
the
you just want to
consent's
do
gonna
this
get
little
pulled.
rigmarole? Or do you want the?
But clarification, the flag policy discussion is going to include discussion on those 2 items.
But
So-
some people might not want to stay. They might just want to speak and leave, right? I mean, that's their God-given right also. Okay, Okay, I'll just do these. We'll just go through this. So then you can have the decision of speaking in public comment or waiting for the discussion on, because he's going to pull both of those during consent. So we'll go from there. First one is Marvin Hernandez, and on deck is Cynthia Cuevas. So if you'd like to speak now or wait, it's up to you.
I can do it now, but I didn't expect to be the first one.
You could wait, you could sit down, and we'll do this. Cynthia, you go next.
The first couple of items that I want to talk about are representing the Stockton Marine Corps Club as their commander, also Carlos Post, I'm their commander as well, and the chairman of the United Veterans Council of San Joaquin County. The first thing that I would like for next year, and I will get with the chiefs and staff, is to make sure that the women get recognized on the week of June 12th. June 12th is when the act was signed in 1948, recognizing the women after not being able to freely serve in the country. It took until 1948. 1917 was the first woman that served, but it took Congress, the United States of America, to recognize women in 1948. And that's why June 12th is the Women Veteran Recognition Day. And like I said, I will talk to the chief of staff for next year to make sure that that is put in the agenda so they get properly recognized. But June 12th is the day that they should be recognized, or that week off. The other item I want to talk about is, as a veteran, being on the trenches, it's really hard to keep up. I still work. I still got a family life with my grandkids now. I served in the Marine Corps for 20 years. And for the VSO, for the new director, we want to have veterans' voice. We want to make sure that there's got to be some veterans in the process of selecting someone. I've been married for over 32 years, and I got to be honest with you, even my own wife, and she was with me from day one in the Marine Corps, she doesn't really get me yet. And I know Tino has been married for 56 years, And I know that Mary doesn't get Tino when it comes to veterans issues, so a veteran should be in the VSO position. The other thing I want to talk about the VSO, and I know the time is running, is that we are going to start advocating that the VSO should be is a standalone entity that only reports to the Board of Supervisors. I have seen it here. I've been out now for 10 years that the veterans, the VSO is always the last one in whatever department they fall under. And we've been dealing with it, and I know before it used to be it's on a standalone. Now, on the flag, as an immigrant, looking from the hills of Tijuana and Otay Mesa, trying to become a political refugee in the 1980s, to the shores of West Africa when I served in the Marine Corps, to Iraq and everywhere else, I gotta tell you this, the United States of America was represented to me by the flag of the United States of America. And that's an honor for me to always say, when somebody tells me, about, hey, what flag would you like to be flown? I always say, all glory. And by the way, you're always gonna see it everywhere, and that's what I go for. And the POW-MIA flag by Congress should be flown as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Cuevas and Mariah Looney is on deck.
Hi, board and attendees. I am here to encourage that the flag that is flown is the American flag. The American flag is intended to represent everybody in the country. People fought bloody, bloody wars, and a lot of people lost a lot of family to keep our country free. And that is the flag, along with the POW-MIA flag, that is flown per Congress at specific times of the year and certain days, are the flags that should be flown. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariah Looney, did you want to wait? Are you in the audience? Or? Okay. Thank you. And Tasso, you're up next, please.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Mariah Looney, and I'm here today to speak on potential issues relating to flag raising in our county. Currently, I serve as the Vice President of the Board of Directors for the San Joaquin Pride Center. I'm the Director of Operations for Restore the Delta, but most importantly, I am a queer woman born and raised in East Stockton. All of these things are incredibly important to me, and I am very proud of them. Many people don't know this, but before San Francisco, Stockton, San Joaquin County, and the Delta were actually the largest LGBTQ communities in California. And today, we are still home to a large, vibrant, beautiful LGBTQ community. Before I continue, I want to say thank you to Chair Canepa for being a tried and true ally. Your support during such a divisive time means a lot to our county. Supervisor Ding, your attempt to change the county's flag raising policy in order to avoid controversy during LGBTQ Pride Month is really interesting. Actually, I think the words that I'm looking for are regressive and cowardly. Your desire to silence and erase LGBTQ pride in San Joaquin County in the name of avoiding controversy is nothing more than political theater. As much as you probably wish that queer people would go away, and as you can see, there are people here to speak today that we're not going anywhere, we're here to stay. I'm asking that the board, including you, Supervisor Ding, please vote to keep flag raisings for specific events, including the POW-MIA flag and the LGBTQ flag proposed in today's agenda, because everybody deserves representation. And I heard that somebody said earlier that the American flag is the one that we should fly. I don't disagree with that. That's the country that we live in. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tasso. Tasso, you want to wait? Okay, thank you. Susan. And then Maria Macias is up.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Canepa and members of the board. My name is Susan Ferry, San Joaquin County Veteran Service Officer retired. San Joaquin County member of the City of Stockton July 4th Parade Planning Committee, and proud member of both the Carl Ross Post and VFW Lena Post 52. I am here today as a member of the public to address the 3 letters submitted by Board of Supervisors Ding, Gardia, and Dollywall. As you're all aware, the Army's birthday was this Saturday, June 14th. Many of us celebrated the Army's birthday last Thursday when the City of Stockton held a commemorative flag-raising ceremony in front of City Hall. So again, I appreciate the council members here today. As a proud U.S. Army veteran, I believe in the Army's motto, this will defend. For those of you who don't know, that motto is in reference to defending the U.S. Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and includes the First Amendment. Supervisor Ding, I appreciate your letter requesting only government flags be flown on county flagpoles. I believe you are trying to support neutrality for the county and avoid any potential conflict of interest. Supervisor Dollywall, your board letter is requesting the pride flag be flown this year, as it has in the past years. And Supervisor Gardia, you're requesting the POW flag be flown once per year. Therefore, I have a few suggestions that I spoke to our post and Commander Hernandez about yesterday and others last night. I would like to support Supervisor Gardia's request regarding flying the POW flag, but would request our county's policy be amended to allow the POW MIA flag to be flown 6 times per year in accordance with federal and public law 116-67. Supervisor Dollywall, every veteran in this room raised their right hand to protect the Constitution and the First Amendment. Therefore, I support the raising of the pride flag, my beloved U.S. Army flag, law enforcement flags, and any other flag that allows my fellow Americans to express our freedom of speech and First Amendment rights. Lastly, Supervisor Ding, I support your letter as well. So spoke to the post commander yesterday about the idea of having a 3rd public forum flagpole, like other cities and counties, to allow for freedom of speech, because this freedom of speech, this will defend. Go Army, and God bless our county. Thank you.
Maria, were you wishing to speak now, or did you want to wait? And then Rhea Jones is on deck.
Hello, everyone. I, a Stockton born and raised individual, am asking that you please, thank you. I, a Stockton born and raised individual, am asking that you please take the LGBT community and their local representation needs into consideration when making decisions for agenda item BOSD 3. Banning the presence of the pride flag in our county would be absolute erasure of a very much existing part of our community, especially immediately after a local hate crime has happened. We ask that you do what you can to protect the LGBT community and the right to have and present a flag in our community, which welcomes everyone. And I am also for the keeping of the American flag. I think all flags should stay up. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhea, and then Carolyn Endow is on deck, unless you would like to wait.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. I came here today not in opposition of anyone's identity or beliefs, but in strong support of unity. And that unity is represented under one flag, the American flag. The People's Army fought way before we became a country, and they fought under that flag for the people, we the people. As a proud naturalized citizen, and on behalf of my husband, a proud Marine that served 7 years, with many veterans who I recognize in this audience today, they all serve their country. I ask that you prioritize flying the flag that represents all Americans, the flag that stands not for one group, but for every single person in this nation, regardless of race, religion, gender, or orientation. It's the banner under which our service members fought, bled, and too many cases died, defending the freedoms, the rights of all Americans that they enjoy today. When we raise any other flag on equal footing with the American flag, we risk replacing unity with division. We begin to elevate one group above the others. While many flags symbolizes meaningful causes and communities, only one flag represents the entire constitutional promise of liberty and justice for all. Let us honor diversity by protecting the unity that gives it room to thrive. The American flag already guarantees the rights of free speech, individual expression, and equality under the law. We are all God's people and live together under the American flag. Flying the American flag proudly and alone gives the strongest message. We are one nation, united by shared freedoms and equal dignity, protected by those who serve under that very banner, the American flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Endow and Greg Gehring is on deck.
Good morning. I was born and raised in Lodi, and because I'm a minority, I have never felt like I belonged. At the age of 50, I came out. I'm now 64, and I'm finally living my true self. I'm happy. I was married before, but I was living a lie, and once I came out, I had a secret, but once I came out, I knew I would be living a lie if I didn't be my real self. Everybody wants to be loved, and for the last 3 years, I volunteered at the Lodi Animal Shelter because dogs love you no matter what. They love you unconditionally. You'd be surprised how many volunteers over these last 3 years that I've met and current staff who, I don't want to out anybody, but who are gay or have somebody in their family who is gay or knows somebody who's gay. I'm sure all of you do, and many of you probably don't even know that they are because there's a fear of rejection. This past weekend was Lodi Pride, and I was proud that under the city of Lodi, the Lodi Animal Shelter had a booth at our Pride event and brought some dogs, and everybody was happy to see the dogs. But I also heard that maybe the police department too might have a booth next year. The flag, this agenda item, along with the POW and MIA, regarding the flag, isn't to approve any money. It's not going to cost anything. It'll just be one day, just one day, that we would be acknowledged and that we matter. And it might not seem important to some, but to me and to others in the LGBTQ community, it would matter. So I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Gehring, Axton Lindbergh on deck.
Good morning, fellow board members. I support the flag, thank you, the flag policy advocated by Supervisor Ding and the addition of the POW MIA flag. The American flag is a symbol of unity. It represents our founding principles. The POW MIA flag honors American soldiers who have fallen captive and those missing in action in the service of our country. This board represents all the people of San Joaquin County, not one particular advocacy group. Let's fly the American flag only and perhaps the POW MIA flag and not get into advocacy that does not support all the people of San Joaquin County. I'm sensitive to these issues. I appreciate the speaker that came before me. We can love our fellow community members, but we do not have to advocate for their particular lifestyles. Thank you.
Next on Lindbergh and David Sengthy is on deck. Sorry if I massacred your name.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the board. I have 3 minutes to convince you to approve a motion that's already practiced in Manteca, Stockton, and Tracy. I have 3 minutes to tell you why this motion is important to me and my fellow peers in this boardroom today. 3 minutes is not enough to tell you about the slurs, the hate, the harassment, and the number of times my experiences have been politicized to push a hateful and discriminatory rhetoric by a previous board member in our own community. I stand here as a person who has devoted my college education and my career to public service, a member of the community just like you, pleading to justify my existence in a space that has proven time and time again it doesn't listen to people like me. And yet, I speak today because I still believe we can do better, because raising the pride flag on June 27th is more than just a gesture. It's an affirmation that every person in this county deserves to be seen, heard, and valued. The San Joaquin Pride Center has done incredible work, building networks of youth support, hosting pride events, providing mental health counseling, and creating a sense of belonging for those who too often feel alone. But it will never be enough. There will always be another policy to speak out on, another protest to be walked, another public figure to be recognized, and another person in memoriam. This past weekend, Lodi held a pride celebration, a small but powerful reminder of our community's commitment to honor people like Marsha P. Johnson, who ignited the movement at Stonewall. A reminder that pride started as a riot, born out of pain, protest, and a relentless fight for visibility. Some may question why a flag matters, but symbols speak. They tell a story about who we are and what we value. When this flag flies, a young LGBTQ person in our community may walk by and for the first time feel seen, feel safe, feel like they belong here too. A flag to honor the countless hours of work that the San Joaquin Pride Center put in to service our queer community. You have the chance today to stand on the right side of history, not with empty words, but with action. I move you to raise the pride flag on June 27th because visibility saves lives, because community requires courage, and because this county can and should be a place where everyone is proud to come home. Thank you.
David Sengthy and Pat Barrett's on deck.
Make sure this is at the right height. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Sengtai. I'm currently a student at Stanford University, born and raised in Stockton, California. And I'm back for the summer, as I always am. And I am really appreciative of Supervisor Dollywall's resolution to raise the pride flag. I think that vote is not just about whether a flag is raised or flies. It's about whether our county is willing to affirm the dignity, safety, and visibility of all LGBTQ+ residents in our county and in America. I think the pride flag is a symbol of survival. It tells queer and trans youth who face disproportionately high rates of bullying, mental health struggles, and suicide that they aren't alone in our county. It sends a message to them that their lives and contributions matter in our county, that our county is better because they're here. Raising the pride flag isn't just about solidarity as well. It saves lives. According to the Trevor Project, queer youth who feel affirmed by their community are nearly 50% less likely to attempt suicide. So it goes to show that public visibility does in fact matter. And Supervisor Ding, while I appreciate the concern and the sensitivity you have in proposing that we do not fly non-governmental flags at the county, I want to ask, is this about neutrality or is it a reaction? Is it a targeted effort to suppress visibility for multiple communities under the cover of fairness, or are we trying to be intentionally unifying all these parts of our community which are diverse, which are different, which look and sound like me, and also look and do not sound like me? When we say that your flag does not matter as much, can't coexist with the American flag, it may send a chilling message to every marginalized group. I'm not just queer, I'm Cambodian American. These communities I come from, I want us to say that their stories do in fact belong in our county. And at the end of the day, I looked at to check the agenda for today's meeting, I looked at y'all's website. San Joaquin County, a place to thrive. But people don't thrive in silence. People don't thrive when they're not affirmed. They thrive when they are seen, named, and welcomed. Thriving means making space for all communities, letting them coexist, letting the American flag coexist with the pride flag. Coexistence is a part of America's message, and liberty and justice for all means coexistence. I urge members of the board to vote to raise the pride flag and consider more carefully the implications of any policy that would ban further acts of inclusion. This is your chance to make San Joaquin County not just a place to survive, but a place where all of us, queer, immigrant, and everything in between, can thrive. Thank you.
Pat Barrett and Andrea Warris-Smith.
David's actually taller than me. Oh, so, hello. I just want to say something. Lower levels of government often exhibit bipartisanship because local issues tend to be less partisan and more focused on practical solutions that benefit the community. Additionally, local officials may prioritize collaboration over party loyalty to be effectively address constituents' needs, not wants, but needs. I'm going to throw a rock in the pond here. Great idea for the poll. I think that's really special. But I think we have to look at, and you wanted the POW and we want the pride, you know, we literally should look at all of them because we need our Juneteenth, we need our Asian American, we need our Hispanics, we need our Filipino. These are the people, the communities that added not only to this city, but to this county. They changed the way we live here in California. So the importance of, I'll talk about the pride flag later, but the importance of that third poll with policies to be changed. We did that here in Stockton to change policies to where we're not coming up here every year and fighting for all these commemorative flags. Commemorative flags are so important because it gives people that feel of empowerment that they were a part of a struggle 100 years ago. Can you imagine 100 years ago the people that sweat and died? The people of 250 years ago that lost their lives in the middle of the night because of the color of their skin? Things like this have to be remembered, not that we live in it, but the fight to get where we are today of equal. When I read that word indivisible, it means struggle. It means coming together as one and saying, hey, we did this. That flag, you couldn't get me to trade my country for any other country. At least I know I'm not going to be dragged out in the middle of the night and killed. But that is the whole thing, is that when we have those individual flags, it's empowering those communities, okay? I know you see, okay, here's that Italian white woman. The bottom line is this. People of color have struggled to make those white people comfortable. And we need to be just as supportive towards them as we are towards ourselves. We have to show them and embrace who they are and what they've done for our country.
Mr. Chairman, if I can for a second. Is there I'm hearing things about my proposal that are absolutely foreign to me. Did the clerk, this third poll, nobody, and tell you, rather than assume you know what I'm gonna say, that's why I wanted to move the discussion up first, because I'm hearing comments about this proposal. I understand that, but it's difficult for them to make a public comment about something they have no idea what I'm talking about, so.
I mean, right, we have the public comment time for public comment regardless of how we choose to move the agenda around, correct? So the public has the chance to talk when they,
Yeah, so
mean,
we're,
so-
we're now discussing the flag. This is the discussion on flag policy, and the public can make their comments.
okay, regardless of where we're taking an agenda, they have the right to speak now, correctly? I mean, I can't.
With respect to what, yes.
Okay.
This is what we're hearing at this point in time, and therefore, it's appropriate for them to make comments regarding this item.
Okay. Andrea and Mario Enriquez. Andrea Juarez Smith.
Buenos dias,
Hola.
or good morning. The flag serves as a point of reminder of the ongoing struggles for rights and recognition faced by the individuals within a community, particularly those who have been marginalized or excluded due to their sexual orientation or gender identity, or even somebody like me who is from another country. Displaying the pride flag sends a clear message of solidarity, affirming the importance of standing together against discrimination and prejudice. Raising any flag is important to citizens for many reasons. Firstly, flags serve as powerful symbols of identity, culture, shared values, fostering a sense of community and belonging among those who identify with that flag. Juneteenth. They represent historical narratives and struggles, reminding citizens of their collective past and the efforts made to achieve those rights and recognitions. Flags also act as tools for advocacy and awareness, allowing citizens to express their beliefs and causes openly. By raising a flag, individuals and groups can signal their support for social movements, promote understanding, and encourage dialogue about important issues. Additionally, flags can unite people from diverse backgrounds, creating a shared space for celebration and solidarity during events or movements. Raising a flag can instill pride and inspire action, encouraging citizens to engage more deeply with their communities and strive for positive change. Overall, flags represent aspirations and values of groups they symbolize, making their display significant for the community. Raising the LGBTQ plus pride flag would serve as a powerful and meaningful symbol of support, inclusion, and celebration for the LGBT community in this county. It would convey to residents that they are seen and supported. I myself was born in the United States Marine Corps. I was born on base. I've lived in the Marines for many years. I'm also represented not only by that American flag, but by many other flags. I am Native American. I'm also Mexicano. But I am also very proud of my California state. I'm also LGBTQ. That doesn't change the fact that I don't support the American flag. But I do want other flags to be able to be raised, like the POW, MIA, Juneteenth, anything that represents our people that are within this county. Thank you.
Mario Enriquez and Dr. Christopher Anderson's on deck.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Mario Enriquez, and I proudly serve as a council member for the city of Stockton. I stand before you not just in my capacity as an elected official, but also as an openly gay Latino, a proud son of Mexican immigrants, and someone who proudly calls San Joaquin County home. Just a few weeks ago, the city of Stockton raised a pride flag for a whole week at City Hall, a powerful symbol of commitment, inclusion, and equity. And to stand there with my colleagues and the city of Stockton, our residents of San Joaquin County, they came up to us and said, wow, thank you for doing this. Children who came up to me and said, Mario, thank you for doing this. I feel seen and heard. Parents who said, my child is non-binary and they feel safe when they see this flag. To have a police officer come up to me and say, Mario, I have an LGBTQ child and what you did up there and the entire council says a lot. So, and that was something that I wasn't expecting. But to have these people come up to you and say that even a simple flag being raised for 7 days, and here we are talking about 24 hours out of the roughly 87,000 hours we have in a year to just say we stand with this community. We also passed legislation to raise the flags for the Army, the Navy, the Marines, all the military flags' birthdays. So as someone that chairs the legislation committee, I know the flag policy. It's not deciding whether it's the American flag or a commemorative flag. But if you want to understand flag policy, let's talk flag policy. If anyone up here wants to give public comment, do your research. Truly understand what flag policy is. And I know that's what Supervisor Ding has done. He did his research. He knows flag policy. He made a proposal, as well as all the supervisors who have also done their homework. But you also have to understand that for the public, that when we raise the pride flag or any flag, the American flag is raised on top, the state of California is raised, and then in my case, the city of Stockton flag is raised. But in our case, we passed policy that said American flag, state of California, and then the commemorative flag that we decided on. So if the pride flag is raised for a week, great. If we acknowledge all the military birthdays, great. Is there room for other legislation that we can do to ensure that other groups are identified? Absolutely. That is what our flag policy entails, and that's something that we are doing. But also I want to acknowledge that for far too long, our community has had to navigate in the shadows as the LGBTQ community, especially in areas like the Central Valley. We also have to acknowledge that raising the pride flag sends a message that we belong here too, that we're seen, and that we matter. I urge you to let this decision not to become a debate of whether a symbol of love and belonging is appropriate. It's more than appropriate, it's necessary. We raise the flag not to elevate one group over another, but to reflect the full diversity of the San Joaquin County. To say this is a place where everyone is valued. Thank you all for your leadership, and I ask you to respectfully ask to vote in favor of raising the pride flag and allowing full expressions of future expressions of community visibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher Anderson. And John Alita is on deck.
Good morning, Council. I'm Dr. Christopher Anderson, a proud son of Irish immigrants. I hear a lot about the American flag representing unity, but for a lot of people, I'm sorry, but it doesn't right now. We're now living in a country where LGBTQ folks are being forced out of the military. We're living in a country where when you speak your voice, you get taken away in a detention center. We live in a country, there's a flag flying half-mast over there. Do you know why it's half-mast? Because over the weekend, an LGBTQ person was murdered just trying to express themselves. So when I hear folks coming up here telling me about liberty and justice for all, maybe one day, but that's not today. Okay, we now live in a country that's being divided. With all due respect, Mr. Ding, this is not a time for us to be not controversial. This is a time for us to be controversial. Let these people be, let these people exist, let's speak our truth. Stockton is now being targeted because we're a sanctuary city, and we should be. We should be offering sanctuary to everybody, everyone, everybody. Thank you.
John Alita and Bill Smith, you're on deck, please. Unless you wish to wait.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is John Alita. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin Pride Center. I want to start out first by saying that I support absolutely raising the American flag and the POW MIA flag and other flags that represent our communities. But this, and the gentleman who came before me spoke so eloquently, this version of the world that a few other people are bringing up here about how we're all equal under the flag, I wish I lived in that world. I wouldn't have to come up to this podium and make these statements. I've done a lot of them this week. But the fact is, that is not our reality. As we sit here discussing this and debating this item, people with sterling military records who have medals on their chest are being drummed out of our military because they are transgender. They salute that, they continue to salute that flag even though that flag is kicking them out of their lifelong career. So do not tell me that flag represents all of it. It does not yet. And you know, another thing that is going on in this country is that our alcoholic defense secretary, who can't put a secure message on a chat, is erasing the name of Harvey Milk, an LGBT civil rights activist, a Navy veteran, from the ship that he was named after. So no, the flag is not representing all of us. And Supervisor Ding, maybe your concerns about why people think I wrote this or that is because you have a disturbing pattern of meeting with election deniers like Carrie Lake and aligning with extremists and engaging in voter suppression that targets the voters you don't like. And it didn't work in Lodi, and it's not going to work here. The pride flag represents resilience and the truth that everyone belongs. And no matter what you do, our flag will keep flying in our hearts, in our buildings, and in the hands of every LGBT person who refuses to be erased. We are San Joaquin County, we are America, and we will not back down.
Okay. Can we please keep the personal attacks to a minimum, because that's one of the rules for decorum. Bill Smith.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm here to speak on the fact that we should have a third flagpole. And it should be right between the two, and it should be shorter. One of the flags we should fly is the one that's been packed in this corner forever, San Joaquin County flag. Nobody even knows about it. We should put the San Joaquin County flag up. I don't have any animosity against the pride flag, but there's a lot of flags. Where's the NAACP flag? Where's all this other stuff? The POW, the MIA flag. They're all flags that represent different communities, different people's beliefs, and how that pertains to their personal lives. I'm a heterosexual. Do I get a flag? No. And I don't need a flag. But what I'm saying is we need to be respectful of other people's wishes. At the same time, we need to be involved in other people's wishes as well. I've seen the pride flag go up across the street at the courthouse. Tori put it up. It's been put up here in front of this building. I worked here, and it didn't destroy anybody's life. It didn't change anybody's belief. But at the same token, it has to be done in an ethical way that is respectful to others. So if what's his name, Mr. Blevins, wants to bring over the NAACP flag, are we gonna have this discussion about that? The MIA flag is, men have gave their lives for that flag. That's a whole different story. The veterans flags and all those things, the people that have served this country fall under a different set than the people that are LGBTQ or NAACP or whatever it is. And one more thing is, my daughter's currently serving in the military. I'm a proud Navy father, and I believe that flying the American flag is first and foremost. So, it's just, it doesn't have to be a big controversy. It doesn't have to be a big, everybody cheer and, because we got the flag across the street here at half-mast, and I'm sorry somebody lost their life, but it's flying across the street. Do we need one on every corner? No. So, thank you.
Allison Dada and Jason Lee is on deck.
Thank you, Supervisors, for allowing us to speak about this important decision on whether to adopt raising the pride flag. My name is Allison Doda, and I'm an attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance. In a time when anti-LGBTQ+ rhetoric and policies are gaining traction across the country, it means so much to see San Joaquin County taking steps to affirm the dignity and humanity of our LGBTQ+ community. This vote is more than symbolic. It's a meaningful step towards inclusion, safety, and visibility. At California Rural Legal Assistance, we assist with a variety of legal issues that impact the LGBTQ+ community, including housing, employment, benefits, and education. And we are proud to have the first of its kind LGBTQ+ justice program focused on LGBTQ+ rural Californians. Our expertise in this area has taught us that beyond the need for these critical and life-changing legal services, Representation saves lives, and visibility is important to combat isolation. In rural California, where resources and representation can be limited, moments like this are especially powerful and deeply felt. Your support today will send a clear message that LGBTQ+ people belong here, and their lives and contributions matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Lee and Kyle Goldsmith on deck.
Is this on? This is on, okay. First of all, good afternoon or good morning. It's early. I'm glad that you guys have meetings in the morning. I stand before you as a resident of Stockton, the county, the vice mayor, as a black man, a businessman, a son, a brother, and a gay man. I'll save us all time by saying that I echo everything that my colleague just mentioned a minute ago, because he spoke very specifically to the work that we've done in the city of Stockton. I'm also not going to come here and attack Supervisor Ding or any of you up there, because I consider all of you friends in the fight to make this county, this city, and this country a better place. What I will say is that when I heard some of the comments said earlier, when I ran, and the reason why I wore this shirt today is because when I ran my campaign, it was about inclusion. It was about how do I reach every single individual, people that I relate to, people that I don't relate to, people who may have different views than I do, have different lifestyles, as somebody said, and how do I bring us all to the place of having a better lived experience for all? And that was by making sure that everybody was seen, heard, and valued. When I think about the fact that we're having a conversation of whether you raise a pride flag for one day in 2025, when anywhere you look, the world seems to be crumbling around us, we have an opportunity, a unique opportunity, to work collectively to say that regardless of what CNN.com or any other site or news outlet says about the world, our city and our county is going to stand in representation for all. The man that spoke a second ago, he has a hat that says, "Make America Wealthy Again." As somebody who has a multi-million-dollar company, I want us to be a wealthy country. But I also believe that in order to be rich monetarily, you have to be rich in culture. You have to be rich in diversity. You have to be rich in inclusion, and you have to be rich in equity. And that means that when people stand up and say we want to be heard, we have to acknowledge the importance of that. When a little kid in the 5th grade goes to his or her teacher and says, "Why are they saying that my life has no value? Is it because I'm a girl?" And people in the news say that women shouldn't have the right to choose. Is it because I'm black or Mexican American or an immigrant, a child of an immigrant parent? The only thing that makes us valuable as a country is when we can understand that just because you don't look like me, just because you don't talk like me, just because you don't have as much money as me or access, or just because you may have a lifestyle, as one called it, that's different than mine, it does not mean that you're less than me. And I want to remind people that in this country and in this city, we've told people that look like me that they weren't valuable. We've told Mexican Americans that didn't have translation services in this community, that in the city, that we weren't going to provide them translation. We now offer that. We now raise the pride flag, and everybody lost their election because they stood for policies that did not support inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Goldsmith with Roman Scanlon on deck.
Hello, my name is Kyle Goldsmith, and I was born and raised here in Stockton. I'm a working class man employed by San Joaquin County. I'm a member of the local SEIU 1021 union, and I'm also a member of the LGBTQ+ community. As I'm sure you're aware, a lot has been going on in the news lately. A small sliver of which that has to do with me, my friends, my family, my community, I will be discussing today. On the national level, the federal government has been systematically stripping back civil rights protections, defunding public health initiatives, barring access to health care to specific people depending upon their identity, as well as removing any mention or depiction of people who may be identified as belonging to the LGBTQ+ community. These actions can only be seen as an attempt of erasure. In addition to this, the rallying cry, both by state and DC politicians, for the removal of congressional and Supreme Court protections for queer and same-sex marriage has reached a fever pitch. This is not only an ideological attempt of repression carried out by the state, but also a material attempt that has impacted the lives of tens of millions of working class people here in America. These actions have created a culture of intolerance, fear, and animosity towards LGBTQ+ people that has sanctioned not only systemic violence, but also stochastic violence carried out by those enabled by the government's actions. So much for unity. We can see how this enabling has impacted the queer and working class people of San Joaquin County. Beyond the complete halt to material support for governmental agencies and NGOs whose focus is helping queer working class people, those specifically affected and marginalized by the decades-long economic downturn that we have faced as a working class, we see the culture of hate and intolerance come to fruition as on June 5th, a brick was thrown through the front window of Central Valley Gender Wellness and Health's office. Nearby, several pride flags were torn down from people's personal homes as well as from the San Joaquin Pride Center. The person who took it was holding a brick they were going to use to vandalize the Pride Center before being spooked off by local community members. In addition to this, every year in San Joaquin County, there are violent physical assaults and murders carried out on members of the LGBTQ+ community in the name of hate. Finally, I have reached my point. While you sit here today, you'll be voting on whether or not to spend tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. And I ask you not for a single cent. Rather than ask for anything material, I merely ask for a symbolic gesture of good faith towards the LGBTQ+ working class people of the county. In the midst of a climate of hate and intolerance in San Joaquin County and in America at large, I ask you to please vote to approve the flying of the commemorative pride flag on Friday, June 27th, and strike down any proposal that bars the flying of non-governmental flags.
Roman Scanlon and William Wentenzenberg.
Good morning. Every time I come to a meeting like this, I always wonder what it is that I'm going to end up saying based off of what I hear from the community members. My name is Roman Scanlon. I'm the executive director for CalPride Stanislaus. We cover 7 counties under CalPride in a whole. So we serve over 15,000 peers, which is a very small percentage of numbers of actual LGBT representation in our communities. Constantly, I'm hearing lately about, just the flag being the one that unites us all. Obviously, it doesn't. We're all Americans. We're all here. We're all pledging our allegiance to that flag, but yet we still have people wanting to suppress us. We still have people wanting you to not raise that flag. A flag that helps people understand that they are welcome in your city, that you accept them, that they are actual members of your community. It is a rainbow flag. It is not a Nazi flag. It is not anything you should be terrified of. It is nothing other than a symbol of peace, hope, love, and resilience. It is a flag that represents everybody who's committed suicide that we try to honor and remember in our community. We raise it for everything that we had to do to fight to get the minimalist of dignity, respect from community members that still want to suppress us and try to convince you guys that it's not about suppression, it's about just utilizing something that's already there to show equality. It's not. They use it as a guise, a way to hide what they truly feel and that we don't belong. Raising the flag in these communities shows respect, acknowledgement, and recognition of all the hard work, the amount of abuse, discrimination, hatred that has been spewed at us. It is a very small symbolic gesture that a county could show its community members to let them know they belong. I'm not trying to debate anything else on flags or anything here. I came here because members of your community called me up. They are too scared to come here because of members that are in opposition to this, because they're afraid of the people like that live in your community, not the gay community that's trying to be more supportive and help other community members out. They're afraid of what is currently here. So showing them that little piece of symbolism, as small as raising a flag like the rainbow flag, shows that they are welcome here, that this is their home. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Metzenberg. And Joanne Barbero is on deck.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Canepa and members of the board. William Mutzenberg, appreciate your effort there, Chair, in pronouncing my name. An easy way is Mutzenberg. All right, so I'm just gonna keep this short. I'm gonna keep it simple. I urge the members of the Board of Supervisors to raise the pride flag in support of our LGBTQ community, and I ask that you adopt a flag raising policy that ensures we continue to raise commemorative flags like the pride flag to recognize the diverse communities within our county. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for letting us speak. I totally believe in the American flag represents everyone. And if people choose not to be represented by that flag, it is their choice. And I'm sorry, that's all I have to say, but I think the American flag should be the #1 flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Tino Adami. Mr. Stocktonian of the Year.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. I'm here today to speak about the selection that's going on right now for Deputy Director of Veteran Services. I have a member, Marine Corps veteran, that applied for this position, and he received a letter stating that his application was not selected. He appealed it. He appealed it to Mr. Gamble, and he received another text back. He said, "It's not in our department." So I'm asking the board members to please, you have a copy of his resume. He's highly qualified. It seems like HR has people that don't understand qualifications for the VSO position. It seems like they're trying to get somebody of their own choice, the higher up. So I ask your board members to please recall all these applications that were denied, and we're told we're not given a reason why they weren't selected. This is a proud Marine Corps veteran that wants to serve veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Huney. Mary, would you like to wait? Okay, thank you. Mary Wolfville is next, and Tammy Dunbar is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Mary Welfel. I'm the coordinator and the vice chair of the Read to Me Stockton Board of Directors. Ann Johnson, our board chair, wanted to attend this meeting, but she's unable to be here today. So I speak on behalf of Ann and all of the members of the Read to Me Stockton board. We want to express our sincere thanks to Supervisor Canepa and also now to Supervisor Ding for your generous contributions. It will help make it possible for us to extend Dolly Parton's Imagination Library to all of the communities in the south part of our county. Soon, every child under 5 in San Joaquin County will be able to sign up to receive a free Imagination Library book in the mail each month. Children signed up at birth will have a library of 59 free books before they enter kindergarten. We look forward to sharing the news of our South County kickoff with you very soon. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you. Thanks for the great news.
Chair Canepa, Supervisors, good morning. I'm Tammy Dunbar. I am the staff assistant to Congressman Adam Gray, and I'm here with a short update. First, Congressman Gray introduced the Stop Troubling Retroactive Invoices for Veteran Expenses, the STRIVE Act, to limit copay costs for veterans seeking help at VA facilities. Congressman says our veterans deserve the highest quality care with no strings attached. Next, Congressman Gray introduced a bill that would ensure that Central Valley farmers and producers receive reliable water deliveries that are crucial to their operations. We know the importance of agriculture in our valley. Lastly, Congressman Gray has announced his 15 community funding submissions to the House Committee on Appropriations for this fiscal year coming up. And we're happy to report that one of those projects submitted is for $2.5 million to replace an aging and costly wastewater treatment plant within our San Joaquin County. As always, if you or any constituent in our district need help with casework for Social Security, veterans benefits, IRS returns, Medicare passports, and more, please give our office a call at 209-226-6880 or join me tomorrow in Lathrop. I'll be hosting mobile district office hours in the council chambers from 10 a.m. until noon. And Supervisor Dollywall, we're looking forward on July 1 coming to Lathrop and celebrating your 36th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Bob Bentz and Frankie De La Torre, the third, is on deck.
First inquiry, are you going to pull 12 from the consent? Because I'd like to speak about that, but I have comments about the flag issue as well. 12 is the veteran space at the VA clinic.
Yeah, I would.
Are you going to pull that?
Yes, I was gonna, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'll talk about the flag. Gentlemen, there are 28,000 or 32,000, depending on who you rely upon to tell you the number, veterans in San Joaquin County. We've had a Pride Flag Month. I've been in this chamber when it was passed in the past. However, this year, we're commemorating 250 years of the United States Army that made us free to come in here and have some free speech. This year, we ought to unite under the red, white, and blue flag for a change. I suggest June to be Army Flag Month. I suggest October to be Navy Flag Month. I suggest November to be Marine Corps Flag Month. I'm not really clear on the Air Force. They're kind of Johnny-come-latelys, but you can add them too if you like. And it's a little early for the Space Force. But remember the Army's motto: duty, honor, country. How about we try and unite us all under Old Glory and commemorate the people that made us free? That would really be a nice thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Frankie, you have the floor, and then Jim Hicks.
Good morning, Board. My name is Frankie De La Torre. I'm a political organizer who has the privilege of representing SEIU Local 2015, California's largest labor union representing home caregivers. And we proudly stand in solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community and strongly support the raising of the Pride flag this month. Our members know that dignity, respect, and visibility matter in every corner of our society, including in our communities. Pride Month is not just a celebration, it's a reminder of the ongoing fight for equity, inclusion, and safety for all. We urge you to raise the Pride flag as a visible commitment to those values, values also consistent with the closing line of our Pledge of Allegiance and justice for all. We also unabashedly support the POW MIA flag also being flown in this county, as has been the standard before. Thank you for your leadership and support on this.
Jim Hicks, and then Jim Shoemaker, you're on deck, please.
Good morning, Board, and Mr. Dean, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I appreciate your stance on this. And I don't at all think it's divisive. I think it's what we need. We need unity. To open the door to flying flags that represent any particular group, organization, or ideology will only divide. rather than unify. I am a Christian who firmly believes America was founded on Christian beliefs and upon Judeo-Christian values. To me, the Christian flag is the only flag, the particular flag that should be flown. But I recognize that could be divisive, so why go there? Why do we open the door to flying flags for religious or any purpose that could cause division? Any organization. There's so many organizations. How can you represent them all? There's not enough days in the year. No matter what flag you put out there, some are going to be offended and some are going to be honored. That's not the point. The flags are to represent their values and should be flown where they congregate, whether it's religious or any other organization. The only flags that should be flown on public through San Joaquin County are the American flag and the POW-MIA flags and the California flag. I urge you to vote yes on consent item number 3, approve the flying of the POW-MIA flag, and vote no on consent item number 6 for the Pride flag on June 27th. Furthermore, the Pride flag or any organizational flag should not be flown on any day of the year. Stop bringing this issue to us. It only creates controversy and division. Simply refuse the request to fly the Pride flag or any flag in the future. That way, no one should feel alienated, and the issue will not be elevated to public discussion where prejudice and personal viewpoints divide us. We don't need this in the public. Look, if someone wants to fly the Pride flag at their home, at their business, that is their right and freedom to express their belief. But to coerce the county to fly the flag over public hearings makes it an obligation, not a right, not a choice. In essence, that diminishes the meaning and values of that flag. It then becomes coercive. If they want to fly the flag where they are, at their events, just like any religious event, do it there. Don't force it on the community because it's going to divide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Shoemaker and Candelaria Vargas is on deck.
Good morning, Board. Another interesting issue being brought up. The idea that where we are in this nation today and creating all this division by having all these little separate groups come about with this nation that stands for everybody. Everybody has individual thoughts, processes, and how they look at things. We're all different. We're not all the same. But we all need to learn how to get along with each other. Because as a Christian, I believe in that. I believe in the foundational principles of what the Scripture says. Love each other. Love your neighbor as yourself. And to do that, we need to stop being divisive by creating division. And that seems to be what this really is. I look at every individual as how the Creator created us. We're all special. We need to remember that. But in this nation, founded upon those Christian Judeo values and created the greatest nation ever on this earth, we have a flag that represents the people, all the people. Whether they think it doesn't or does, it does represent all Americans. And I'm talking about Americans. Whether you came here from wherever, no matter where you came from, how you came, you became a citizen of this nation. And because of that, we need to remember that. We serve, we honor the flag that represents the people of the United States. Any other flag doesn't do that. We have citizens throughout the history of this nation that have bled and died under that flag. That flag is the one that we need to fly, and no other. You have your home and you have your business where you can fly this other flag. I represent and will represent people, all people, because we're all special in the eyes of God. And that's what I want you to remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Candelaria Vargas, and please no comments to the
Good morning,
people
Chair,
speaking, please.
Vice Chair, and honorable board members. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Candelaria Vargas. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. We have 4 health centers here in the County of San Joaquin, and we serve thousands of patients each year, providing life-saving access to health care, sexual reproductive health care, and life-saving gender-affirming care. I'm here in support of Raising the Flag Month. Raising the Pride flag this month. And I will turn it over to the next comment giver. Thank you.
Thank you. R.C. Thompson. Tasso. Here's R.C. Hold on one second, Tasso. Tasso, wait a minute, she's coming. Okay, go ahead. She yielded the floor to you.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the board. Some of you old-timers, you remember me up here, and you're wondering what I'm doing. This is a little different item I'm discussing. My wife and I are immigrants. We came to America, and we embraced America and the flag which represents America. I served in the military for more than 20 years in 3 different continents. I fought for this country under one flag, the Old Glory, Stars and Stripes. And I think that any other flag which is flown in place of that is a slap to the million of veterans who have died and served in this country honorably and deserve to be represented by the flag of the country. I have my sons who served in the military, both Vietnam, and so did I. So if I see a flag other than what represents the flag of our country, I think it's a slap in the face, not just to me, but all to others and to the ones who died representing it. And at this point, I'm just going to leave you one thought that General MacArthur told the Congress. All soldiers never die, they just fade away. Thank you.
Thank you. R.C. and Lauren Daniels is on deck.
Good morning to the Board of Supervisors. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here as an advocate. I'm here as the Executive Director of Reinvent South Stockton Coalition. I'm here also as the CEO of the People's Empowerment Center. And I'm also here as a queer advocate and a reminder of historical occurrences. I often teach diversity, equity, and inclusion at the higher educational level and also at secondary level. I often have to remind those that were born very close to segregation on why we conduct ourselves in a way where we include all people. And oftentimes, they're stuck in the past because they do not want to support progressiveness. They don't want to support healing. I want to give honor to those that have gave their life for this great flag. I come from a full family of military veterans from various branches. I myself support every veteran. I support the raising of this flag and all of what's left in the integrity of raising this flag. As a Black woman, my story is different. As a Black therapist, my story is different. I had a client who was lynched and found in Lodi, California, who was a trans woman. I often played being alumni of Stagg High School against Lodi, where I was called nigger, and I will say it like that. That is our history, too. People have died and have been raped, and have been banished and jailed. And you don't get denied that history. We all belong underneath this flag. And I tell people and I educate people to be calm, to talk in truth, that we all can hold space. I was here representing Black History Month and support, where we had our young people bring their stories in MLK. And the reason being is because we used to burn crosses in Lodi. And we said we'll never do it again. I asked you, when you think about a poll, a policy, that you think about everyone, that every history stands, no matter if we don't want to accept it. Thank you.
Lauren Daniels and Manuel Zapata is on deck.
Tall, very. I used to play basketball against her. She's very good. I'm here today to again ask for emergency work stoppage of the after action plan and implementation plan of the global pandemic. The response has failed. This is a copy of the after action report that was initiated, and in the top line it says it is not inclusive of all response efforts. Here I brought a little rudimentary scale for you to understand. This is 2018, 2019, and 2020. That includes these two little babies who took an injection and were claimed to just have SIDS. Then in 2021, the United States government allowed for a biologic product of innovative technologies of gain-of-function research to be distributed. We went from 200 injuries to 10,000 injuries. Then excessive deaths happened. Then 2022, same amount, more excessive deaths, and so on and so forth. This is what the health freedom community is calling the wall of death. It continues to this day because at this time there's affirmed in the Federal Health and Human Health Safety's medical malpractice. On a local level, it is not a best practice to pass out in mass vaccination measures any form of injectable, inhalant, or any other mRNA product. It is a failed consumer product. This represents only 30,000 people. It's underreported on purpose. The CDC has now been found to delete records and delete the data. They have burned the books. They have subterfuged the data, and they are refusing to admit it on a federal level. So why do I keep coming down here? On a local level, you 5 men have the authority to use what is called an emergency work stoppage of your implementation plan. You can stop children from being poisoned from 6 months to 12 months, 12 years, from 12 to 17 and all the way up. Last weekend, 6 healthy 20 to 40-year-olds died in a marathon. It's called stiff heart syndrome. The mRNA technology creates a protein that lodges itself in your heart, in your brain, in your lungs, and in your reproductive organs. We are living through a genocide of mass destruction by our own government. As my local government, I know you are good men of courage and heart and strength. Everything else that is going on today is a distraction from what has really transcended. Twisted wills, malevolent hearts, and people who don't care about others are reducing the population to hit sustainable development goals. When you say reduce population, you're talking about murdering people. I'm asking today for an emergency work stoppage of an injection of your immunization program to stop the innocence from being taken from our community.
Manuel Zapata and Sharon Jarvis is on deck.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to meet all of you. My name is Manuel Zapata. I'm a resident of Tracy. I'm the chair of the Democratic Party here in San Joaquin County, and I am a proud member of Labor. I am here today because I know the importance of solidarity and for standing up for people. I want to make this clear that this is not flag against flag here. We cannot sit here and believe in American exceptionalism, but when it comes time to do more than one thing, we can't do it. We can fly more than one flag. We can have the American flag, the California flag, the San Joaquin flag. We could have the Pride flag. If you guys want to make a different poll, go ahead. Do 50 polls. Do a boat ride. I don't care if it's a small world San Joaquin style. As long as when people go by, it doesn't look like this county doesn't stand up for the community. Let's do the right thing here. You know, the flag proudly waving outside of that window has been there the whole time in this meeting. And to my knowledge, nobody here has been converted or struck down. So I don't think it's as dangerous as some people are making it out to be. That the American flag does represent this country, the American dream. But the pride flag should be allowed and embraced when flying under the American flag to represent those that had to live that American dream in the shadows. So shame on everybody that pretends to love thy neighbor, but will spend a Tuesday morning speaking against a flag that helps the people of this community feel safe. That's all I have to say, except for go Tracy Bulldogs.
Little shameless plug, right? Sharon, Sharon Jarvis.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. I'm here to speak in support of item 6, the raising of the pride flag. Hang on, got my notes here. I'm Sharon Jarvis. I'm the daughter of a 30-year Navy veteran who won the Navy Cross captaining a submarine in World War II. He also integrated the first Navy submarine and had a gay son who he embraced. I'm straight, I'm a retired lawyer, but I have friends and relatives in the LGBTQ community, and I believe this county of many diverse residents should proudly fly the pride flag. And thank you so much for your attention.
All right, I'm not gonna try to, I can't read this one. The last name's Daniels. Chintz? Shanice. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. We have this discussion all the time.
Yeah, that's not, I should know better. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, council member, Board of Supervisors. I go to too many meetings, but thank you, Sonny Dewall, for bringing this to the board. I am the co-chair, the Committee on Political Education for SEIU 10-1. I am also the vice chair for the Northern Valley Labor Federation, and I am here to say that one thing that stands clear in San Joaquin County is most of my neighbors, most of my friends, most of my family here stand on one purpose, and that's to respect each other, to respect others that they don't know. You'll see my grandsons who are 11 years old helping people in the grocery store get things that might be too low for them. You'll see them helping people bring things to their cars at events that we put on here in the city. Because I teach them respect. It doesn't matter if they're black, white, Hispanic, gay, lesbian, trans, or whatever. You'll see my daughter host events with her organization Energy at the Pride Center. She's not gay, she's not LGBTQ. She is just human, just like they are. And I often heard during the comments, they, them, their businesses, their homes. We're all one. We live in this community. We deserve one thing, and that's respect, to be included and loved, not just by people that you know, not just by the people that you work with, but by everyone. If we do that, if we acknowledge people POWs included. My grandfather served in the Army. If we acknowledge that, Juneteenth, and other people in the community that has served this, if we do that with respect and kindness, you don't have to agree who they are outside of their homes. You don't have to agree that they want to wear a dress, that they want to dress like a man. You don't have to agree with any of that. But if you start with kindness and respect, you'll have a valuable, invaluable community. Thank you. I'm in support of raising the pride flag and the POW flag. Thank you so much.
Nathan Tran and Sonia Spatola is on deck.
Morning, board. Long time no see. Today's my day off, so I left my apartment in Livermore, crossed the Altamont to my hometown in Tracy, go Bulldogs, and I drove up the 5 to get here. So today's my day off, so I should be sleeping, but instead I'm here. I'm sure you think that every morning. But I'm proud to be a son of San Joaquin County, and I'm proud to be a bisexual American here today to speak in support of the Pride Flag policy as well as the POW MIA flag. To start, I'll share a comment from my dear friend, Tracy City Councilmember Dottie Nygaard, who wanted to show her support today. She says that I stand proudly with our LGBTQ plus community, not just in recognition of their rights, but in celebration of their humanity. Everyone deserves to live free from fear, judgment, or exclusion, and to be embraced fully for who they are. We should create space with compassion, dignity, and true belonging for all residents in our communities. Now let's think about Dottie's point, but what it looks like to have compassion, dignity, and belonging in San Joaquin County. This flag is a very simple step that goes a long way towards making it loud and clear that this county isn't one big sundown town, but instead this county is a real safe home. A real safe home for our queer neighbors, many of whom have left this county for more welcoming communities. We're losing folks every day, and tragically myself included, to communities that are more willing to embrace us with open arms. At the same time, we can be a real safe home for our service members and for our veterans and for our families waiting for our POWs to come home. It's not an either or. It's not a slap to anyone's face. We're talking about a flag of tolerance and love and support, and we're talking about a big pole. We have plenty days in the year where we could schedule which flag goes where. And at a time when kids are being bullied into suicide, at a time when our neighbors are getting windows smashed and flags torn down, at a time when our heroes are literally being erased from the sides of warships, from our textbooks, from our websites, from our monuments, at a time when so much of our society is divided and scared, I'm asking this board not to advocate. The whole advocacy discussion, I would really love that, but that's a whole separate discussion. Instead, I'm just asking this board to catch up with Stockton, to catch up with Manteca, to catch up with Tracy, to catch up with Livermore, to catch up with Dublin, to catch up with Pleasanton, to catch up with hundreds of other cities and counties across California and across our nation that have figured this out, that have figured out how to make all of these flags work. That means we have city councils and county supervisors across our nation who have figured this out. Why can't we? Thank you.
Sonia Spatola and August Pais. I probably massacred that. Is on deck.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and District Chair Paul Canepa. I'm here to express my opinion on the flag situation. I believe that the American flag should be flown here, and like justice that we have outside, justice is blind. So that flag represents everyone. we should not become engaged in a dispute about which flag, because if you allow one flag, then everybody will want their own representation. No, that one flag was fought with blood, with families. It should be a cohesive thing, and it should be blind. It should give everyone rights. You know, everyone that I come across, I have no, I try to be as kind as I can to them, because that's our purpose here in life, is to support one another and to make things better for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. August. Am I doing this name right? Pais? 1025 is the street address. Still here? Okay, we'll go to Dan Claus. Or Don. Don. Don, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, good morning. Thank you for having me up here. I don't have any prepared remarks, but as I've been listening here, I do have a few thoughts. I am a veteran, 8 years in the Air Force. I worked in the intelligence community, worked with Joint Chiefs staff. I have family members who are gay, not me. I'm a heterosexual white male who still is trying to figure out pronouns. You know, I'm still trying to figure all that out. It's a challenge for me, and I know it's a challenge for a lot of different people. Change is difficult. And when I sat here today and I looked over there at that flag, what you don't know is I'm also a school nurse. I spent 30 years in the emergency room as a nurse. I've taken care of many of these people who have come in with issues. I've taken care of kids who come in, and when we talk, that flag is not, to me, doesn't represent pride flag. What it represents to me is I know kids whose lives have been saved because they feel someone knows who they are. So from my perspective, from a health perspective, from a veteran's perspective, who understands the importance of the flag and who has fought for that flag. And many people here talk about it, but they never put that hand up and swore that oath. They never spent a year overseas not talking to a family member because there was no way to communicate like now. What I'm telling you is the ability to communicate is everything. That flag communicates, I know who you are, and it, from my perspective, what I see is lives saved. I hope you remember that when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Peterson.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I am speaking to you today not just as a community member, but as a woman, as an ally, and as someone whose family members have served for the freedoms that we hold dear, including the right to speak up, show up, and be seen. I'm also wrapping up a 4-year term as the chair of the board of community medical centers, and like the speaker before me, an advocate for health and wellness. Earlier, someone shared what it meant to come out later in life and the simple but profound power of seeing the pride flag raised in her city. I was really moved by her story, and I wanted to wrap my arms around every LGBTQ person who's in this room, because I know the courage that it takes to live fully, especially when others debate whether you should be welcomed at all. That moment stayed with me while listening to the speakers today, because what we're talking about, the conversation about flags and policy, isn't just about real estate on flagpoles. It's about what kind of leadership we choose to embody. It's about who gets to feel like they belong and who actually belongs. Raising a flag, whether it's the American flag, our state flag, the pride flag, the POW/MIA flag, is not a rejection of a symbol in favor of another. It isn't either or, it's both and. A nation can be proud of its founding ideals and still grow into a more full expression of freedom and justice. A government can honor its veterans, and it's queer, youth, and it should. We can hold more than one truth at a time. The pride flag doesn't take away from anyone. It expands the circle. It reminds us that health, wellness, and safety must extend to all and be protected for all. And it especially means more to those who have had to fight to be seen. To our elders and those who may be wrestling with this, know that this is not about erasing tradition. It's about enlarging our compassion and expanding our heart. This is the kind of leadership that we need right now in this county, in this country, and it is rooted in love. It is never threatening. It always invites and it protects and unites. Our policies should reflect that commitment to care, and I believe we are all capable of that wisdom, and I believe you are all capable of that wisdom. For those who think it may be controversial or potentially divisive, I pray for you and ask for you to reflect on why that is your takeaway. Let's be the kind of leaders who don't just debate what a flag stands for, but who stand beside all of our neighbors when it matters most. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey Pontius?
Hello. I would like to begin by saying that I do support the rising of the American flag on the pole here. It does represent a part of all of us. However, I also believe that raising the American flag is not enough. It should represent unity for all. It should provide a sense of safety and recognition for all. But that flag does not tell the same story for every American. LGBTQ+ individuals have not always, and still often do not, feel safe or represented here in America. We cannot feel safe nor represented by a country that has so long debated our existence and our rights simply for being a queer person. A country that has so often tried to deny me and many of my peers of the ability to love and to express ourselves honestly and truthfully. I do not deny that there are many amazing parts of being an American. We have many privileges here that many do not, and the American flag represents that. But America is the country that it is now because so many of us have fought for it. People have spoken out for the causes that matter to them.
Bless you.
I'm here today to fight for the necessary and important representation of LGBTQ+ individuals. I'm here on my own today because I do not have queer LGBTQ+ friends in the area. So for people like me, I look for support in these symbols and these messages from my community. I say with confidence that there are many others who feel the same. I can speak for many of us queer folks when I say that on days where we have felt unsupported by our peers, our families, our community, seeing a symbol like the pride flag has been the breath of fresh air that we've needed to continue pushing on. Until we reach a point where we feel safe and supported as queer people, it will always be necessary to raise the pride flag. Thank you.
Thank you. The last public comment. Is there anybody else wishing to speak from the public? We just had one filled out. And the August person, I don't know if you had the.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. Last Saturday, June 14th, people across this country celebrated Flag Day to commemorate the adoption of our United States national flag in 1777. Brave men and women down through the generations have fought to defend this nation and its flag, fondly referred to it as the Stars and Stripes, or Old Glory, holding in their hearts its great significance. National flags tend to provide a sense of identity, belonging, representing shared values, culture, history, and fostering unity that also represents a nation or group on a global stage. There is a stark contrast between national flags and personal, special interest, or social ideological flags, which tend to symbolize specific communities within society. When a flag is flown by a governing body, such as this one, it can spark controversy, hate, judgment, division, and even a feeling of rejection, making one say, that flag doesn't represent me. Yet the right flag can unify. President Ronald Reagan once said, when we honor our flag, we honor what we stand for as a nation: freedom, equality, justice, and hope. Clergyman Henry Ward Beecher wrote, a thoughtful mind, when it sees a nation's flag, sees not the flag only, but the nation itself, and whatever may be its symbols, its insignia. He reads chiefly in the flag, the government, the principles, the truths, the history which belongs to the nation that sets it forth. Therefore, today, I'm looking at all of you. I appreciate what you've put forth. I want to make a suggestion. Let's implement the wise practice to limit the flags flown on the public property to only our United States national flags, which brings us together around shared values like being Americans who live in peace, harmony, united and strong, one people, one nation, one flag, one under God indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let me leave you with this last encouraging word from the Bible. You, O Lord, have given miraculous signs to those who love you. As we follow you, we fly the flag of truth, and all who love the truth will rally to it. Thank you for your time to speak today. God bless you all and have a wonderful day.
Ellen Tenue. You have the floor, ma'am.
I'm a little short.
There's a little button there. There you go.
Just leave it there. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
To the Board of Supervisors, the chair, and everybody up there, I just want to say I'm a retired Presbyterian minister, and I just love our country. I love our flag. However, it's been really hard for me. My wife spoke earlier. I did not come out of the closet until I was 60. I'm 74 now. And what happened is at our church, my home church where my grandma went to church, the Presbyterian minister there said, "Oh, I don't think you're not welcome in our church. You can't come to church, but I'll pray for you." And so that's what happened to me. And so now I belong to a denomination that includes everybody and spreads love and kindness to all. So what I really wanted to say to you is the pride flag is really important. And it's just an inclusive way to have, especially kids who are coming up and thinking, I don't know if I should come out the closet. See, I waited 60 years. But especially those who are coming out thinking, I don't know if my parents are going to love me anymore. I don't know if I'll be accepted. The pride flag is a signal that everybody is included, no matter who you are, no matter who you love. Love is love. And I think love is the most important thing. The American flag says it all because many people died for it, and I think it's really important. But I think the most important thing is to make sure that everybody feels loved and that we can spread that love and kindness to all people. And it doesn't matter what color, doesn't matter what's in your heart, just that's the important message. And I think as Board of Supervisors, I think you can do that with your hearts really towards the flag, but also towards all people who need to express and see that love too. Thank you.
Thank you. Amador Almanza.
Hey, Chairman, Canepa and Board. First of all, I'll just say I'm a Christian and a patriot, and I like to say it's just the flags and all this stuff symbolizes like a sporting event, the way I take it. There's controversies going on, like they're saying right now, oh, you know, this flag. When you look at any sporting event, just say basketball, I'm a Kings fan, and I'm going to have rivals with other fans, and it's it's fun at first, but it's also dangerous. And so it could go real bad. So that flag, that symbol you're representing that you wear is your flag, who you stand behind that team. And you can be attacked for it. You can have fun with it, but also you can be attacked. All of a sudden, people die in stadiums all the time. But when the Olympics come, what happens then? One flag is represented, and everybody stands. There's nobody standing aside that they're representing another team. Everybody stands united under one team. That's the way I feel it should be. That should stay the American flag, to keep it simple. That flag represents every nation, every country in there that comes here, that illegally or legally, they come here to get, it's a beacon of life, day or night, 24/7, all year long, since the inception of that flag. Many have fought for that flag historically. I've read a lot of history from the Civil War. I put in tears when I looked for the names and I studied those people who fought in the trenches, and from every war till even crossing the Delaware. When you really read these people and really infuse yourself with those historical people, and you realize what they took to get here, it came under Christian values, one nation under God, nothing else. Otherwise, there'd be every else. Look at the chaos going in every other country. They're all dying to get here, but they're all doing it a legal way, and it's causing a lot of distress on our communities. And we fight hard for those taxes that are being sent elsewhere, not to the hardworking taxpayer. So our families are suffering. So we need to focus on that flag. That flag is the main reason that people died and fought for this country, and I'm so proud of them. And all I can say is, like I said, I thank the Lord, and family also matters. I mean, I don't like things being pushed on my family. You know, they feel attacked. I feel attacked as a family member. Laws are being made where my children are being impacted without my right. My rights are being taken away as a parent. In the schools, in the laws behind my back. If I'm not there, beware. Next thing you know, you don't own your child. So those are the reasons that I'm saying there should be balance, and the balance is that flag. And nothing else should be diluting this whole thing. That's where I stand. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on. So the wish now to, because consent would be up, so where would you like to change this? Fritz Buckman had asked me if this was gonna be how this meeting was gonna go, and I didn't know it was gonna be this long. I apologize to Super Ding for the personal attacks. I try to do the best that I can up here, so limiting people's First Amendment is not what I try to do, so thank you for the people that have come to speak. But we'll be moving on now, so thank you.
What I would like to do, what I wanted to do at the beginning was pull 3 and 6, which was the POW flag and the pride flag, so we could discuss it with my discussion off subject on the flag policy, because I'm a little dismayed at how this went, because half the people that left the room that were attacking a policy, they haven't even heard what my proposal was, which to me is, you want to talk about hate and intolerance, calling me a coward. I'll tell you what a coward is. A coward is if you have a way of fixing something, but you know you're going to get attacked for it, so you just keep your mouth shut. And I have something else to offer, and the board might not agree, and that's okay. But I thought I'd stick my neck out and try something else in the name of tolerance, in the name of inclusion, because that's primarily what I hear from the LGBTQ community. You guys need 21 more members so I can just say A to Z and have it all. Another proposal. We've sat here, you know, we had honored the veterans here about 3 weeks ago. And we listened to a 99-year-old veteran who stood on the beaches of Iwo Jima, who watched that flag go up and said, if you really want to see freedom, you look in the man's eyes who just realized his. Those things stick out. You had the executive director of the Pride community here that said that flag doesn't necessarily represent us all yet. Those are inspiring words to me, because I don't disagree with that. But I think I don't want our society to be a bunch of quitters. The flag is a symbol. The flag is, this is the goal. The goal is that we are a colorblind society. The goal is that regardless of race, creed, gender, sexual orientation, we stand together. That is the goal. Flags don't spread love. People do. And remember that. So if you're looking at whether it's a pride flag, a Raider flag, God help you, or anything else, that's not what it is. It's about what we do. We are Old Glory. That is a symbol. So the proposal I was going to make, we go to Veterans Day events and we say thank you for your service, and then we have some other group and I won't use the word pander, but it would have been much easier for me. Just keep your mouth shut, raise the pride flag, and then nobody will be upset. But to me, one day, why not be leaders and do a little something different? And so what my proposal was, standing behind this beautiful American flag that we all pledge to every time we come to these meetings, and justice for all, is when you have someone like a Marsha P. Johnson, who the gay community has recognized, rather than just hoisting a flag, why don't we, as a Board of Supervisors, fly the United States flag up in a special ceremony and present it to, for instance, the Pride Foundation in honor of Marsha P. Johnson? Why don't we fly the American flag in honor of, a member from the NAACP who's been a leader in this community? Unity is important. This world is a mess right now, and anything that divides, anything else, the amount of flags, let me tell you right now, and I'll pull every one of them off the consent item as they come through. You're going to have, I got calls from the African American community. They're really pissed off. And they're going, what happened to us? I mean, you got it's Juneteenth, you got the pride flag, you didn't even think about us again. You heard about the Christian flag, I heard about that. It continues to go. And so what I decided to do, and the board might not agree with me, but I thought I would just step out and make a suggestion. Let's do something, let's raise the bar. Instead of just simply flying a flag for one day, if that flag means so much, and I understand, my 49er flag's very important to me, which is nowhere up to where I understand you think the pride flag is, but I've got flags all over my neighborhood. This is a county building. The county should be about unity. And if people aren't getting respected, then that's all of our jobs to make sure they feel included. I would much rather, with whether it's the Jewish community, the gay community, whatever, say, you're welcome in, come in, be a part of us. Maybe that's the problem, is not the other communities. Maybe it is us. Maybe we didn't ask, and maybe we should step out more and say, you are part of the fabric of our community, and you are part of us, and we want to recognize you in something more of a special way. We want to recognize a member of your establishment. So that was my proposal, was rather than, we've had a couple of speakers here talk about, the Army flag, the Navy flag, you could go on and on and on.
Let's bring this back in real quick, and then let's
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you've already 2 hours. Everybody that I was going to address
I'm running this meeting, so just wait
not
a
very
minute.
well.
Excuse me.
You know what? I had asked you originally,
and I gave you,
and I had to sit here and listen to people attack a policy that they didn't even know what it was.
Can we go
so
back to
I'm
pulling
taking
consent?
my 5 minutes.
Okay, put the timer on 5 minutes. There you go. You have 5 minutes.
All I'm asking is, you talk about flag policy. The county didn't have a flag policy. That was one of the reasons I put this on. Did you know that one of the chiefs of staff or one of the congressmen or one of the supervisors asked to fly the MIA POW flag last week for the 250th anniversary, and they were told they couldn't. It was against county policy, okay? So it wasn't just about the pride flag. It's about our flag policy. We didn't really have one. Congress has instructed that the POW MIA flag should be flown 6 days a year. The county hadn't had that policy here. I would like that adopted into the flag policy. So what I wanted to do before everybody commented on something they hadn't heard yet was have a discussion amongst the board of what our flag policy really should be.
Point of information, Chair. Where are we at exactly? Are we discussing an item right now?
We're at pulling consent items, and that's why this whole meeting got out of control because he wanted to move the discussion item to before public comment. So I was just trying to do the best that I could do in my ability.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
I'm just
You're
trying
right.
to do the best with a hot topic that I've been worried sick about. And so we are pulling, so I'm going to start on this side to pull discussion items. We're going to bring this back to the way it was, and then we will go forward after this. So Supervisor Gardia, what would you like to pull?
3, 6, and 34.
3, 6. And 34. Vice Chair Dollywall, what would you like to pull?
I was going to pull 3 and 6, but
3 and 6.
Supervisor Gardia did.
Anyone? Supervisor Ding, what would you like to pull?
8, Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Rickman, number 8, and I was gonna do number 12. Okay, first one up, Supervisor Gardia, number 3.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gardia deferred that to me. Is that okay? Mr. Chairman, let's talk about number 3, the POW MIA flag. It's our nation's commitment to our servicemen and women that we will do everything to bring you home. Number 6, pride flag is a symbol of equality and inclusion, and I support flying both of them.
Supervisor Gardia.
Kind of new to the game here, so if I say something a little bit off topic, then go ahead and be free to put me on track. So, items are brought to consent. Usually we're emailed or asked to put something on consent. We don't have the ability to talk amongst each other to discuss these items until today. So which it makes it very difficult when we come up on what is in some people's eyes a hot topic. To me, it is a hot topic. I think it's divisive. Sitting up here, I got to watch some of the facial expressions of some of the people in the crowd that was very disappointing to me. People that came up here to speak that may not talk like them or look like them, that there were some things said amongst themselves underneath their breasts that I don't agree with. And it really backs up that we're not always on the same page with stuff. We do have what I think needs to be addressed, a flag policy. It reads 5 days, I believe, up to 5 days. It takes a 4/5 vote. I think in the future, maybe that we put together an ad hoc committee or something to get together and maybe discuss it with some community members, that maybe we can come up with a compromise, because I don't believe everything has to be a line in the sand. We have to have the ability to go both sides. That gives us the opportunity to hear all sides, maybe not in a public forum where it becomes contentious, and we don't have the ability to talk back and forth. Especially with our commemorative flags, and I apologize for my pronunciation, but one thing that I've heard is that today we put these flags in place. Nothing is going to take away the American flag. We pledged to the American flag today, and I didn't turn around to look, but I'm pretty confident that everybody in here pledged to our flag. We're asking for something in addition to. We're not asking for the pride flag to be risen over the American flag. There's flag policies that are in place that dictates what we should and can do. So I'm in the same, I believe that we should have this discussion later. Do I think we should have a flag risen for a month? Well, that would take away the ability for other flags to be risen. Today was asked for 2 flags to be risen for 1 day. I think that's very acceptable. But I think that we should have some type of ad hoc committee put together to discuss this in the future. But for 2 consent items that are on our agenda today, I say I support them.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? I'll open it up to the public. Anybody willing to come up and speak to this?
I just want to say one thing. We have my name on it.
So there was, yeah, so there's 2 more.
Must have gotten lost in the shuffle.
No, there's more, so I didn't know which one. Pat, R.C. Thompson,
No, it's okay. It's okay, Chair.
John Alita.
It's okay. I did submit 2 because from what I understand is public comment on items not on the agenda. That's why you speak on your items under your items. And this is why I spoke of earlier in my public comment that the city of Stockton had to revisit their policy so that we're not up here fighting for the raising of a certain flag. And it is in their policy now that on the 1st of June or whatever the first Monday, Tuesday, whatever that day is that the city's open, that they do raise the flag. But our understanding, which y'all, thank you, County Supervisor Dhaliwal, for bringing this forward onto the agenda, which is my understanding you are the one that proposed it to be put onto the agenda, and I thank you for that. But my understanding was they get to do 5, your policy is 5 commemorative flags a year, and for 1 day for each flag. I thank you for picking the day that you did for our flag, because it is on a weekday prior to the 28th, which is Stonewall Day, in memory of those that fought for this movement that brought a lot of people together. So on that, I am not going to repeat everything everybody has already said. I am not going to do that. I just want to say thank you for bringing it forward. I understood the word approval. I did not understand the word deny. So I'm hoping that we do get the approval of this flag and that there is no more hate among all of us, because we can't do the division stuff. It's, we're already fighting city and county. It's like that West Coast, East Coast, North California, South California. But, that city and county thing, I'm so tired of hearing, because I really think that we should just come out and just give one big hug to everybody, Seriously. It's better to be happy, But I'm just glad that y'all came out here and recognized that this is a problem and the policy needs to be looked at and rewritten, but not putting this on the table, but moving forward and giving us our 1 day, but I'm hoping it'll last till Monday. So, because it is a Friday. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, board. So first of all, I just want to say, Supervisor Ding, it was good to hear when you started at least articulating what your actual thought process was behind that. I did read the letter prior to coming, and then thank you, got pulled. And Supervisor Dhaliwal, again, I really appreciate you putting it on the agenda, because this has been a really healthy dialogue. And Supervisor Gardia, I really think you have the key in terms of putting a committee together, and let's all reach some consensus. And then again, I'd like to advocate for the 6 days in line with the POW flag. And then last, I want to say, as a veteran, you're born under the flag, you raise your hand under the flag, and you're buried under the flag. And the flag is what unites us all. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? So, County Council, I have a question. I'm coming back to the board. So, on the flag policy, my understanding is that a board member needs to bring this forward, right? That somebody from the public can't ask for this. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. The flag policy
requires that a board member initiate the proposal to fly it. Now, a board member may be doing so in response to a request from the public, but the request itself has to come from the board.
Right, and that was one of my concerns, is that if as a board, we set a policy, and I asked him earlier, and he said, yeah, well, you can change the board policy on just depending. But I mean, so the next board would come in, and then you would have the same division that you're gonna have. We as a board can do it for what we're doing now. None of this stands in perpetuity. So, I mean, this debate is never going to go away because somebody's always going to bring it up, regardless of what your base is or what your beliefs are and what you feel. And that's the hardest part for me, to sit here. I was on the Stockton City Council, and I've seen what hate looks like. And I apologize for Supervisor Ding, because he got some hate thrown his way. And it doesn't make me feel comfortable sitting in this chair allowing it, you know what I mean? Because he's a colleague and he's entitled to his opinion. And that's why I was trying to accommodate as much as I could and doing it without switching. We have a budget. We have a 2-hour budget hearing. We have closed session. And I understand doing the people's work in public is part of our job. So that's what I appreciate that, because, as a board of supervisors, I don't want this controversy to come here, because I think we need to be caring and compassionate individuals. And that's what I do. And I try to go out and I try to learn, and we try to do as much as we can. But we can't be everything for everybody, unfortunately, in this world we live in. So that's just kind of where I'm at. So I'm interested to see where that policy would go. But I think a 4/5 vote and somebody from the board bringing it forward is pretty good, whoever did the flag policy before. So that needs to be respected, because otherwise you will have everybody, and then it becomes a different type of free speech, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, right? Is that why it's set up the way that it is?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why.
Okay.
If it were just a free-for-all, then you could have,
So, there is some discretion on who gets to put that up there. So that's why when we go forward, I don't know. So I don't know if we want to call for a separate vote on this one, and I'll let these guys speak next to see what the will of the board is. But I'm just trying to run a meeting and get through budget, because I know there's a lot of folks that want to get up here and do the meeting, and I understand that, but we also have to do this. So I think it's important. So anybody else need to comment?
I'd just like to call for a separate vote.
Okay. Huh? No, he's on this one. Do you want to wait till the end and do it all at one time, or what's the will of the board? I'm here to serve you all, so.
Why don't we just go ahead and go through the consent, and then we can just pull the ones that need to be pulled, and then
Okay.
vote on consent.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak to number 3? Then we will move on. I've already opened it up for the public, so Supervisor Gardia, we will move on to number 6, and then we will call for separate votes after we finish. Is that, we're done with 6?
I think
I
we're
don't
on
know
8.
We're on 8, so 3 and 6, did everybody have their chance to speak? And just because I'm on 6, we're good? We're, all right. Moving on to number 8. And that is, my notes, Supervisor Rickman. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just the use of my District 5 funds, and there's several different, there's 5 different organizations, of course, going with, how important sports are, so we have, football for West High School, and we just had Ag Fest, and, we've been a huge supporter of FFA and 4-H, so there's one, and also the Tracy Women's Club equipment needs, and Gather Around Main Community Event, and Ripon High, and Booster Club for drone certification tests. But one thing, the reason I pulled this is for transparency purposes. And the General Federation of Women's Club is the largest women's club and the oldest women's club in the city of Tracy. I think it's over 100 years old now. In fact, we just brought them to the board with the last year before to celebrate their centennial. But I know my wife is a member of that club, so I just want to let the board know that she is a member of the club, because like I said, it's the largest women's club, but she is not a voting member, and she doesn't get paid by the club. So I just want to let everybody know for transparency purposes. with that being said, I'm gonna yield my time, Chair.
Thank you. So that's not a conflict, right? Or,
It does, I'm not the FPPC, but it doesn't sound like a conflict so long as a consequence of being a member of the club, there's no, there's no payment made.
And that's one of the issues is, you know, I have a lot of relatives here in San Joaquin County, mostly in Tracy, and so they're everywhere. So I
thank you.
You know, just to put it on the table and then for the transparency purposes, I want people to know.
Thank you. Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Any further questions from the board? Seeing none. Okay. I pulled number 12 for general services. This is one of those exciting things that I've been waiting to speak about. So I'm on the health plan board, Health Plan of San Joaquin. And when I first got on the board, one of the things we did is tour the building. And when I toured the building after COVID, a lot of their jobs stayed they could do it off-site. So we go to the meetings there, and I just thought, wow, because the veterans need the space on March Lane, so the veterans didn't have a home. So I shot the idea past Ms. Valentine here, what we could possibly do, if we could possibly reach out, and she did exactly that. So very proud to say that the veterans, if we all agree to this, will have a new place, which they wanted because they wanted the old veteran building out there, which is now a surgical outpatient, which has been repurposed. So I think this is the win-win. So I don't know who would like to take this good news first and share it and explain to the community what we're doing.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, County Council, Madam CAO. Genevieve Valentine, Director of Healthcare Services. As Supervisor Canepa mentioned, in early November of last year, he came to me and said, what about looking at the Health Plan of San Joaquin for veteran service space? We toured, we had conversations, and then it was reminded of me that I am the chair of the Health Plan of San Joaquin, and I was playing 2 roles and 2 hats. And due to that, I then passed all movement of the veteran service lease over to Matt Garber and GSD. So what I am going to do is remind everyone that I'm playing 2 roles and cannot actually speak much about it because of both roles, and pass it over to our Assistant Director of Healthcare Services, Matt Garber, to explain the next steps in terms of us working with the health plan on a veteran service lease space.
Thank you, Genevieve. Chairman, members of the board, CAO, Matt Garber, Assistant Director, Healthcare Services. We've been working for the last several months with Dan and Sarah, so really appreciate their help getting this moved forward. We've been moving very quickly to get this space prepared, so appreciate all their time and efforts. But this is going to be a standalone space. They're going to have an area walled off within the Health Plan of San Joaquin, so they'll have their own entrance. This is going to be something that we'll be able to utilize. We've got about $400,000 of funds from Congressman Harder's office to be able to furnish and utilize technology purchases with those funds. So we're excited about moving forward and working towards getting us in, hopefully towards the end of this year.
So Dan Wirtz, General Services Director. Again, it's just one of the many things we do as a support organization. When other departments come up with creative ideas or members of the board, we just pull the resources together, and we have a great property manager here, and Suresh jumps in and make sure that we get all the paperwork together so we can continue to do the good work of the county.
Chairman Canepa, a few things that I'd like to add. So back in 22, the Veteran Service Office was actually working on building a specific location with a home key application. That grant was not awarded to Healthcare Services, which is why the original location for a veteran service standard location did not come to fruition. At that time, the veterans community expressed a great deal of information on where they wanted to be located, what what type of features they were looking for and their desire to be near the new veteran clinic, which is why it ended up being a win-win when the health plan of San Joaquin had the space. And so we were able to use a lot of the feedback from previous conversations with the veterans community back in 22 to use this as an opportunity to really support that location. Once a lease is approved, we are looking at continuing to have satellite locations, both in the heart of Stockton, a location in Lodi, as well as continuing at the different VSW posts and so forth. So we will have a home base, but also be able to have a variety of satellite locations.
Very good news, very good news. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Health Plan of San Joaquin, obviously, with Lizette and that team out there for at least willing to do this and get this ball rolling. And I think it's a win-win for everybody. Anybody have any comments or questions from the board? Nope, hearing none. Thank you so much. Appreciate your guys' diligence. All right, moving on to number 34. Supervisor Gardia.
I think the director stepped out. I saw him step out.
Okay, approve the First Amendment to agreement with Good Guard Security? Is that the question?
Maybe.
He'll be coming back in.
Okay.
But if you want to go ahead with your question, I can try.
Sure. Did that contract go out for RFP?
Yes, it did. Let me pull it up, and he is coming now. So I will let him answer the question, but if you can't, I will answer it for him.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chairperson Canepa, Sandy. I'm Rick Castro, the CEO of San Joaquin Community Hospital, so I'm here to answer your question. San Joaquin General Hospital. I'm here to answer your question regarding Good Guard. So just to give you a little bit of background, we were previously with Allied Guard Company. We had a scenario where a patient under their purview left the hospital and was left the hospital even though they shouldn't, and was hit by a car. And instead of backing us, they kind of tried to walk away from us and blame us. We had made a choice at that point to make a change. I don't recall if there was an RFP or not. I believe there was. But the real challenges that we have with our guard system now is constant turnover, and more importantly, a lot more need for them from a psychiatric perspective in the hospital. One of the issues that we saw from that specific occurrence was the fact that sometimes our guards were watching more than one patient. That wasn't acceptable, and so we had to both increase the number of guards that we have, and we also had to increase, there was a minimum wage increase, and I think another reason that made us spend significantly more. And I think there was also a part of the original contract that wasn't covered that needed to be put in a board letter.
And if I can add through the chair, Supervisor Gardia, just to let you know that there was an RFP issued back on September 20th of 2021. Responses were received in October. Good Guard, the one that is currently in contract, was listed as one of the top proposers. And as Director Castro did mention, when we had issues with, with Allied, they decided to terminate that contract and they went back to the original 2021 RFP to issue the new contract under an alternate bidder. So it did.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. We definitely have a lot of security there, which is good to know. As you know, I spent a week over there with my dad, and it was good to see all the security in the hospital. I was just curious when it came up with such a big budget. Was wondering if they just went to RFP, and I appreciated that it was, and that's the only question I had.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Anybody back from the board? All right, Bob Bentz wanted to speak on number 12, so we'll go back to 12 real quickly.
Thank you. Truth be told, I had offices in VA hospitals and VA clinics in 41 counties for 21 years. So my comments here are not unfavorable to the VA. However, library space is available across the street from the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. The city manager is creating space for us where we as veterans belong. I do not oppose the lease at the VA clinic. However, I favor uniting veterans by co-locating the VSO with all of the veterans associated monuments the Civic Auditorium was created for World War I veterans. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial was created for Vietnam veterans. The World War II monument in close proximity there at the Channel Head was created for World War II. Excuse me, I misspoke on the veterans, the Vietnam. The Chavez Plaza is supposed to unite all of us. We need to bring the veterans into close proximity to that. There's plenty of free parking, by the way. I spoke with people in the Department of Aging. They tell me they don't get walk-ins. Well, we have an aging population here. And frankly, I believe, like Stanislaus County has done, we need to unite aging and veterans under the same roof. We need to unite under the history. This town has so much history that's so undeveloped, so unappreciated. You guys are in a position now to work with the city. City manager is trying hard to create opportunities for veterans. I would hope that you guys would refocus some of what you do to try and bring it all home. In the center of Stockton, there's a real opportunity for us to be a destination for other areas to come, where we celebrate veterans and we celebrate unity in general as a committee, or excuse me, as a community united under history. Thank you.
The building is the health plan of San Joaquin. It's not the VA building. It's on the corner. So it's a standalone spot out on the, it's gonna have its own entrance on the corner. So it's not in the VA building.
It's not gonna be in the VA?
No.
Isn't that foolish?
They wanted to be out there that way, so they were looking at the other thing. So it's pretty close to where they wanted to be, so thank you.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay, clerk of the board, so we're back to separate votes. So do we want to approve the remainder of the agenda? Can I get a first and a second for the remainder?
Chairman, if I could real quick, can you pull 8-2 for a separate vote? The reason being, Chair, is the, as I just mentioned, you know, my item number 3, the GFWC Tracy Women Club equipment needs what I spoke of earlier. I want to be able to pull that so we can discuss.
How do we want to do this, County Council?
I'd recommend having a separate vote on each one of those individual items. So those would be 3, 6, and 8.
Okay.
And so the balance of the items would be what the board would consider passing right now.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you take the reins there, and then we'll have a, do we need first and seconds, or how are we doing this? For each?
Yeah, if you're going to do the full consent calendar minus 3, 6, and 8, take a motion and a second for all remaining items.
First. A second for the remainder of minus 3, 6, and 8. Call for the vote.
Sorry, I don't have Rickman showing up as a voter. Hold on just one moment.
I don't either. Do you want to do verbal?
I got it.
Thank you. Consent passes 5-0, so we'll go back to number 3. Motion. We have a first from Supervisor Gardia. Supervisor Ding, second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Number 6.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Vice Chair Dollywell, second from Supervisor Gardia. Call for the vote. Four one passes, and we'll move on to number 8.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to have 2 motions on this one. So my first motion is on this agenda, remove item number 3, GFWC Tracy Women's Club equipment needs, and to push to another date, another board meeting. Because the reason being, I want to be able to recuse myself, and I can't recuse myself when it's on this.
Okay.
So.
You'll have to use next year's.
So you want the whole thing removed, or you just want that portion?
Just one item, item number 3 as a motion.
And with respect, through the chair, with respect to that one item, you are continuing it to a date uncertain?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you make the motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, call for the vote. Removing that one item to a date on future?
Yeah, he's made a motion to continue the one component of that.
Uncertain.
To a date uncertain. Okay. And the part that you are continuing is the donation to the GFWC Tracy Women's Club. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So everything else that we're voting on that issue, right?
So we'll just do on this motion is just to pull that out to a date uncertain. So we have a motion, we have a second.
All those in favor, it's vote. 5-0.
Then I'll make a motion to approve this item number 8.
Second.
All right, call for the vote.
I apologize. Was that Dollywell or Gardia for the second?
I did second.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to closed session. County Council, how long are you anticipating so we can get back and do budget or the flag policy, whichever comes first, whichever we.
I imagine it's going to be probably a half hour to 45 minutes.
All right, so we will start back at 12:45.
Sitting for 3 hours.
Alrighty, we're reconvening in open session.
And for the record, there was no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. And the person for the other public hearing for the Housing Authority.
That's correct, Chair. The applicant for the Housing Authority Board public interview had to leave this morning, so the recommendation is to continue that to a later date. It
Okay.
is required to have a public interview for that appointment.
Vice Chair Dolly will have to be out of here by 3, so we'll start with the budget hearing. So at this time, we will bring Deputy County Administrator Jennifer Van Stein. Yes, right? Number one, he's
Well, okay. Through the chair, while Jennifer makes her way up, I know she's on her way.
so you're going to take over for her? Thank you.
I can.
Thank you.
I absolutely can. But I just want to thank my staff and also thank our department heads that have really, we've all been working very hard as soon as we roll out in February to bring you a structurally balanced budget. And so a lot of work has gone into this, and we just really appreciate the board's attention to detail in the board briefings, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you very much for bringing a balanced budget forward. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, members of the board, CAO County Council, Clerk of the Board, Chief Deputy County Administrator, thank you, Chelsea, Jennifer Van Stein. The item before you is the 25-26 final budget hearing. 2 weeks ago, on June 3rd, your board accepted the 25-26 proposed budget, which serves as the resource material for this hearing. Departments and the public have had access to our information since June 3rd. And I will do a brief overview before we open the public hearing. The following slides contain highlights of the 25-26 proposed budget, and these do mirror what you saw on June 3rd. The budget totals $3 billion, which is an increase of $198.6 million from the 24-25 adopted budget. It's funded by $2.4 billion in departmental revenues, $476.8 million in general purpose revenue, or GPR, and $133.8 million in the use of non-general fund balance. This table presents the total budget that you just saw on the previous slide as divided by functional area and is compared to the prior year's adopted budget. The general fund budget for 25-26 totals $1.6 billion. This includes $5 million in appropriation for contingencies and is supported by $1.1 billion in departmental revenue and $476.8 million in general purpose revenue. General purpose revenue is used to support the net county cost or the general fund contribution for our departments. The $476.8 million we just looked at on the previous slide is shown here, distributed by functional area, with law and justice using just about 60% of the total. The recommended budget includes 8,332.1 full-time equivalent positions, or FTEs, and that's composed of 7,684 full-time allocated positions and 648.1 part-time FTEs. The table here shows the number of positions by functional area and the change in FTEs, both amount and percentage. Each year, departments can request supplemental funding for initiatives or programs beyond their base budget allocation. This year, those requests initially totaled $16.4 million. And the county administrator's office approached these supplemental funding recommendations before you very cautiously, given uncertainties with federal and state funding in our upcoming labor negotiations. And we did limit the recommendation for ongoing funding to $4 million countywide. After meeting with the county administrator's office, all but one department withdrew its remaining requests. Those totaled approximately $5.4 million. $10.4 million is recommended and included in the proposed budget. This consists of the $4 million in ongoing costs I just mentioned, plus $6.4 million in one-time costs. And the amounts that are in the proposed budget by department are here on this slide in descending order. The remaining $702,090 for the district attorney's office is not recommended. These supplemental requests will be discussed in detail during the final budget hearing in each of the functional areas. As part of the budget's preparation, our office developed a multi-year budget outlook that's intended to provide the board a preliminary overview of the county's finances beyond the current budget year. We reviewed the same information briefly 2 weeks ago with our proposed budget. And to recap, this outlook is for the general fund only and focuses on net county cost, over which the board has the most control. Estimates are based on the best information we have, including labor agreements that are in place today and reflecting the board's reserve fund policies and guidelines. A few of the forecast assumptions I'll go over again just quickly to note. Property taxes are projected to slow in growth to between 0 and 2% annually for years 26-27 through 29-30. Departmental revenue is projected to grow by 3% annually through 29-30. And labor costs related to negotiated contracts are included in the model. Other costs are projected to grow by 3% per year. Using these assumptions, it's projected that reserve funds may be needed beginning in 26-27, with growing deficits into 27-28 and beyond, unless actual revenue received is higher than planned or costs are lower than anticipated. For the mechanics of today's hearing process, CAO staff will provide an overview of each functional area and highlight new programs, staffing, and supplemental requests. The board, of course, may ask questions after each presentation if desired. And after functional area overviews, a few departments will also make brief presentations. There will be an opportunity for the board to provide policy direction at the conclusion of the budget hearing. After the county budget hearing, you'll also conduct the special districts public hearing. And then finally, at the end of both hearings, we'll ask that you adopt the 25-26 budget with any modifications as directed by the board, as well as adopt the 25-26 special districts budgets, proposed service charges, special assessments, and engineers' reports. If you choose to recommend items for additional funding, that typically comes from the contingency provision budget. That's the end of my overview. If there's any questions, we can take them.
Vice Chair.
Jennifer, do
Yes.
we see any cuts coming from state or federal government?
Yeah, so that's a good question. We haven't programmed any of those cuts as into the proposed budget. So any cuts that we may receive may require us to look at this proposed budget again. Right now, our departments haven't notified us that they're anticipating major cuts, but a lot of that, of course, is still up in the air.
And if it does happen, when do we discuss those? Mid-year or sooner?
I think it would depend on how severe the cuts are and how intense they are, but there's nothing that says we need to wait until mid-year. We can certainly address any items as soon as we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Kind of on the same line as Supervisor Dollarwall, with the uncertainty, and I think all the counties are hearing about it, with the governor may revise that are going to the legislator and the uncertainty of the feds. So we don't know what to expect yet, correct? So you're talking about, we don't plan on any cuts or whatever it may be from the Fed, but we don't know that.
That's correct.
Or even on the
Absolutely.
state with the May revise.
Yep. And the forecast that you just looked at, that didn't include any federal or state budget cuts either. So that was the optimistic version, assuming that we don't get hit. You're absolutely correct. We would.
So what are you guys hearing about, mostly with the social service side, not public health, but
Is it Medi?
social services? I mean, on the state side, I mean, you're hearing there could possibly be cuts. You know, again, it's not done with the state yet, so we don't know. But are you guys planning for that? Or you guys, I mean, in this budget, knowing that, you know, a lot of, if people that don't know, a lot of the funding that we get, it'll trickle down from the Fed, from the state to the county, and the county, we get it and then we push it out. So there's a possibility some of that funding we're not going to be getting, correct? That's that uncertainty side.
Yeah, it's possible. So when we looked at those earlier slides, it's that departmental revenue piece, the 1.4 billion?
But my worry is this, I mean, if we don't know and it comes out bigger than what we expected, how are we going to recover that? I mean, what are we going to do?
So I think what we would first do is involve, our departments would need to be heavily involved in how that impacts their budgets, what programs they're no longer going to be receiving revenues for, and the board would have options to do that. Normally, for our non-general fund departments, they would look at either increasing revenues in other areas, or they would look at expenditure reductions.
So there's a possibility that we approve this today and then we find out there's tons of cuts coming from the feds, or more likely the state, or the feds too, and then we come back and we start cutting. Right?
Yes, that's a possibility.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, if you'd like, Supervisor Rickman, we could call Chris Woods, the Director of Human Services Agency, to give you a better idea of what he might be hearing.
I'll leave that up to the chairman.
He's doing a presentation, right?
No, not his
Director
part.
Woods, no.
It was just, if the board
Can you come
desires
forward,
to
please?
hear from him.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chris Woods, your Human Services Agency Director. So certainly there's a lot of turmoil right now in what's before the legislature, or the legislature has a joint budget resolution at the state level. They're going to be doing some negotiations with the governor's administration to move forward whatever occurs. The largest possible changes are likely reflected in Medi-Cal, and it would be Medi-Cal eligibility. There's a lot of discussion around certainly undocumented immigrants and full-scope Medi-Cal eligibility. That will certainly have trickle-down effects if that goes into play and they're no longer eligible to Medi-Cal. Trickle-down effects being potential impacts to the hospital and the payer mix. There are also other potential changes in CalFresh or SNAP eligibility. And there is the possibility of sort of a September surprise, of course, with the federal government. And the feds play a significant role in this, as SNAP is the federal program behind CalFresh, and Medicaid's the federal program behind Medi-Cal. So there's a lot of turmoil. The County Welfare Directors Association of California has done a significant amount of work that is reflected in the current budget package approved by the legislature. And then, of course, like I said, going to the governor, that mitigated what were going to be significant cuts to programs benefiting our constituents. So I said a lot without saying a lot. We're kind of waiting to see. And the way I approached this budget that's presented to you from the Human Services Agency was a real conservative approach, just understanding that there's a lot of turmoil and not a lot of answers at this point.
What about the chair, through the chair, if you don't mind? The cap and trade. I know cap and trade is being discussed right now. I mean, it seems like every time we go to a place, we're talking an hour about it. But the GGRF funding for affordable housing, that would touch your human services, and where this funding from cap and trade, if it gets back up and running, how that would affect you. I mean, are you taking that into account at all, any of the funding that would come from cap and trade?
So specifically, no, but one of the more concerning things that just was reported to me from our association right before coming over here is the homeless housing and acronyms. I'm focused on the HAP is not programmed in the 25-26 budget at this point for the state. And of course, we've been doing outreach in the community and engaging the community. That HAP funding coming to both the county and the cities is about $22 million in this community, geared towards supporting shelters and housing initiatives. And that's at risk for us right now, just learning that. So again, a lot of turmoil and a lot of unknowns.
All right, because I know, yeah, and when you speak of cap and trade, I know there's a trailer bill right now, and the May revise. So just wondering if you heard of anything like that. It's just frustrating that we just don't have a definite answer.
There's a lot that's unanswered at this point.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Dean.
It was kind of along the same lines of state. It was going to bring up Prop 36. Yeah, and there's nothing in the governor's budget to fund that. I've been told to go ahead and wait for the revise that they're discussing, but unfortunately, they didn't consult with us to worry about our county budgets first. But another huge unfunded mandate.
Through the chair, Assistant County Administrator Brenda Kiley, we do have some information that the legislature's budget proposal does include about $110 million for Prop 36. $50 million is for the Department of Healthcare Services.
For the whole state.
Correct, for the whole state. It's not a lot, but there was something in the legislature's budget. So it's for county behavioral health, judicial counsel, public defense, and then pretrial services through probation. So that's what's in there. It's $110 million statewide.
So I just have, are you good, sir? So the thing, right, for the Medi-Cal, for the undocumented folks, they're not taking on new folks, correct? I mean, everyone thinks that they're just putting a halt to folks, right, applying, correct? Sorry to get your steps in.
So the proposal is January 1 of 26. There would be no additional folks enrolled. Those that maintain eligibility at that point would be able to continue eligibility. And there's going to be a 6-month window where if someone falls off for paperwork reasons or, for example, then they could be re-enrolled. But there is an end date ultimately because the state believes they're going to save, I think, $3.3 billion per year starting in 26, 27 based on these enrollment changes.
Okay, so then your comment was kind of towards the hospital because if those people go for emergency care, the hospital staff has to give those folks care. So, I mean, that's kind of the catch. That would be the variable, and if they do take that funding away, that we kind of rely on that to backfill the hospitals.
I don't want to speak for the hospital, but I certainly know that, the payer mix is important, and those people right now are insured, and in the future, they will likely not be insured.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be great, because I think that's probably one of the variables that I think mid-year, I mean, if we're talking January or December, I didn't know that was the date.
So I think we're already seeing a significant decrease just from the illegal immigration board. We're seeing it on the volume side. The concerning part of that is they've either left or we're going to see it in the ER when it becomes catastrophic. So what we're hearing from the hospital side, at least from CAPH, is that there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of cuts directed specifically from a hospital perspective, but there may be significant cuts as much as 20% to the outpatient perspective. And that's disastrous for us because, again, it recreates that whole scenario in the early 90s where people don't get care until it's too late, and that care is really expensive and time-consuming. Okay. So, but same scenario as what everyone else has said. We really don't know, but the information we're getting right now is from the hospital side, we're not going to see significant cuts, at least over the next year.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Who gets to carry on the next phase?
Okay. So,
Any other questions before we start? Keep going.
okay. If we're ready to move on, we could, Chair, you could open the public hearing. And I would, Sarah Sickler, to my left, Deputy County Administrator, will present the budget overview for general government.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa.
Back it up here. Let me do that. Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't know where I'm at on my notes, but go ahead. You can start the public hearing. If you want to say which public hearing you're leading, that would be helpful.
This is the public hearing for the county 25-26 budget.
Go ahead. You've been
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa and members of the board. Sarah Sickler, Deputy County Administrator. At this time, I will provide the board with a budget overview of the general government departments. The general government functional area comprises of administrative, financial, and support service departments and other non-departmental budgets as listed on this slide. Overall, the recommended appropriations for the 25-26 general government budgets total approximately $148 million, a decrease of approximately $7.8 million from last year, primarily due to a reduction in transfers of one-time funds for capital projects. General government is comprised of the various budgets seen on this slide. The largest budget is the Assessor Recorder County Clerk at 16.7%, followed by operating transfers at 13.2%, and then the Auditor Controller at 13.1%. The next chart shows the various sources of funding. Almost half of the funding is provided by general purpose revenue at 44.8%, followed by cost reimbursements at approximately 30%, and the balance from various other revenue sources as shown on the slide. For the 25-26, staffing is recommended at 588.5 full-time equivalents or FTE positions, an increase of 24.9 FTEs as compared to the prior year. This net increase consists of the addition of 28 full-time positions, partially offset by a decrease in part-time of 3.1 FTEs. The 25-26 budget includes the addition of 10 ERP analyst positions to allow the Enterprise Resource Planning Project to meet current and future demands, including post-live support. 2 positions are added to the financial team, which has an expected go-live date of February 1st, 2026. 8 positions are added for the human capital management, with funding effective November 1st, 2025, which is with an anticipated go-live date of October 1st, 2027. In addition, 1 ERP analyst position is transferred from ISD. The county administrator's budget includes a new senior deputy county administrator position to act as the county's communication/public information officer. This will effectively separate the legislative and communication functions, which have both increased in workload and scope over the past several years. Net changes in staffing by department are noted in the slide above. For general government, the total supplemental funding request is $2,265,250. The Board of Supervisors is requesting supplemental funding totaling $104,200 for the following request: $51,000 for promotional items and costs associated with the state of the county, $50,000 in increased travel costs, and $3,200 in increased copy machine operating costs. The Human Resources Department is requesting supplemental funding of $196,055 for an additional Personnel Analyst 3 to support administration. The Assessor Recorder County Clerk's Office is requesting one-time funding in the amount of $243,916 to backfill revenue shortfalls due to notable decline in document recording fees. Purchasing and Support Service is requesting supplemental funding in the amount of $296 or $296,555 for the addition of 2 supervising deputy purchasing agents. The Registrar of Voters is requesting supplemental funding in the amount of $292,901 for the following requests: $94,718 for an election specialist who will lead the trainer and facilitator, who will be the lead trainer and facilitator for poll worker training, $81,915 to purchase and implement a ballot duplication system. The new system will allow the ROV to duplicate damaged or unreadable ballots more effectively. $50,000 to support the Adopt a Poll program. $41,985 for an election statistics software. The ROV will publish historical election results on its website using this software. And lastly, $24,283 for the net cost of an election manager associated costs. This position will support the existing election manager by supervising 3 of the ROV's 6 subunits. This cost is offset by a deletion of a vacant position. The Information Systems Division had a supplemental request of $1,131,623. ISD will review their supplemental request in further detail during their departmental presentation. The 25-26 proposed budget has been augmented by $2,265,250 to address these requests. Now, I would like to invite Assistant ISD Director Rod Baker and ISD Manager Jim Brown to the podium for a brief overview of the ISD's proposed budget.
Good afternoon. Rod Baker, Assistant Director, ISD. So I'm going to take you through briefly the supplemental, no, I'm sorry. Okay. So here's just a comparison year over year of the differences, thank you, of the various ISFs that we manage. So for ISD, the ISD ISF were increased by $9 million, and that's a 22% increase over last year. Office automation is a decrease of $386,000, which is a decrease of about 6%. The telephone ISF is a decrease as well of $2.8 million. That represents a 31% decrease. And then the radio ISF, that is also an increase of $5.6 million, which represents a 9% increase. Oh, the total? The total here is about 5.7 million overall. So the significant projects that we anticipate we'll be working on this coming fiscal year is a telephone system replacement for the county. So we're going from an end-of-life system to one that is VoIP-based, voice over IP, and it'll be a system that runs through Teams, which is a tool that we all are using today. Electronic time clocks and timekeeping at the hospital is also another large project that we'll be finishing up this coming year. The ERP system, Workday, will go live during this coming fiscal year in February for just financials. Human resources will be done completed in 27. We begin working through next year. And then improving the public safety radio coverage is to correct an issue. We have coverage over the Mountain House area. So we're gonna resolve that with a project to increase the coverage. ARP-funded projects that we have either worked on this past year or plan to work on in the coming year are as follows. We are in the process of upgrading our disaster recovery capabilities in the event of the bad thing happening. We are making sure that we can continue to run the county from a data processing technology standpoint. Robotic process automation is another project we're taking on this coming year. It is a project where we can automate many repetitive types of business processes to eliminate errors that may happen through a manual process. The robotic process will just automate and do that in a much quicker time than we can do today. Complete HIPAA compliance assessment. We have already started our assessment as far as how compliant we are, and we're coming back with recommendations and steps to improve our HIPAA stance. Upgrading public safety radios, so those would be we've already completed this. Public safety would be situations or departments such as Public Works, probation, and others. Not to be confused with the last bullet point here, which is the replacement of legacy radio equipment for the sheriff and custody and interoperability channels that we support. And with that, Jim Brown will be taking us through the recommended supplemental budget requests that we have.
Okay, good afternoon, Board. Chief Canepa, County Administrator. ISD included 4 recommended supplemental budget requests. The first being to increase the ISD workforce capacity based on analysis of our current staffing and the backlog of our workload. The 2025-2026 proposed budget includes 3 new ISA 1 through 4 positions that will be effective January 1st, 2026, and 1 ISA 1 through 4 position effective July 1st, 2025, that'll be allocated directly to probation to address an increase in its IT workload. These positions that are being added to the network, security, digital services, and law and justice team at probation to increase the responsiveness for incidents, service requests, and in support of our numerous project implementations. The cost of the additional ISA for probation will be funded by AB 109 funding at a cost of $138,357. The remaining cost of $276,231 will be supported by a supplemental funding from the general fund in 25-26. Our second supplemental budget request is for the merging of the ISD and the hospital service desk teams. This consolidation will become effective on January 1st, 2026. We will transfer 9 hospital positions and merge with the 3 ISD service desk staff to make the combined team. In addition, we will add 1 ISA 4 position to ISD to provide supervision over this new team. The merger is intended to enhance the service quality by improved IT support for departments and agencies operating outside of normal business hours, for example, probation, sheriff's office, behavioral health services. It'll also provide 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365-day-a-year availability for all county departments and agencies, and will also provide better public support for the county's digital permitting and licensing system. This change will also increase efficiency by streamlining operations through this consolidation. The cost of $355,302 will be supported by supplemental funding from the general fund in 25-26. Our third supplemental budget request is for the Intelligent Document Processing Pilot Project. ISD is basically proposing to implement an intelligent documenting processing pilot solution for the public defender that integrates the county's document management and the public defender's case management systems to help support the public defender's daily workload. This solution will streamline and automate document intake workflow by eliminating paper-based processing and manual data entry. The solution will also reduce backlog and comply with processing deadlines and help improve attorney efficiency by importing data and files directly into the case management system. The 2025-26 proposed budget includes $250,000 for this project implementation. The last of our supplemental budget requests is for the Identity and Access Management Pilot Project. ISD will implement this identity and access management solution with a cloud-based document repository for probation. This IAM solution enhances security, simplifies access management, and integrates with our Microsoft M365 Outlook calendaring system and email system. The IAM actually supports frequent staff moves, adds, changes between roles, which occurs a lot at probation frequently due to their business model that they use. The cloud-based document repository modernizes document storage, improves operational efficiency, and provides secure storage and regulatory compliance. The 2025 proposed budget includes $250,000 for this project implementation. And this concludes our presentation of our 4 recommended supplemental budget requests. Do you have any questions?
Questions? Oh, Supervisor Gardia.
Through the chair. How many, what was the total new positions asked for?
Positions we were looking for, excuse me, was to increase, based on the analysis that we did, 3 people that would be at ISD proper, and then the 4th one at probation.
Are any of those positions vacant right now?
These would be new positions, but they're not vacant. We have no vacant positions in those areas now.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes.
Just one of the things that I noticed was in the budget was the goals, and they're put in there, what's achieved and what's not achieved. How, or some of those aren't achievable, do we take those out, and when do we look at those again? I noticed when I was perusing the budget.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the department SMART goals related to the board strategic priorities are presented in the 25-26 proposed budget. That's for the goals for the strategic priorities that are ending this June 30, 2025. So starting July 1st, 2025, we have the board's new strategic priorities, and departments are developing their SMART goals with our office right now. And we're going to be presenting those and publishing those as a strategic plan document that's separate from the budget going forward. So what you're seeing in the proposed budget document is the final status of the goals for the period that's ending at the end of this month.
Oh, so then the colors are how they made it so far, or whether they made it.
Yeah, whether they've made it so far, that's kind of the final status of those goals.
So theoretically, they all should be red then if they haven't made them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if I can add through, Chair.
Yes.
There should be an explanation as well, because going back to your point that maybe some of them weren't relevant and they had to, could you just delete them? We didn't delete them, but they were able to explain why. Maybe they changed systems, they changed routes, and so they were able to explain why.
No, actually, there's a lot of good information in that. If you looked at each one of them, what the goals were and who achieved them and who didn't.
Yeah, and at the end of each of the tables with the colors, there's a section where they described some of the goals that they didn't meet and some of the circumstances as to why those goals weren't met and what their whether they have future action plans related to them. So there's more discussion of the goals after the table as presented in the digital budget book.
Okay. That was actually on the paper one that I was flipping through.
Okay. Or the paper version.
pretty painfully, but it's okay. I had one question going back, though. So with tax sharing agreement, is that in the formula at all? Because or is that because it hasn't been revenue that's been sourced? Because, I know we changed some of the tax sharing agreements with folks. This is not for ISD, sorry.
That's okay. I maybe can ask Assistant.
It's okay. Does anyone have questions for ISD for their supplementals? Or can they be?
Excuse me, or there can be questions for all of general government as well.
Okay. Are we good so that they can be excused?
Okay.
I think we're good with ISD. Thank you.
Through the chair for the property tax sharing agreements, so any of the additional revenue that would be earned through those tax sharing agreements, we just have a general assumption in property tax for the growth. So any additional could be on top of the 0 to 2% assumptions that we have built into that multi-year budget forecast.
Okay.
But remember, everything in the property tax sharing agreements is prospective. So it's on the new development that will occur in the cities.
Well, no, I know, but when you're projecting losses, that was my concern. So then how does it affect the loss to the positive or to, you know what I mean? So you're doing a projection based on future years.
Right.
So when you don't have a variable like that, it was just what I was trying to figure out how you take that into consideration.
Okay, so the assumptions that we use, we didn't forecast in any losses for property tax revenue. It's all from 0 to 2%.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think anything on top of that would be extra growth and extra revenue.
Okay, so it's on the positive then.
It's on the positive.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Supervisor
Because-
Rickman? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, because remember, we haven't, if it's not developed yet, we don't have any base revenue for it. So any development just adds to the revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. Since we're talking about supplemental in general, I wasn't sure where to ask this question, but I'll ask it now. And you can either ask or answer it now, or we can deal with it later. But AB 218 from 2019, it reopened statute of limitation for 3-year cases. And I know, Sandy, you and I had talked about this. And I know it's creating significant liability for the counties. For example, Los Angeles, I think, or just had to pay out, I think it was $4 billion with a B, billion dollars. And a lot of school districts or several school districts were hit, I understand, over the billion mark. And all the different, because of this assembly bill and the statute and some of the stuff that has changed, there's been significant liability to pretty much everyone with these types of cases. Have we factored in, I guess you can't factor that in, but seeing what's going on throughout the state, well, have we looked at what our liability could be on, even what, if we have any of those, certain cases, and if so, is it gonna be a financial hit to us somewhere down the line, if not this year or next year? It's again, another unforeseen circumstance of the state of California.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, I'm aware of what you're speaking of. We do have a number of those cases. We've had some success in defending against some of them, and I think our plan is at some point to bring kind of a summary to the board in closed session as to cases that, including these type of cases that have been resolved in one way or the other, but we're certainly cognizant of that, and it is a big risk. We're less, there are other counties which have even more exposure than we do, but it's a major problem. I know there's been some proposed legislation to deal with it. I don't know what the status of that legislation is as I sit here today, but it's certainly on our radar, and it's actually something we're going to be dealing with at our next county councils conference. We have a presentation that actually I'm in charge of coordinating, which we'll be putting on at that meeting. So in any event, to answer your question, we'll deal with that amongst other cases when we give you a summary of litigation that's ongoing.
Yeah, I heard the only game in town was that SB 577 is, somebody tried to explain it to me. It's very, very complicated. I guess you have to be an attorney. But this just goes to show everybody of all this unforeseen stuff. Either with the Fed, the state, assembly bills that say the statute of limitations, and this is falling in, of course, we're trying to make a budget out of this, and trying to be, and mindful as possible so we don't go into a deficit and that we don't spend money that we don't have. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Any question on supplementals? Am I supposed to be opening this up for the public?
If there are no further questions about the general government functional area, I'd like to invite Senior Deputy County Administrator Kelly Cavello, who will provide an overview of the environmental protection functional area.
That didn't answer my question. Somebody answer my question? Somebody's, no, public for the hearing. Are we supposed to open it up to the public, or when do we, for questions from folks?
I think it would be fine to ask for comments from the public at the conclusion of each functional area.
Thank you. Sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, members of the board. Kelly Cavello, Senior Deputy County Administrator. At this time, I will provide an overview of the environmental protection functional area, which includes the budget units listed on the slide. Overall, the recommended budget for environmental protection totals $41.5 million, an increase of $1.8 million, or 4.6% from the 24-25 adopted budget. The slide shows the percentage share by budget unit, including community development, which is 40.1% of the total budget, the agricultural commissioner, which is 29%, and flood channel maintenance, which is 16.9%. And then the remaining 14% represents the remaining budget units. The $41.5 million recommended budget for environmental protection is funded by general purpose revenue, or net county cost, at 45.1%, cost reimbursements at 17.1%, intergovernmental revenues at 16.5%, and then all other sources total 21.3%. For 25-26, staffing is recommended at 179.1 full-time equivalent, or FTE positions, which is an increase of 4.5 over the prior year. This consists of the addition of 5 full-time positions, offset by a decrease of 0.5 part-time positions. The flood channel maintenance budget provides funding for the personnel and equipment needed to maintain over 300 miles of levees and flood control channels, which have been subject to increasingly stringent state and federal operation and maintenance standards. The 25-26 budget includes the addition of 5 new positions, 4 highway maintenance workers and 1 equipment operator 1, which are necessary to comply with increasingly strict maintenance standards required by the Army Corps of Engineers and the California Department of Water Resources. The Office of Emergency Services is requesting supplemental funding totaling $415,224. Funding of $280,224 is requested for grant funding replacement and is provided on a one-time basis to support services in 25-26. Funding of $100,000 is requested for the recurring cost of GIS and drone software, which are essential for real-time situational awareness, disaster response, coordination, and predictive hazard modeling. Funding of $25,000 is requested in response to Assembly Bill 1638, effective January 1st, 2025, which mandates language services for emergency response information and services. And finally, funding of $10,000 is requested for standby pay and is provided on a one-time basis to support services in 25-26. The 25-26 proposed budget has been augmented by $424,000 to address these requests. This concludes the environmental protection overview, and the department directors and I are available for any questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Garcia?
Through the chair, I got a quick question on the grant replacement. What grant did we not, are we replacing?
So the main grant that was impacted was the Emergency Management Performance Grant, and then there are other federal and state constraints. So Tiffany can elaborate a little bit more.
Good. Good morning, or afternoon now. So at the time we wrote budget, we weren't sure what was happening. It was right about that time that they were identifying sanctuary communities. Our community was on the list. We didn't know what was happening. At this point in time, it seems like we will be getting it, although probably at a reduced percentage of what it has been for the last several years. So if we do get the grant, which we won't even be able to apply for until later in September, October, it'll be at a reduced rate, and then that money would reimburse the money that is this one-time cost.
It's one-time cost for what?
For if we don't have that grant, that would continue us for this next fiscal year.
But what is a grant?
Most of it is salary and benefits for staff. In additional costs, we can easily reimburse that. But it does cover some of our internal programs, some of our costs associated with our purchasing and some of the other programs that we already have in-house.
Good enough, thank you.
And I just have one question. Standby pay, is that negotiable? Or is that already something that's there that you're asking for more?
That's
Because
to
usually that's something that's, right?
That's part of their MOU already, but this would be to offset some of those increases in what the salaries are increasing for.
Okay. Perfect. Any other questions? No, Supervisor Rickman?
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry, you're up there.
Piggybacking off Supervisor Garcia, so putting in a replacement for a grant that you didn't expect to receive, but you're talking now that you're gonna get a partial grant that could partially cover this expense of $280,000?
Yes.
So, do you know what the amount is?
The last several years, it's been right about the 280,000.
But you said a partial.
Correct. So every year it's kind of decreased by anywhere from 5 to 10%. We don't know what that looks like this year in the current proposed budgets for state and federal. They keep taking pieces out of that.
Right, so say if it's, say we get, 200,000, and then are you gonna reimburse?
The 200,000, whatever our grant award would be what we reimburse the county for.
So will that go back in the general fund?
Yes.
So you're asking for 280, but if we get that grant, then that
Comes right back to the county.
Into the general fund.
to the general fund. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next I would like to invite Senior Deputy County Administrator Mo Hatef, who will provide an overview of the law and justice functional areas.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Mo Hatef, Senior Deputy County Administrator. At this time, I will be giving an overview of the law and justice functional area, which is comprised of approximately 60 budgets. And let me get the slide going. In addition to the 60 budgets, this also includes requesting approval of the state COPS expenditure plan. At the conclusion of my presentation, the DA would like to address the board, and then the Sheriff's Office would briefly like to make some comments, and then the Public Defender has also prepared a presentation. I will invite the respective departments up upon the end of my presentation. Okay, so overall, the recommended appropriations for the 25-26 Law and Justice budgets total approximately $644.4 million, an increase of approximately $65.5 million over the last year, and are comprised of the various departments that you see on this slide, with the largest budget being the Sheriff's Office at approximately 42.5%, followed by probation at approximately 25%, and then the District Attorney at about 14%. The next chart shows the various sources of funding. Almost half of the funding is provided by general purpose revenue at nearly 45%, followed by state and federal funding at approximately 38%, and the balance from various revenues such as operating transfers in, cost reimbursements, fund balance, and various charges for services. The next slide shows the overall net position of changes in law and justice, which is an overall increase of 2.7 net positions. Major departmental additions include a net addition of 9.8 positions in correctional health, primarily due to an increase in extra help, and 7.7 for the public defender, primarily due to new full-time positions. Major departmental deletions include a net deletion of 6.7 positions in probation, with the elimination of certain long-time vacant juvenile detention officer positions, and due to impending state funding cuts, a net deletion of 5.6 vacant positions in the child support department are also proposed. The DA also includes a net decrease of 2.2 positions, while a net of 2 full-time positions are proposed to be added in the DA budget. You see an overall decrease on this slide due to a reduction in the part-time help. We now turn to supplemental requests for law and justice. The total law and justice supplemental request amount recommended for approval is approximately $3.65 million. This year, the Sheriff's Office did not submit supplemental requests as the department is focusing efforts on filling the positions that have been previously approved, and our office really appreciates this fiscally judicious approach. Of the $3.65 million in recommended supplemental requests, the District Attorney's Office requests comprise a little more than half of the total requested amount at approximately $2 million, and the Public Defender at approximately $1.7 million. The District Attorney has also requested additional positions and outreach items that are currently not recommended for approval in an amount of approximately $703,000. As a reminder, after the conclusion of my presentation, the District Attorney will be speaking along with brief remarks from the Sheriff's Office and then from the Public Defender. I will begin with the Public Defender's supplemental request, then discuss the District Attorney's supplemental requests. Okay, so for the Public Defender has requested supplemental funding in a total amount of approximately $1.7 million. Of the $1.7 million, 5 new positions are recommended for approval, totaling approximately $1.2 million. 4 attorney positions are needed to help reduce the caseloads carried by the deputy public defenders, which are substantially higher than the standards established by the National Public Defense Workload Study. A legal administrative supervisor is also recommended to manage the public defender's clerical division and serve as the system administrator for its new case management system. Approximately $499,000 is also recommended to support lease costs and tenant improvements for new office space in Stockton and Manteca. The public defender requires additional space to house the new positions included in this proposed budget. Okay. So moving on to the District Attorney, the proposed budget includes supplemental funding of approximately $2 million, which includes 5 positions to primarily support the increase in workload in the Bureau of Investigations and the Family Justice Center. Additional funding needed for the $480,000 in costs for expert witnesses, approximately $238,000 to support new computer software for the new case management system and pre-employment background services, approximately $132,000 in rent expense for the Family Justice Center's new location, approximately $108,000 in general purpose revenue to backfill lost grant revenue in the Family Justice Center and support its operations through 25-26, $75,000 in consultant services for leadership development, and a net of $66,605 for the new South County office. So this slide here has the funded requests that are recommended for approval, and what you see next here is the unfunded requests. In addition to the recommended request, the District Attorney has requested supplemental funding in the amount of $702,090, which the CAO has not augmented the budget for yet. The unfunded amount includes 4 positions in outreach for the fentanyl and safe bar programs. The County Administrator's Office developed its recommendations for supplemental funding cautiously, and due to limited funding, the CAO relied on departments to prioritize the most essential components of their supplemental funding requests. The funding recommendation for the District Attorneys of nearly $2 million is the largest of any county department in 25-26 and follows an exceptional increase of $8.1 million for this department in the prior fiscal year. It is recommended the DA use 24-25 appropriations to purchase outreach materials for the fentanyl and Safe Bar programs. In addition, the 25-26 DA narcotics enforcement budget does include $108,600 for outreach materials, media advertising, and other costs related to the fentanyl first unit. Regarding the position request, the request for additional positions for the new South County location is considered premature at this time. Tenant improvements are estimated to be completed by December 2025 at the earliest. Regarding the interpreter positions, the court is generally responsible for the cost of interpreters, and this request ranked amongst the department's lowest priorities. As a result, the CAO did not recommend funding of these supplemental requests. Chair Canepa and fellow board members, this concludes my presentation of the Law and Justice Functional Area. At this time, I'd like to invite the district attorney to give his remarks, followed by brief remarks by the Sheriff's Office, and then a presentation from the Public Defender's Office. The DA will speak on his unfunded requests in more detail and provide any updates to the initially requested amounts, including any changes to the requests. Thank you. Hi. Do you want to speak here, or do you want to speak? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Administrator Regalo, members of the board. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very excited and honored to be before you and present the remarkable progress we've achieved since I took office in January 2nd, 2023. In these 898 days, yes, I've counted, we've restored, rebuilt, and refocused your district attorney's office with unwavering dedication to justice, accountability, and community service. We reprioritize our victims, making them first, giving strength to survivors, holding individuals accountable through a three-pronged approach: education, early intervention, and enforcement. We raised our charging rate from a national low of 53% to well into the 70s. We've hired 149 dedicated employees, and while we were speaking here earlier today, we hired one more, so we now have hired 150 employees in our 898 days. I challenge you that we probably had not hired 150 employees in a 10-year period since I've entered the district attorney's office. We've strengthened our partnership through task forces, including auto theft, metro narcotics, ag crimes, and more. We've also established last year 3 new task forces for the first time: our cold case investigations, human trafficking, and a high-tech crimes task force. We've demonstrated our accessibility by signing the first MOU with the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce and launching the SMART Act, Stockton Takes Action Against Retail Theft, to combat retail theft and organized retail theft. We've implemented Prop 36, resulting in over 95 felony thefts since its implementation in December 2025, and 74 drug filings, including the very first state prison commitment in the state for Prop 36, occurring on December 18th, the day the Prop 36 was enacted. Together, this sends a clear message that your district attorney's office is open for business and paying is no longer optional in San Joaquin County. And like the message, and like that, we've also sent a message by impounding 88 cars with the sheriff's office that were used in a sideshow here in Stockton. With race-blind charging and the Racial Justice Act, we are leading the state in ensuring we prosecute for evidence over ethnicity and that the right cases are being prosecuted for the right reason. In our educational initiatives, we've launched the See Something, Say Something campaign with the City of Stockton that just resulted in the arrest of 3 individuals for committing 3 murders, 2 of the victims of which were 17 years old. We partner with Truckers Against Trafficking to alert about the problems of human trafficking. We distribute fraud awareness materials to elderly homeowners and renters so that they are aware of predators that are out there. We are Just Say No to Illegal Fireworks campaign is currently running. You can see our billboards up, one of which is on 99 by Murata. We've also led a public safety campaign for copper wire theft that resulted in a 93% reduction in copper wire thefts in San Joaquin County. Currently, we're hosting the Youth Leadership Academy for this. This is our second of 3 weeks. And we're also co-hosting National Night Out with the sheriffs, the Board of Supervisors, and we invite you to attend at Lincoln Center on August 5th to attend with us. In our early intervention efforts, those simply are our victim services, because we know that today's victim is most likely to be tomorrow's defendant. So by expanding victim services, we had record years in both the Victim Witness Advocates and the Family Justice Center, with our Victim Witness Advocates providing services for the first time to over 20,000 victims, and our Family Justice Center for the first time providing services to 3,600 victims. We've also, through early intervention, introduced our Project Navigator for Constructive Change Diversion Program, and work closely to instill that we have U visas and expungements to get people back to work and safe. In many instances, we employ all three: enforcement, early intervention, and education, such as our FIRST program, which the board established in July of 2023. FIRST is an acronym for Fentanyl Intervention Response and Safety Team, and we've conducted over 60 school rallies in high schools and middle schools, reaching out to over 15,000 students, promoting the One Pill Kills campaign, and contributing to a decrease in fentanyl-related deaths from a two-year high of last year's high of 2 years ago of 169 to this year's reduction to 119 fentanyl-related overdose deaths. We've had media outreach through television, radio, streaming, billboards that has reached over 9 million impressions, and that with the limited budget we have. And I suggest to you that we've also seen in that 9 million is actually 5 times the amount of outreach that we've seen people who have spent 5 times as much as we have in the district attorney's office. We are also the first in the nation to use social media influencers for our fentanyl intervention strategy. While it's easy to say that we know how to speak to our target audience, these social media influencers were very, very successful in getting the message out to young adults and individuals about One Pill Kills. And this social media influencers is now being picked up across the nation. We also have law enforcement training. For every overdose death we have about 5 individuals that are, as Supervisor Gardia would tell you on the fire department, that are revived from Narcan. And we're teaching law enforcement to seize those phones so we can identify the hot doses and get those individuals off the street. Also on FIRST, we've now dedicated, instead of a half prosecutor to narcotics, we now have 3 dedicated prosecutors working with our state, local, and federal task forces. And also, if someone provides fentanyl and someone dies, now you will be charged with murder in San Joaquin County. Also, on June 27th, RTD is unveiling our fentanyl bus, our One Pill Kills bus, and we invite you to the unveiling, and we look forward to seeing it there. If you can't make it, it will also be in the 4th of July Stockton Parade. I can't do this by myself. I have an amazing team that does this, and I'd like to acknowledge some of the awards that our prosecutors and team members have achieved over the last year. Investigator Misty Springmeyer was recognized by the Manteca Rotary as Prosecutor of the Year. Deputy District Attorney, let me try that one more time. Deputy District Attorney Peter DiVincenzi was elected to the San Joaquin County Superior Court bench. Deputy District Attorney Kibby Day was selected by the San Joaquin County Bar Association as the Unity Bar Attorney of the Year. And we just got word this week that Supervising Deputy District Attorney Frank Cougar has been selected as the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Prosecutor of the Year. Rhonda Manning, who we affectionately call one of our fentanyl moms, who participates in the school rallies, having lost her son Major, was recognized by the California Narcotics Association, not only as the Citizen of the Year for the region, but the Citizen of the Year for the state. And Alexis Wilbur, my Family Justice Center Director was selected as State Assembly Woman of the Year. So I'd like to thank all of our stakeholders for making this happen, our partners with the CAO's office, Human Resources, General Services, auditors, my partners in law enforcement at the Sheriff's and Probation Department, and all of our stakeholders for helping us accomplish this, including our public, private, first responder, and faith-based shareholders, and the Board of Supervisors, because without this, we cannot make this happen. But please know, whether it's sideshows, organized retail theft, fentanyl poisoning in our community, environmental protections, or just good old shooters, stabbers, rapers, and robbers and killers, your San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office is working for all our stakeholders to make our community safer and to prosper for 175 years. And we're just getting started. So while we made significant strides, our work is far from over. Today, I advocate for two critical funding sources, for 2 Spanish language court interpreters and 2 victim witness advocate positions. Why does this matter? And San Joaquin County continues to grow, and statistics for 2025, census statistics, now show us passing San Francisco and becoming the 13th largest county in the state. As San Francisco fell to 800,000 in population, and we have risen to 813,000. And most of that growth continues to be growing in the South County, which is some of the fastest growing communities of Mountain House, Tracy, Manteca, Ripon, and Lathrop. And that is why today we're here talking about the first full-service district attorney's office that will be located in the South County, providing attorneys, investigators, victim witness advocates, and a family justice center, and be located in the Lathrop Business Park, because individuals don't have to drive to Stockton just to get justice. We've also, as we pointed out, had a record year providing services, and our population is still growing for victim witness and our family justice center. Also growing simultaneously is our Spanish-speaking population, which deserves equal access to justice. Without these roles, we face delayed proceedings, unreported crimes, and potential miscarriages of justice. Interpreters are a legal necessity, ensuring real-time, accurate communication in court. Victim witness advocates, quite frankly, I think this is a job tougher than mine. They are lifelines for victims, providing essential support and fostering cooperation. Investing in these positions reduces court delays, enhances conviction rates, and strengthens community trust. These funding areas also reflect our commitment to justice and the constitutional rights of every resident of San Joaquin County. So in closing, I urge this board to approve the funding for these essential positions. Together, let us ensure justice is not just a promise, but a reality for all in San Joaquin County. So, and also, during your meeting, analyst Hatif was not aware of, but we have worked out a solution for our outreach funding. So we're withdrawing that $400,000 request and just proceeding on the 4 positions at this time. So thank you to Administrator Sandy Regalo, Assistant Administrator Brenda Kiley, and our analyst Susie Sayers. Also, special thanks for the District Attorney's Office of Human Resources, Jennifer Goodman, whose class study made this possible for the interpreters, and for the first time this is being funded in the District Attorney's Office. We also thank General Service Director Dan Wirtz and his team, and also Auditor Jeff Wolkamp for his assistance in this, and also ADA Rick Price, without whom none of this happens. And especially thank you, Board of Supervisors, for what you have done for the District Attorney's Office and where we are going next. So I'm available for any questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you. That sounds like a lot of amazing work in the community, holding people accountable for their crimes.
Thank you, Chairman. We have a great team.
So just one question for this is, when are the, because I mean, I get that you need these positions and it's in I don't know, Dolly will, so South County obviously needs those services. Do you think it's gonna be done in the middle of the year? So, I mean, the thing that I have with giving you the money out of our supplemental fund is I'd rather get you in your building first, so there's some concerns about heating and air conditioning and some other furniture costs that are going up. If I give this money to you now, it goes in your coffer and I don't have access to this. So, I mean, I'm all for this, but I mean, if this money's not needed till, December, I don't know that we encumber it from now till December. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know what other board members think, because the dream team of Brenda and Jennifer and Sandy, they need our backing because, I mean, all these people have taken other supplemental things out of their departments, and this is kind of the only one that's gone through. So, I mean, if we could work with it and figure out when it's gonna be done, because if the improvements aren't done till December, I mean, I don't know how long it takes to ramp up to train these folks. But I don't want to step on South County because I know they need services and it's important, so I will defer to them.
And Chairman Canepa, that brings up a very good point. While technically we may not move into the South County office into December or January, the need is right now. We already see that the Tracy Police Department, Manteca, Ripon Police Departments need more victim witness advocates. So while they'll physically move to that location, because of the increase in our population, the increase in South County, we need these individuals now. The other problem also is that if we don't fund this until January, then by the time we recruit and we hire and everything else, we probably will not get those services to May or June, those individuals, because we have to pass law enforcement backgrounds and everything that's needed. So by allowing us to do this, we would be able to be ready to go and also be providing services. Second off, also what we see is that, this is very, very important. This is a very small amount. I think it works out to less than $250,000 to get this ramped up and to get it going. So, and my victim witness advocates is one of the few areas that we're, I think, about 95% staffed. So this is an area that we have made high progress on our vacancies on. We're ready to go, and there is a need in the community.
Okay, so you guys are almost at, I saw one of the benchmarks, 300 employees. Did you reach that, or now you're over it with 301 with the new hire that you just did?
Yes, I believe right now we may be at 317, maybe my number.
And vacancy number, so vacancy, I mean, is there a little bit of wiggle room in the money in the budget for when those next people would be?
And the ADA just whispered to me, in victim witness, we're 100% full.
100%,
So,
okay. Supervisor Gardia.
Sorry. Great presentation. I do like the work that's being done. We're tasked with a tough decision on making sure that we stay fiscally responsible. And you look at Sac County that, $62 million deficit this year. LA County is requiring all their staff members to reduce 3% across the board. And, a person who's gone through bankruptcy and layoffs and a reduction in pay and benefits, the last thing I want to ever see ourselves, overextend ourselves. And all the good work that you're doing with the staff that you have now, and I understand we're going to be growing in South County. I think I have the same concern of, when that facility's built, we definitely got to have staffing for that. It's good to hear that. I was understood that you did have some vacancies, that you had the ability to fill those spots prior to the South County facility being built. I'm glad that was straightened out.
quite honestly, my vacancies are in my attorneys and investigators, and we have strategies in place as for that. On the investigators, we see great progress being made by our new chief, a new background procedure, new recruitment, new prioritizing. So I'm very optimistic about the investigators. We'll be talking more about the attorneys, but in victim witness, we're 100% staffed. And I'm going to ask you this, and I'll just be honest. Don't balance your budget on the backs of my bilingual or my Spanish speakers, and please don't balance it on the backs of my victims. I don't buy fancy boats. I don't have a Bearcat. I just provide services to victims, and we do this all day, every day. I'm asking for a small amount, a very reasonable amount that makes a huge difference in our lives, especially following 2 record years where we have increased the amount of services, setting records for our 175-year history in San Joaquin County of what we've done. And now with South County being the fastest growing, this is a time to do it. So please don't balance your budget on the backs of my victims.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. And thank you, DA Freitas, for being here. I mean, your team does a hell of a job, so we can't say it better than you. But I know last year we gave in the supplemental request 8.1 million, and we gave you 42 positions, for which serve the expansion of services in the South County. So of those 42 positions, how many of those are filled?
14 of the 42 are vacant.
14 of 42? Now, those 14 positions, were those on the books for last year, so that was coming out of our general fund? Is that what it is? Right. So four of which serve the expansion of services in South County. What happened to those? Were those positions filled? Where did they go?
We're going to the experts. I'm phoning a friend.
Because just to let everybody know too here, while you're looking for that, and just looking at this budget here this year, so we gave you 888,000 roughly, a little over 888,000 to support 5 positions, including 1 victim witness advocate for the Family Justice Center. Correct?
Right, and right now I have no vacancies in victim witness advocates of the 42. I have 2 vacancies in senior office assistants. I have 4 vacancies on the CAO's number for attorneys and 1 for a department information specialist.
Now, and also.
And 7 in investigations.
And correct me if I'm wrong also, the language interpreter positions, is that our responsibility to pay those, or is that the state of California?
What happens is because of the shortage of interpreters across the street, Chairman Rickman, Supervisor Rickman.
Well, you can call me Chairman, everybody does. Just joking. Not after today, I'm good over here.
What we see is that the court can barely get 1 interpreter into the courtroom. So us by having our own interpreter, as the HR class study points out, assist us to have interpreters for our victims and for our witnesses. And being court certified, they'd be able to go in and testify for them. For example, if the defendant and the victim or witness are both Spanish speaking, 2 interpreters are needed. So relying upon the court to do that. And many times we have to reimburse interpreters to do that in certain instances. So it isn't a completely free service, but it's definitely unreliable. And because of the unreliability of the courts only able to get 1 interpreter into the courtroom, usually for the defendant, that means that these cases get delayed, continued, reset, and justice gets prolonged for a longer period of time. So this is an innovative approach. It's a new strategy to working with this. It also frees up. So while our victim witness advocates may be bilingual and be able to assist, that also forces them into an unusual situation where they spend time interpreting as opposed to actually being victim witness advocates and listening and being able to assist in the needs of the advocate, of the witness or victim going forward. So yes, it's a complex problem, but this would be a novel solution, I think, that helps our Spanish-speaking community.
So would we be reimbursed by chance?
Really?
No, they can't even balance their own budget over there in Sacramento. All right, you have my answer for that, or?
So Supervisor Rickman, of the 42 positions that were approved for this supplemental request, 10 were for deputy district attorney positions, of which 4 are currently vacant. And I probably have to defer to the DA to know if their South County office is fully staffed with those new deputy district attorney positions that were filled last year.
All right, yeah, my question is, the reason I'm asking is we gave all these positions, 8.1 million, and if they're not, kind of like a Supervisor Garcia was saying, if there's not positions that are filled, I mean, we gotta balance it somehow. I mean, if you're not gonna be able to fill them, why don't we take those positions away for now? And then if you need these positions that bad, why can't we take it from over here?
I've been here 898 days. We took over on January 2nd, 2023. My partners in the sheriff's office and in probation have a 4-year head start on me. And that's why we've been rebuilding, refocusing, and restoring the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. And I can only do the best I can do. Yes, do we wish that we had more of the 42? But it's pretty impressive that we're actually down to 14. Attorneys are hard to find right now in the state. They're kind of the unicorn that's out there. I tend to lose one attorney a month. I lose them to longer commutes. I lose them to shorter commutes. I'm competing with the state that has no-show jobs where an individual goes once every 2 weeks. That's not what I need. I can't have a work-from-home attorney. I need individuals in the courtroom fighting for my victims.
No, hey, you're doing it, like I said, I mean, it's impressive of what you have done in the last, 818 days, is that what you said?
898 days.
898 days.
But who's
Excuse me.
No, actually, Mr. Chairman, if you said it's 818, then 818 is.
No, hey, you're doing a hell of a job, and I mean, and if you see what this board has done, and the emphasis we have on our public safety, I mean, hey, we're building a new DA building, right down the street, and the 8.1 million last year, and 2.6 million, I think, this year. So our commitment, I think it's the public sees it, and you and everybody in our law enforcement agencies, the social services, everybody's doing a hell of a job, and we hear it. I think we all hear it. From our community. So we appreciate you and your team and everybody. So keep up the great work. And with that, Chair, I'll yield my time.
County Administrator.
I'm sorry, excuse me, through the chair, I just wanted to answer or add a little bit to what Supervisor Rickman had suggested, but then the DA did respond on the 42 positions. It sounds like 14 are vacant, but overall, I believe there are like 55 vacancies in your department. So to answer your question as far as, okay, well, and I don't know the reason why they're vacant, but the need of what you were saying, maybe we can switch if you need these now, but overall, there's 55 vacancies.
And for no lack of trying, I mean, that we've hired 149, now 150, because we just hired one more this morning, individuals in a 2-year period of time. These are all individuals that pass law enforcement backgrounds. So this is no easy hire. We don't just run a job ad and have someone on board. They have to be screened. They have to, there's a large process to get individuals in a law enforcement agency, especially in some of these specialty fields. But we've seen great progress. The board and through the County Administrator's Office has committed an advertising campaign for us to recruit law enforcement officers into our investigators position. We've seen great success with that. The Civil Service Commission, through the HR class study, has just approved a DA5 position, which our DA attorney classes went 1 through 4, and now with the 5th, this is going to help with recruiting and retention and make us more competitive with the neighboring Bay Area counties and our neighbor up at north in Sacramento County. So I appreciate you recognizing how hard we are working, and we are working very, very hard, but we are just getting started. We're not even 2.5 years in. My partners in probation sheriff have a 4-year head start on me, but we have no problems with the competition, and we look forward to catching up.
Have you tried Facebook Marketplace? Man, I'm on that thing all the time.
That's what we did our actual real estate fraud campaign on, telling people not to buy houses or rent houses on Facebook Marketplace, especially not to pay deposits.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fetus, your original request was 700,000 plus?
Yes, and we've given 400 back or 300, 292 already back.
232.
That we were able to negotiate this morning and withdraw on that, so we're down to, I think.
How much?
I'm sorry, if I can clarify.
470.
While I appreciate, yes, you're saying that you withdrew them. So working with our analysts, so we asked the DA, or we allowed him to use salary savings from 24-25 to pay for that 200 or whatever it was. Oh, thank you, the 232,050. So we asked him to use salary savings this year, 24-25. So that's how that was withdrawn.
Okay. So how much more are they asking?
For the 4 positions is 470,040.
And Jennifer, that will come out of the contingency funds?
That's right, the 5 million contingency provision budget.
Mr. Fetus, if my colleagues approve this, then how much time does it buy? When would you ask for extra again? Next year, following year?
Oh,
That did happen last year where we did this and then you came back like 2 months later.
Mr. Vice Chairman, we're fine tuning the organization. I think we're getting to a point where we're getting pretty close. I don't see very many more supplemental requests. I don't see any more positions. But, I am 918 days new in this job. And as things arise, obviously there may be challenges, but I don't anticipate us coming back with anything insignificant. That it would have to be pretty important, and it would be in a very small nature for us to come back.
If we add 2 victim witness advocates and not the interpreters, can we live with that?
Mr. Vice Chairman, through the chair, I don't ask for things that I don't need. I don't ask for 10 to hope to settle for 3. We need these positions. The work study does say this. But I do also understand that we're in difficult times. We are a good partner. I think through our notes that we've given back 2 full-time positions that were not funded and 4 part-time positions this year. And we want to work with the county. So if the Vice Chairman were to propose that, we would take the 2 victim witness advocates and we would ask maybe for the language interpreters at another time when we have a better idea of what the future holds fiscally.
Right.
So I'm a lawyer. I'm used to long answers, wordy answers, so that would be a yes.
No, when you said that don't balance your budget on the back of the victims, those are very strong and touching words. And I can't speak on behalf of my colleagues. I don't want to say no. That's why I'm looking for some kind of compromise where, you can get maybe something in increments or phases and still able to provide the services.
Part of going over the statement and talking about our 2.5-year history is how good this board has been to me, how good this board has been to my office, how good this board has been to victims. So, we would support a compromise of doing the 2 victim witness advocates this year and the 2 language interpreters at a later date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I can support that.
Okay, Supervisor Garcia?
I'm not trying to balance the budget on the back of your victims, but I just got a couple more quick questions. What was the total salary savings from last fiscal year or this fiscal year?
Vacancy rate?
Vacancy rate with the vacancy savings, and where did that money go?
I'm going to do we have?
I think the person who I
Susie?
kicked out of this chair hasn't answered that. That'd be our analyst,
I
Susie
could-
Sayers.
Would you like me to check year-end actuals for salary saving?
Right, but of that, I think we've already allowed the DA to use quite a bit of the salary savings.
For the various.
232 here for the outreach, but then I believe, wasn't there a couple of million? Susie, please step up if you know a little bit.
For this,
For 24, 25, I think that's what Supervisor Gardea is asking.
For 24-25 salary savings. There's 1.6 for the document scanning project of the Crest Building. Then there's another $500,000 for Durst Furniture, 900 and something for the FJC new building, or new space in the Chase Building. And then,
Sorry, Susie, is that though what we're allowing them to use of their savings?
yes.
So all
Yes.
of that is being funded with their savings. Overall, if we could pull up just third quarter projections. Mo, do you have that number? Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like there is approximate savings of about 5 million.
So 5 million, but then what Susie just responded, we've allowed them to use probably 3? I don't know what
Yes.
you said.
Yes, because in those projections that we built in some of those numbers that I just spoke about.
Okay.
Do we have the ability with the vacancy savings to allocate funding of these positions with vacancy savings?
So, through the chair, the way we do that, so the savings in the current year will drop to the general fund. So that drops to the general fund. Now, it's going to be outside of what Susie just mentioned, that we've allowed the DA to fund this year. But, so going forward, that's not how we do it. It would come from the contingency in order to fund these. And I will just say, when we do a lot of work with this, and we have worked with the DA a lot. We've tried to come up with different options of getting to where he would like to be. One of them was to, you have 55 vacancies, if we can maybe trade them out, if there's something that maybe, if you really need these victim witness advocates right now, because of course, they're not going to be moved in until December or January, we're not sure, but I understand what you just said as far as the training and getting them up. There were all kinds of things that we did try. And so we are bringing forward the best budget that we can, knowing what we can afford ongoing. And so, but to answer your question, we would not use vacancy savings from this year. We've already allowed, and those are usually one-time, because they're one-time savings. So we would not, which I should have said that from the beginning. Those are one-time savings, so we wouldn't fund positions with them, because our position costs, as you know, salary and benefits are ongoing. So again, we brought you the best recommendation that we can and what we feel we can afford. So that would come out of the contingencies if the board chooses to. From the $5 million that we set aside in the contingency provision budget, that'll come right off at the top.
And Sandy, can I add? And that's if the district attorney does not want to use one of those or more 55 current vacancies, another option is to fund in 25-26 the victim witness advocates, but delete an existing vacancy in order to balance the budget that way.
For example, through the chair, first off, I cannot thank the CAO and the CAO's office enough for what they've done. Without their can-do attitude, we wouldn't have these accomplishments and we wouldn't be where they are. But we are good partners. We gave back one of the attorney positions on July 1st, and that's to pay the rent going forward on the Lathrop building. So we are working together towards solutions to make this happen.
So here's an idea. Why don't we get rid of the outreach part and just use that 232 for the 1 year of the interpreter and then eat the advocate? I understand it's one-time money. But I mean, if you use that money to cover the 232, it didn't go away. In my world, that didn't go away. And I get it, Ron, and I appreciate what you're doing. But I got people emailing me about the cost of that building, and I mean, I understand it, but there's general services and all these other departments that work collaboratively to keep this whole thing running. And when we get emails about that, Hispanic folks and their rights to have services are very important to me, so that was kind of a cheap shot. But for me, there's other things that people are in our ears, and and I hope you understand that because you get the same thing. So I've got people over there, the chiller thing, $750,000, the furniture is a $500,000 upswing, so that's $1.2 million. And then there's some jock questions, so just so people know that we are transparent and we do hear this stuff in the community, but that's what I have to counterweigh this budget stuff. So it is a balancing act, and it's very, very sticky from where we're at. So I just want to say that out there because—
Are the emails from people from my staff?
No, no, folks and Facebook and all the other stuff that people think that we don't pay attention to, that we do pay attention to. And I take it very seriously when people come into question about, hey, we're misspending money and you guys don't know what you're doing. So that's the other side of it. So it's hard anyway.
I'm sorry that's happening through the chair, but quite honestly, I inherited this.
Yeah.
And they were already halfway down the path, but by the time this was already done, the furniture had already been picked out, right. And we were able to make small changes on this, but yeah.
No, and it's a beautiful building. I was over there. We walked it because people complain, so we go and check it out. General Services took us over there. So I'm just saying that there's a little more variables in it than I wish it was as easy as just saying, hey, we need to help these people in the South folks that don't have interpreters, which is so wholeheartedly important. So it's give and take. So do you want to get rid of the fentanyl intervention or
Okay,
go ahead.
well, and
You're going to work your magic?
Well,
so I can
no,
quit ranting?
I'm just going to let the board know, which I stated earlier, but I will state again, in the outreach, the $232,050 that you're saying to just remove, we've already asked the DA to fund that with 24-25 savings. So he's, in a sense, saying, I'm withdrawing that.
Well, no.
So that's already funded this year.
I'm just saying, why can't we
24-25.
do the interpreters and lose the 232? If it's something that's making a choice, then we could lose the outreach, move that money, that 232, to fund the interpreters, and then we can fund the rest of the witness advocates and do a compromise that way.
You could
Sounds
do
good to me.
that, or I've agreed actually to the vice chair's compromise of withdrawing the 232 for the outreach, withdrawing the 223 for the interpreters this year, and just proceeding on 246 going forward for the victim witness advocates.
Well, I was just doing one better, but if you want less, then that's fine.
No, he's not getting less, which I appreciate what you're saying, DA. He is not getting less because we've already allowed him to purchase all of those outreach things, that $232,050.
But
he's purchasing that this year, 24-25.
Right.
So that's why he's taking that off, but he is stating that what Vice Chair had mentioned, to take off the language interpreters and then
But
just
my
fund
deal's
the
better
victim.
because it's in perpetuity, so he's getting positions that are in perpetuity. This is one-time funding, so he would be better off taking my deal. And not that it's my deal, because I think it's just a better way to solve things right now, but that's me.
I don't, so this becomes a policy
Okay.
decision.
All right, so we need to get moving because, so what's the will of the board?
Just, Chair, real quick, if you don't mind, I still, one thing I don't understand, I'm not understanding, is you have 55 vacancies. You think you're gonna hire all those 55 between now until next June? And so, to balance all this out, if you're not gonna hire all those folks, and, what's the percentage, meaning that you actually are gonna do it, then why don't you just swap them out? Then next year, once we find out what, get past all this uncertainty, and then you can just ask for those positions back, and if we're in the position to do it, we would do it.
I don't think I'm gonna have a problem filling the 55 vacancies. The problem I have would be I believe, 18 attorney vacancies I have at this, 20 attorney vacancies I have this. That seems to be my biggest challenge, but we're working with the CAO's office and the HR, and we'll be bringing a strategy to you to kind of fill those. So I feel very confident that as we're sitting here this time next year, I'm gonna have 35 of those vacancies filled and a portion of the attorneys. So probably close to 40 of those vacancies filled as we sit here next year. But attorneys still are the unicorn that's out there. They're in high demand across the nation. They're in high demand in California. We have a challenge in San Joaquin County that we don't have an accredited law school, so that we don't have kids in school that we can intern. So we have to pull from Sacramento and Davis. But we're working very hard. And the reputation of our office is growing, reputation of our county is growing. So it's becoming easier and easier to recruit.
Does anybody like my brilliant idea or no? Supervisor Garcia. You have the floor, sir.
Through the chair again. So going back to the option of using vacancies, would the DA have the opportunity to come mid-budget if he was able to fulfill and need those positions to come back to us and ask for those two victim witness advocate positions? If we were able to fill them with vacant positions now and there was a need in the future, would he have the ability to come back to us and fill those positions and put on the budget or do what we need to do to get those positions filled?
So through the chair, I mean, we do work with our departments to try and bring their position requests once a year during the budget, but we have, and this board or other past boards, have approved positions mid-year or sometimes when a grant comes and they have to hire for, so those are mid-year position additions. So yes, to answer your question, he would be able to come at a later date if he filled his 55 positions and he needed, he could demonstrate the need for the two.
My problem, Supervisor Garcia, respectfully, is that I'm 100% filled in victim witness. So I have the work already for him. I need the additional help. And if we don't fund these today, then we're not prepared to go forward, especially for the opening in December or January. So
I believe that. We're saying we could address that issue, I believe.
As far as having him come
Switching.
mid-year, or switch, yes. If he could, and we did offer that. If he could switch, you know, whatever positions that he hasn't been able to fill or he may not need at this moment, and if he really needs those victim witness positions, we have asked them to consider that. And from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what our records show is you do have one vacant. I thought you had two, but apparently you have one vacant victim witness.
Yeah,
No?
so in looking at the month end, unless something has changed very recently in the last couple days, in looking at the vacancy report, there are the main vacancies of the 55. It's primarily deputy investigator twos. There's 24 filled and 17 vacant. And then of the deputy district attorney fours, there's 82 filled and 20 vacant. And then of the witness victim advocates, I believe there's 7 with 1 vacant. Unless, you know, this is as of month end May. So.
And that one vacant, I was just informed, Little Bird told me that starts July 14th.
Great.
So we'll be 100%. Also, I believe the 16, 17 vacancies that you said for investigators, I think I have 3 started this week. I have 2 more starting next pay period, and I think I have 6 more in background. So we're making very big progress on that, and I have 3 more coming back on the investigators for the chief's interview. So I feel very comfortable that we're going to fill all of our vacancies. I feel less comfortable about our attorneys just because of the challenges. But we're working on strategies. We're making progress.
Okay. Vice Chair Dollywell, then we're moving on because otherwise we're going to be here up to midnight.
Mr. Chairman, from 702 to 246,000, I think that's a fair compromise.
No, that's 470. It's 470.
No, 246.
246.
All he's asking right now
Oh.
is 2 victim
Okay.
witness advocates.
I can live with that. Okay. You guys okay with that? $246,000.
So through the chair, I don't know if you are asking for a recommendation after every functional area, or if the board is
Okay,
going
we'll
to
just wait. We'll
entertain
just wait. Okay.
that at the end. I don't, however you'd like to do that.
Perfect. Thank you for all the data. That was very good that you guys got that data so quickly. I appreciate that. Not many people would be able to do that with all those numbers and the staffing. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. So we're doing it at the end then. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DA Freitas. And thank you for your staff and time, and thank you for everyone
Well, we thank
putting
you.
up.
None of this happens without
Yes,
you.
it is a community effort. And I mean, that's just the thing. There's so much to balance, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So at this time, the Sheriff's Office I'd like to invite the Sheriff's Office up to make some brief remarks, followed by a presentation by the Public Defender's Office.
Good afternoon. I'll keep this short. Chairman Canepa, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and Madam Clerk. On behalf of the Sheriff, we'd like to say thank you for all the support. I know we didn't ask for any supplementals this year. You've been so gracious to us and so supportive in the past through all the new programs, Investigative Service Unit, a new plane, on and on and on. DA Freitas didn't mention a plane. I'd also like to say thank you to CAO Regalo, Mo, for all their help, and then our own fiscal team, Nasim, and his staff for keeping us on track. Again, with everything you've given us, I look at it like this. You've given us all the parts to build the best motor. We built that motor, but this is a year that we'll tune it to get the most out of what we got. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been,
Questions?
it's been great. I mean, helping, the health background checks has been amazing. The 2 HR folks that we gave you has been helpful. The dive team, you forgot to mention the dive team, that's been doing an amazing job. And having happy employees under contract is also a big win for San Joaquin County, so.
We've been blessed and we recognize that, so.
Yes, so thank you so much. Supervisor Gardia.
I think when you guys are able to achieve, retention and you guys are able to recruit where a lot of police departments across the nation has a difficult time of doing that. So you must have the right recipe of doing something right, and I appreciate it, what you guys are doing, and should have asked for another airplane or helicopter today. Just kidding.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank
That was
you.
very short and brief. It helped my time schedule there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, through the chair, I'd like to invite the Public Defender to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chair Dhaliwal, who just left, members of the board, CAO Regalo, County Council, and Clerk of the Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of the accomplishments that the Public Defender's Office has achieved over this last year and to highlight some of our goals for the upcoming fiscal year. Fiscal year 24-25 was a year of major accomplishments for the Public Defender's Office. One of the department's SMART goals was to transition the department into a paperless office. In February 2025, we took the first major step in that direction by launching our new cloud-based case management system, Defender by Carpel. This new system is already improving efficiency and the quality of representation by providing our staff access to all case information anytime, anywhere, through the deployment of tablets the staff can take with them to court, to the jail, to the hospitals, or when interviewing witnesses out in the scene. It allows us to access information from other sources, such as the court's case management system, ATIMS and Axon, which hosts digital discovery, such as body cameras and 911 calls. We expect to reach our goal of achieving a paperless office by the end of fiscal year 25-26. We have contracted with ECS Imaging to scan and index all closed files, which consist of over 7,000 boxes of files and 6,000 rolls of microfilm. These files will all be uploaded to Laserfish and will be accessible through our new electronic case management system. It is anticipated that this project will be completed by the end of this calendar year. Another one of the department's SMART goals was to reduce the vacancy rate by focusing on efforts to recruit and retain attorneys. To achieve this goal, the department has forged relationships with law schools throughout Northern California and has created a robust internship program. In fact, we had so many interested candidates this summer that we had to turn away very qualified candidates. We have 5 summer law clerks, 5 paralegal interns from Delta College, and 5 high school interns currently working in our office this summer. Through this internship program, we have already hired 2 attorneys and 1 full-time paralegal, and we have decreased the attorney vacancy rate to just 5%. When I stood before you this time last year, we had 8 attorney vacancies, and the board was kind enough to give us 4 attorney positions. We filled all 8, and the last 4 positions that I have are currently being held for other people. We have 1 who just started this month. We have 1 who, an offer is outstanding, will be coming to visit our office and tour the courthouse before he makes a determination. We have another one that is being held for our job share attorney who tends to go full-time in July. And the last one is on hold, hopefully, for a paralegal who is just awaiting background check. So we anticipate having all of our attorney positions filled very shortly. Looking forward to fiscal year 25, 26 and beyond, while we are doing a better job of filling and retaining our attorneys, the staff that we do have are required to do more now than ever before. County-wide statistics that were posted by the Judicial Council of California show that criminal filings were up by almost 7,000 between fiscal years 23 to fiscal 24, and that the number of jury trials in that same period went up 38% from 71 trials to 98 trials. While the Judicial Council has not yet released fiscal year 2025's numbers, our internal numbers show that the Public Defender's Office alone tried 53 criminal jury trials from July 1st, 2024 up until June 6, 2025. And we have achieved excellent results. Of those 53 jury trials, 13 ended up in either full acquittals or acquittals of all felony charges, and 7 of those trials resulted in hung verdicts. In addition to the cases that actually went to trial, 40 cases were dismissed either the morning of trial or the morning before trial. 91 cases either pled or granted diversion on the morning of or the day before trial. That's an additional 131 cases that we had to go through complete trial preparation on, that we dedicated hours of time of our investigators, our paralegals, our attorneys to prepare for a trial, money we had to expend to hire experts to be prepared to testify, all in order to get a fair and just result. With the increase in these filings, the increase in cases set for trial, and the increase in the volume of discovery thanks to technology advancements, the staff for our department is going to need to continue to grow just to keep up with the workload and to retain the attorneys that we do have and avoid staff burnout. However, we cannot continue to grow the department to keep up with this workload without also increasing the infrastructure to support the workforce. Therefore, the proposed 25-26 budget includes funding to rent additional office space in the court tower right next door to our current building, as well as an office space in Manteca to support our staff who are assigned to the South County Courthouse. This year was also the third and final year of the Public Defender's initial grant with the Department of State Hospitals. Over the course of the 3-year program, 31 clients were accepted into the program. Each of these clients suffer a substantial mental illness. 12 clients have successfully graduated from the program and had their cases dismissed, and 7 clients are still actively participating in the program. Our clients spend between 12 and 24 months in the residential program where they receive housing, food, and all of their daily needs. They receive psychiatric services, medication, one-on-one counseling, group therapy, trauma-informed therapeutic services, and substance abuse counseling. They were also transported to the Gibson Center twice a week where they receive life skills and socialization training in addition to group counseling. Every one of our graduates was connected with behavioral health services and assigned a case manager at least 1 month prior to graduation, and all have been placed in housing through behavioral health services. 10 clients are still currently in housing and actively engaged with BHS. 1 has reconnected with family and moved out of state, and just 1 of our graduates is no longer engaged with BHS. Our graduates have returned to school, obtained employment, reunited with estranged family, and bought their first car, and we could not be more proud of their accomplishments. Looking forward, we have contracted with the Department of State Hospitals to continue to provide a felony IST diversion program through June of 2029. We have been granted an expanded contract that would allow us to serve up to 62 clients per year. In order to achieve this goal and to increase the quality and number of services provided to the clients, the Public Defender's Office has contracted with Behavioral Health Services to help manage the treatment side of the program. We'll continue to provide housing and wraparound treatment services through a partnership with Glon Health Services and Behavioral Health. In addition to strengthening our relationship and our partnership with behavioral health, the Public Defender's Office is continuing to forge new partnerships in fiscal year 25-26. We are currently working with Partners for Justice to revamp our workflow and service delivery model to provide enhanced support and services to our clients, to help them gain release pretrial, and to assist in their transition back into the community after serving their sentence. Services will include reentry planning, application for public benefits and veterans benefits, housing referrals, assistance with barriers such as obtaining driver's license, birth certificates, and retaining their property. We will also be working with the Office of Violence Prevention and Friends Outside
to support the creation of a drug treatment diversion program for both juveniles and adults that will fill the gaps left by the existing drug court programs here in the county. By connecting clients to treatment and support services, we can help them to avoid a felony conviction on their record, thus increasing their potential for finding employment, finding housing, and maintaining sobriety. Through these enhanced partnerships, the Public Defender's Office hopes to improve both our clients' legal outcomes and their long-term stability, thereby enhancing community safety. As we head into fiscal year 25-26, I am very excited about the direction of the Public Defender's Office and the ways in which we'll be improving our service delivery moving forward. I am grateful to the Board of Supervisors and the County Administration's Office that they appreciate the importance that a high-quality legal defense plays in preserving the integrity of the criminal justice system, and I thank you all for your support. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm glad we promoted you. You just owned that. That's amazing. Your growth has just been amazing. So thank you for what you're doing. I mean, it's been amazing. The one day you were out there, she's out doing expungements on a Saturday at a friend's outside event at the Civic Auditorium. And I was telling people, do you know who she is? I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. So thank you what you do, because leadership is huge.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. Questions, concerns? Oh, Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. I should just say good evening, because we're going to be here till this evening. But great job, you and your team, what they do. And, you know, we just listened to talking to our district attorney for, I don't know how long it was, a while. But, you know, you always hear about this, you know, folks talking about on this board, talking about locking up bad folks, holding people accountable. But it's just equally important to make sure people get due process in a fair trial. So we appreciate that. One of the questions I have for you, and just in seeing on your experience, that, you know, I know with like Prop 47, many of the counties got rid of drug courts, and now with Prop 36 coming back and getting people, connecting people to services for substance abuse and so on. And at least what I'm hearing and what I heard when I was at a state conference, that they were seeing a lot of people not doing treatment, and it's just easier to do the time, do their time, get out, and continue to what they're doing. Are you seeing that?
I would say that's the vast minority of the clients that I have.
Okay.
There are some clients who, and I will be honest, if you're not ready for treatment, it's not going to work. And so there are clients who are not ready, and will make that decision. But the vast problem that I'm seeing is that there are people who do want the programs and they don't have them available. The hardest thing, I think, is the housing instability. I think that causes a lot of the relapse when you're in the environment that is maybe unsafe and not the best environment to be around, and you're around those triggers that are stressing you out. And I do believe that with the expansion and a lot of what behavioral health has been doing to provide extra services, to provide additional housing, I think that we are on the path moving forward, that we can actually make a difference. And I do believe that the vast majority of my clients really do want the help.
Now, how is your office connecting people with those services to get them that help? Is that something in your wheelhouse, or?
I didn't hear the first half of the question.
You know, connecting folks to these services. I know we have, you know, general services and public health and so on, but your office, you have a client that comes in and, you know, he or she's on, you know, a substance abuse user. Now, do you connect these people with the resources that they need? The reason I'm asking this is, you know, we do, if I'm, CEO, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, opioid funds and stuff like that we can still use, you know, to help your office to push these people into treatment or to get the services that they need.
And that's actually one thing that we haven't historically done. That is my goal to be doing moving forward. So one of the things that I'm working with Partners for Justice on is they're creating a list of services that our department would be able to provide. And one of those things is referrals to substance abuse programming, referrals to mental health programming. In speaking with the Office of Violence Prevention and their drug program, their goal is to implant a social worker in our department to assist with those referrals, because they don't have to necessarily come from the court system, but they can come from anybody who indicates that their client has a need. So that is something that we're excited about doing and expanding those services. We haven't historically done it, but we're hoping that if we can, instead of, you know, waiting for them to be coming down the river and pulling them out and stopping them from drowning, if we can find a way to intervene early and stop them from falling in the river to begin with, that's what our goal is moving forward.
Well, just be aware that there is possibly those funding. I'm not gonna.
I did not know that, but I will be looking for that
And
now.
then you can talk to our CAO after budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garcia.
Just real quick, I just want to thank you for your presentation, and, you know, the great thing about sitting up here, it's always a learning experience, and to see what our team in San Joaquin County does, and I appreciate what your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to roads.
This is the Law and Justice Functional Area, and with that, I'll introduce Susie Sayers to provide an overview of the Roads and Facilities Functional Area. Thank you.
Chair, before, Mo, thank you very much for, what you do. And one thing I am disappointed about is that I haven't seen you at any of the block parties. And you say you're going to go to Tracy, and I haven't seen you in a while. So.
You'll see me at the next one. Thank you.
Wow, he put you on blast? Ouch.
Go Bulldogs. Thank you.
Susie, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, members of the board, Susie Sayers, Senior Deputy County Administrator. Next is an overview of the Roads and Facilities Functional Area. The proposed budget of $159.2 million is an increase of $15.8 million from the 24-25 adopted budget and includes various budgets from the Public Works and the airport. The next slide portrays the proposed budget by budget unit for this functional area. Public Works makes up nearly 94%, or $149.7 million, while the airport makes up 6%, or $9.5 million. The next slide shows the sources of funds that support the appropriations. As you can see, intergovernmental revenues make up 43%, taxes make up 17.7%, fund balance 14.2%, and cost reimbursements at 11.3%. The other sources of funds are portrayed along with their corresponding percentages of the total budget. An overall decrease of 2.7 FTEs for roads and facilities consists of an increase of 1 full-time position offset by a decrease of 3.7 part-time FTEs. Roads and facilities includes $29.1 million in the construction budget for 29 locally funded pavement maintenance projects. It also provides $3.9 million for professional surveying and construction management services to support these efforts. Also included is $18.4 million in the roads district budgets, which will cover chip sealing of 138 miles of roadway, slurry sealing of 32 miles, and the restoration and reconstruction of 13 miles of roadway. This concludes the roads and facilities overview, and the department heads and I are available to answer any questions.
Good. It's been amazing, with all the stuff that we've learned about garbage and roads, and it's made me a better person, honestly, but it's the staff that makes the change. We've saved so much in people for garbage rates. It's coming, I guess, in January. And the work with the landfills and the camaraderie going to, out to Public Works and I have to commend them on that. So there's Fritz over there. So thank you so much, because it's important that people feel valued in our organization. So Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. Yeah, ditto with what our chairman said. You guys did a great job. I didn't see anything in the budget though for Najee Circle. Where's Najee? No? I'll take that out of my District 5 funding for him.
No, they do an amazing job. Communication, roads down, trees down, the collaboration between the city and the county and our area, since there's so much overlap. So I just want to say thank you for what you guys do.
Okay, if there's no questions, then next I'd like to invite Senior Deputy County Administrator Adam Brucker, who will provide an overview of the health services functional area.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, members of the board, Adam Brucker, Senior Deputy County Administrator. At this time, I will provide an overview of the Health Services Functional Area. The Health Services Functional Area includes the Healthcare Services Agency, with the exception of Correctional Health Services and Veteran Services Office. Also included is the hospital, San Joaquin Health Centers, the 3 public works budgets listed on this slide, the First 5 program as part of the Human Services Agency, and operating transfers to healthcare. Oh, and environmental health. The recommended budget for health services totals $1.2 billion, an increase of $102.6 million or 9.3% from 24-25. This slide illustrates how the $1.2 billion is allocated to the various budget units and health services departments, with the hospital at 44.5%, behavioral health services at 31.6%, and solid waste enterprise fund at 6.5%. The $1.2 billion recommended budget for health services functional area is funded by hospital special revenues at 36.1%, intergovernmental revenues at 19.5%, and transfers in at 11.8%, among other sources. General purpose revenue or net county cost funds 3.3%. 2025-26 staffing is recommended at 3,455.9 full-time equivalent or FTE positions. This consists of 3,032 full-time and 423.9 part-time FTEs and represents a net decrease of 82.8 FTEs from the prior year, or an overall reduction of 2.3%. Changes in staffing by department are noted on the slide. It should be noted that all proposed position decreases are vacant positions. The decrease in staffing for the Healthcare Services Agency includes net decreases of 66.6 FTEs for behavioral health and 15.2 FTEs for public health. Supplemental funding requests totaling $1.6 million were received and are recommended for the Health Services Functional Area. The Public Guardian Conservator requested $871,055 to provide additional support for probate conservatorship for individuals incapacitated due to a major neurological disorder and who do not have alternatives to conservatorship. The Office of the Medical Examiner requested $745,948 for forensic autopsy services at $366,275. The addition of 1 medical examiner investigator and 1 administrative assistant at $290,667, and increased part-time help at $89,006. The Environmental Health Department requested $16,779 to fund a portion of the $155,744 cost to add a business analyst, the majority of which cost will be funded by an additional $138,965 in new revenue from solid waste tipping fees. As of March 31st, the county has received opioid settlement funding and associated accrued interest for a balance of $16.1 million. $14.5 million is programmed for use in the 25-26 proposed budget for the items identified on this slide, the largest portion of which is $13.8 million to reimburse BHS for the cash match for the Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act of 2024 Round 1 Launch Ready Grant Program for construction of the S.J. Bewell campus. The remaining balance of opioid funding is unbudgeted, with the majority reserved for the S.J. Bewell campus as identified in the opioid strategic abatement plan adopted by your board back on August 8th, 2023. The 25-26 budget for San Joaquin Health Centers includes a net decrease of 2.3 full-time equivalent positions. This consists of a decrease of 26.3 FTEs for part-time positions and 4 vacant full-time positions, and is offset by the addition of 28 new full-time positions. The recommended position changes will reduce reliance on contract labor, continue efforts to decrease turnover, expand services to fill current clinical space, and other patient-centered and revenue-generating activities. It should be noted that the budget presented here represents a portion of SJ Health's total operating budget, which was approved by your board as a separate item on today's consent calendar. The 25-26 budget for Public Works Solid Waste Division includes staffing enhancements of 11.6 FTEs and $14 million allocated for the construction of a new landfill cell at the North County landfill. This investment is necessary to ensure continued capacity and environmental compliance, supporting both current and future solid waste management needs. Chairman Canepa, members of the board, this concludes the presentation for the Health Services Functional Area. Department heads and I are certainly available if you have questions.
That was a lot of range, from garbage to health.
Pretty diverse.
Yeah, it's very diverse.
Yes.
And the sad thing is I've learned a lot about those, probably more than I wanted to. But I mean, so that's this, I was just talking about negative stuff. We got a thing about a $19,000 espresso machine at the county hospital. And then so it's just amazing that that's what people find in it. And I think it pays for itself in a month. So just so people know that when we do things, that there's probably a little bit of method to the madness. So thank you for finding the information, because that's kind of what we always get. But I appreciate what you guys have done with the hospital and all the other services that go under this. Solid waste is under there, and the proactive, moving forward and how we're gonna fix things and be, ready for the next 175 years. I think a lot of this that's in here gets us ready for that. So supervisors, I'll quit talking but I appreciate what you've done in that and in those areas, and obviously the clinics, the hospital, and all the other things that are encompassed in that. Questions, concerns? I guess you get off the hook.
Thank you very much. I better get out of here.
Yeah, run. No.
With that, I'd like to bring Kelly Cavello back up to go through the Human Services Functional Area.
All right. Kelly's back.
I'm back. Good afternoon. I'm here to present the staff report for the Human Services Functional Area, which includes the budgets listed on the slide. The 25-26 budget for the Human Services Functional Area is $637.4 million, an increase of $18.3 million from the 24-25 adopted budget. Human Services Administration represents the largest share of this functional area at nearly 45%, followed by CalWorks Assistant at 19.3% and Foster Care at 10%. The next slide shows the funding for this functional area. Intergovernmental revenues, comprised of state and federal revenues, fund 89.1% of the $637.4 million budget. General purpose revenue, or net county cost, amounts to just 7.6% of total funding for this functional area. Intergovernmental revenue remains the predominant funding source for the Human Services Agency. However, general purpose revenue has provided increasing funding for this functional area in recent years. The chart on the slide shows the budgeted and historical funding sources for the Human Services Agency. The proposed net county cost for the Human Services Agency, represented by the dark blue layer towards the top of the columns, is increasing by $5.3 million, from $39.2 million to $44.4 million compared to the 24-25 adopted budget. Net county cost is funding 7.3% of the 25-26 budget versus 6.7% of the 24-25 budget. The increase in net county cost is primarily a result of state funding, most notably 1991 realignment funding, not rising at the same rate as the cost of the Human Services Agency to administer the assistance programs. For 25-26, staffing is recommended at 1,556.7 full-time equivalent, or FTE, positions, a decrease of 0.8 FTE as compared to the prior year. This consists of a decrease in full-time positions of 7, offset by an increase of 6.2 part-time positions. Now we turn to supplemental requests for human services. The total human services supplemental request amount
recommended for approval is approximately $1.1 million. Of the $1.1 million, Aging and Community Services is requesting $885,170. CalWORKS funding received through the California Department of Social Services has been funding part-time staffing at each of the 8 community centers, the Summer Aquatics Program, and the Summer Youth Enrichment Program. CalWORKS funding has decreased while the cost of core CalWORKS service obligations, such as eligibility determination and employment services, has increased. Therefore, the Human Services Agency requests supplemental funding totaling $885,170. Funding of $673,170 is requested to continue to operate all 8 of the community centers by funding 8.8 full-time equivalent part-time positions. Funding of $142,000 is requested to continue the operation of the Summer Aquatics Program at the Kennedy Community Center Pool, which served 2,110 swimmers in 2024. Finally, funding of $70,000 is requested to continue the operation of the Summer Youth Enrichment Program, which offers youth aged 10 to 14 a variety of educational, athletic, and recreational activities. The 25-26 proposed budget has been augmented by $885,170 to address these requests. Funding is provided on a one-time basis. Programs will be reevaluated prior to development of the 26-27 budget. The Veterans Service Office, or VSO, has experienced a 129.8% increase in visits since fiscal year 21-22 due to the relocation of the office to a centralized location, expansion of the number of satellite clinics, and the success of more than 50 targeted annual outreach activities. The VSO is requesting $177,553 in supplemental funding. Funding of $133,954 is requested to offset projected decreases in California Department of Veterans Affairs, or CalVet, funding in the amount of $90,442 and cost reimbursements from the Mental Health Services Act, Community Services and Support funding in the amount of $43,512. Net funding in the amount of $43,599 is requested for a 0.8 full-time equivalent part-time supervising veterans service representative to provide additional supervision and reduce the time needed to draw down subvention funding. The VSO projects a $25,000 increase in subvention revenue associated with the additional support, partially offsetting the total cost of the position at $68,599. The 25-26 proposed budget has been augmented by $177,553 to address these requests. This concludes the presentation for the Human Services Functional Area. The department heads and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to make sure I got this right. So intergovernmental revenues at 89, we were like 89%.
Yeah, so that's state and federal revenue.
So if that's cut, I mean, that could have a drastic impact. If it does, where does this money, what would we do? Would it come from our general fund? Is that how we would make things up, or would cut programs? I mean, I know it's a horrible scenario, but
Right.
if it does happen.
Oh, there's Mr. Director
Hey,
Woods. I appreciate it because, yes, I think it would go to.
The bearer of good news.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chris Woods, the privilege of being your Human Services Agency Director. Much like high school, I wait to be invited to the party. I actually got invited to this one, so I'm happy to be here. Of course, Supervisor Rickman, through the chair, if some of these cuts were to materialize through the state budget, we will be taking significant action early in the budget, in the upcoming budget, to make changes. One, I've already paused hiring for our eligibility worker candidate pool. My concern is I want to ensure that we have the funding as we walk into this next budget to continue to hire staff. But I didn't want to bring staff on only to have an issue and have to lay people off. Right. And I don't say that to be alarmist. I just want to be realistic. And then the other thing is, one is the state, when they do make changes to the eligibility pool for our customers in the community, What happens is it often doesn't materialize in a administration cut in the current year. That will come in the following year, because the work that has to be done to make all the changes is costly and time consuming. So we may have some time to address that.
All right. Well, I just wanted people to know too, I'm not trying to be an alarmist or anything, but you look, 89% would rely on from the state and Fed, so any little change affects us in a big way and affects services. And if there is cuts out there, you know, the first thing people are gonna do is blame us. And it's, you know, you need money. And if the Feds and the state doesn't give us, and, you know, everything flows downhill. So that's, I appreciate it. You know, continue, you guys, good work.
And if I could add one more thing.
Absolutely not. We're done.
Perfect.
No, I'm
Thank
just
you.
joking.
Earlier, I did mention that HAP 6 was at risk for the, in the upcoming budget. HAP 6 was appropriate. I've received clarification. HAP 6 was appropriated in is already appropriated, by the state. It is HAP 7 that is at risk. So all of the planning that's going in the community, I just want to make sure that I clarify that, and because that is new information. So,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Just one question, the VSO upgrades at the building, where is that coming out of, general services or?
So I believe that's, well, we may have, I know we're using 2425, correct? 2425,
Right,
no?
because there's an addition of a bathroom and some walls.
Adam Brucker, Senior Deputy County Administrator again. Yeah, the item that came before you on the consent calendar, that included a recommendation to increase appropriations in the public improvement budget for $300,000. That's coming out of the capital outlay fund for 25-26.
Okay, so it's not a supplemental like this?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Any other questions, concerns?
Okay, at
Doing
this,
oops,
go ahead.
you're doing such a good job.
Oh, thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to Ashley Reinhardt, Management Analyst 3, to provide an overview on the educational functional area.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa and members of the board. Ashley Reinhardt, Management Analyst 3. I will provide an overview of the education functional area, which includes the County Library and the University of California Cooperative Extension. The recommended appropriations for this functional area totals approximately $11.5 million, which is an overall increase of $448,939, or 4.07% from the 2024-2025 adopted budget. As shown on this chart, the library represents 93.7% of this budget, while the UC Cooperative Extension represents the remaining 6.3%. This slide shows the sources of funds that support the $11.5 million in appropriations. It is anticipated that the various funding sources will cover appropriations and add approximately $4.1 million to the Library Special Revenue Fund. As you can see, tax revenue is the largest funding source at $14.4 million. The county library budget provides the county's share of the cost of the city-county library system, which is operated by the City of Stockton through an agreement. The library system serves the cities of Escalon, Lathrop, Manteca, Mountain House, Ripon, Stockton, and Tracy, as well as unincorporated areas of the county. Appropriations for the county library total approximately $10.8 million, which is an increase of $545,618 from the 2024-2025 adopted budget. The 2025-2026 budget includes $612,045 of new planned expenditures consisting of the items shown on the screen. Of that total, approximately $304,000 is projected to be ongoing. Please note these items are not supplemental funding requests, as they are included in the library's base budget. Cooperative Extension is a nationwide system for non-formal education established by Congress in 1914 to improve America's agriculture and natural resources, youth development, and family nutrition education. The University of California Cooperative Extension, or UCCE, in San Joaquin County brings research, educational programs, and innovative solutions to growers, families, and communities in the county. Programs are carried out by university professionals and highly trained and dedicated community volunteers. Although not mandated, county support is governed by Education Code Section 32330 and a 1960 Memorandum of Understanding between the Regents of the University of California and the County of San Joaquin. The UCCE budget presented here consists of the county's share of the cost. Appropriations for the UCCE total $723,678, which is a decrease of $96,679 from the 2024-2025 adopted budget. Appropriations cover the salaries and benefits for 4 staff members and operational costs for the program. This concludes the overview of the proposed budget for the education functional area, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Just have one question. What's the negative fund balance on page 63?
That's the contribution that will be going back to their fund balance because their appropriations are fully covered by the revenues from the property taxes.
What's the dollar amount?
$4.1 million.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Josh Bronco, Senior Deputy County Administrator.
For all of you wondering, we have 3 left. Just in case you're falling asleep.
Thank you, Chairman Canepa, members of the board. I am Josh Bronco, Senior Deputy County Administrator. At this time, I will be providing an overview of the capital maintenance and improvements functional area, which includes the budget units listed on this slide here. Overall, the proposed budget for capital maintenance and improvements totals $149 million, a decrease of 5.7% from 2024-2025. And this slide shows the percentage share of the overall functional area by budget unit, including public improvement at 66.8%, facilities management at 20.6%, energy-related capital projects at 8.4%, and 4.1% for the others. The $149 million proposed budget for the capital maintenance and improvements functional area is funded by use of fund balance at 42.9%, transfers in at 27.4%, and cost reimbursements at 19.5%. General purpose revenue or net county cost amounts to just 0.5% of total funding for this functional area. A total of 91.3 full-time equivalent positions are recommended in 2025-2026. This consists of 88 full-time and 3.3 part-time positions and represents a net increase of 1 FTE from the prior year. The increase is for a storekeeper 1 position added to facilities management to assist with procurement, inventory management, and delivery of supplies. Other allocated position changes include the transfer of the facilities management team responsible for energy and water-related capital projects, a total of 4 positions, to capital projects administration. The work completed by these 2 teams is closely related, and consolidating them will create a synergistic relationship between them. The proposed budget includes $84.5 million for the planned construction of several new facilities, including $45.7 million for the San Joaquin B-Well campus project, $26.1 million for the Sheriff's Office training facility, and $6 million for the demolition of the old courthouse building, as well as $3 million for the safe camping project. An additional $15 million is included to support capital improvements at existing county facilities, including $7.2 million for the 3rd phase of the Sheriff's Office security cameras project, $2.3 million for the 2nd phase of the Mickey Grove Zoo East End improvements, $1.3 million for roof replacements at Mary Graham Children's Shelter, and $1 million for unanticipated major repairs. This concludes the overview of capital maintenance and improvements. If there are no questions, I will move on to Parks and Recreation. Otherwise, Director Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services, and myself are available if there are questions.
Perfect. Questions? That's good. Thank you. You doing the next one?
Moving on.
You're up.
You're still stuck with me, yeah.
Yep. Moving right along.
So at this time, I will provide an overview of the Parks and Recreation functional area, which includes general services, Parks and Recreation, the Mickey Grove Zoo, as well as cultural services, which includes a contribution to the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. Overall, the proposed budget for this functional area totals $22.1 million, an increase of 85.2% from 2024-2025. This is primarily due to transfers out of approximately $7.3 million for capital projects related to parks and Mickey Grove Zoo. This slide shows a percentage share of the overall functional area by budget unit, including general services, parks and recreation at 88%, Mickey Grove Zoo at 8.1%, and 3.9% for cultural services. The $22 million proposed budget for the Parks and Recreation functional area is funded by general purpose revenue at 48.7%, transfers in at 39.5%, and charges for services at 9.8%. The Mickey Grove Zoo budget unit is newly established in 2025-2026 and will improve tracking and reporting of Mickey Grove Zoo operations. Historical revenue and expenditure data are still reflected in the General Services, Parks and Recreation budget. The proposed budget for Mickey Grove Zoo in 2025-2026 includes $1.8 million. A total of 66.7 full-time equivalent positions are recommended in 2025-2026. This consists of 44 full-time and 22.7 part-time positions and represents a net increase of 9.3 FTE from the prior year. The budget includes the addition of 2 new full-time positions and 4.4 extra help full-time equivalent positions for general services, parks and recreation. It also includes the transfer of 10 positions from general services, parks and recreation to the newly established Mickey Grove Zoo budget. Part-time FTEs of 2.9 are also included in the proposed budget for Mickey Grove Zoo. Now on to the supplemental requests. Supplemental funding requests totaling $1.3 million were received and are recommended for funding in the Parks and Recreation functional area. $1.2 million of this is supplemental funding for the General Services, Parks and Recreation budget unit. This includes $825,000 for landscaping services contracts, $170,000 for a security patrol for the community parks, $186,745 for a full-time park worker and park fee coordinator, $32,779 for a part-time nature center coordinator, and $9,550 for additional staff training. General Services is requesting $24,780 for a part-time park maintenance aide and additional staff training to support Mickey Grove Zoo. The San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum is requesting the Cultural Services budget be augmented by $39,780 for costs associated with additional storage space for the county's archives, and an additional $32,285 for increases in salaries and benefits to maintain the exempt status of 3 positions. The 2025-2026 proposed budget has been augmented by $1,320,919 to address these requests. This concludes the overview of the Parks and Recreation functional area. And at this time, if there are no questions, I'd like to introduce Mr. Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services, who will be providing a brief presentation on the community parks and then also some updates on the community centers as well.
Supervisor Gardia.
Can you explain the decreasing of the staffing for the parks outside of Mickey's Grove? You know, we're decreasing the staffing for what? You know, do you know what positions?
So the decrease is really transferring to the zoo. We haven't removed positions for the parks. We've added positions.
So we have adequate maintenance.
10 positions were transferred from parks to the zoo. And then we have added 2 full-time positions for parks, one to cover weekend services for the fee coordinator. Fee coordinator, we also adding additional maintenance position for the regional park. So we have, and then additional part-time staffing, some of those to deal with the boats, the paddle boats that we have going back at Shumway Oak again.
Mm-hmm.
So staffing has increased slightly.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know I visit the community parks in my district quite a bit, and some of the what I hear out there is that we don't have enough staffing to maintain our parks. Are we decreasing our staffing at those parks?
Well, one of the things we're looking at to help augment staffing is to have potentially look at a landscape vendor going out to RFP. We have a one-time funding for $820,000 to help provide additional maintenance to be able to get caught up in overall services, then to evaluate that and see if it's worthwhile to continue on year after year, to take the existing staff that we have, being a general fund department, and being one who follows after public safety departments. We also want to be cognizant of, if we add full-time positions, then if times get tougher and cuts are made, it's one of the first impacted departments would be staffing in the parks. Is usually where those cuts happen, to make sure that law enforcement, DA, public defender services can, continue with those same general fund dollars.
So we're actually looking at an RFP to have park maintenance similar to what the city of Stockton does?
Yeah, so we can find different creative ways to use existing staff and not, put anyone at risk, for potential position losses due to our current budget times.
Yeah, I mean, one of my biggest concerns that we've already shown a commitment to investing back in our parks, but if we don't have the proper maintenance and the manpower to maintain them, then we're going to be right back to where we were. So I just want to be very understanding that I'm in a position that, I want to see our parks get better, not go the other way.
Yeah, right there. Completely agree with you. As we put this effort into the parks, and again, the board has been very supportive by providing about $9 million that we're looking to reinvest for safety, security, enhancements to the park, and ultimately then once they're safe and secure, be able to get to new amenities in those parks. Yeah, we want to make sure that, we have the proper irrigation, they're maintained, et cetera. Restrooms, many of those are part of the presentation here.
All right, thank you.
So, good afternoon. Dan Wertz, General Services Director. Again, I want to thank the board and the CAO for their support over the last couple years with the parks. The slide here shows some of the major items that we have going on that we want to hopefully get into construction over the next year. Using some of the investment money that we received, we'll be moving forward in a master plan to look at all of our parks and the zoo. With that, we'll be able to look at setting standards for our parks, being able to then look at other communities as we want to roll out additional parks through that master planning effort. There's 2 parks that we're currently looking to improve their playgrounds, an inclusive playground at Shumway Oak, and that's funded with capital outlay as well as some grant funding. We have playground replacement at Gioni Park, and again, that's funded with grant funding and capital outlay. Security patrols, which we've already started as of April, and those we're getting good reports back. Those security patrols take place overnight and on the weekends, and we're getting good reports back from them when they notice things. We're able to go out and fix them or work with law enforcement, et cetera. We're moving forward with an RFP for security fencing. That RFP should be released in July. Irrigation upgrades, again, for the parks. Those will be moving into the design phase and hopefully go out to RFP in this next fiscal year. The public restroom upgrades, we're looking to install 8 smart restrooms throughout many of our parks. 3 are currently in design, and we should have those delivered in the next year. And then the remaining 5 locations will move and be completed by the summer of 2027. We're replacing the fishing dock at Westgate Landing. That's being funded from our facility maintenance team. And then further down the list, enhancing security cameras throughout many of our parks. One of the things we're excited about is Mickey Grove's mini golf. So we currently have completed the conceptual design of that. And the other nice thing with that is the Parks team is working on a naming convention. So the public can know, currently we're still accepting submissions through June 27th of 2025. Those submissions are open to youth ages 17 and under. They must have their parents and guardians' permission to submit their naming and a brief explanation. And if you go to the Parks website at sjparks.com, you can find additional information on that. We're also working on the South County Regional Park for the best district, 5th district. We'll
Traitor.
I want to make sure he's paying attention. You know?
Yeah, we're paying attention.
It's getting late in the afternoon here.
There went your budget. No.
Your budget's approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have been having some community outreach that has been taking place on that. We have come across some environmental factors that we need to work on due to the water table, and it is in a floodplain. That's having to change the design that will potentially have a greater size lake. And we have received some resistance from the city of Tracy on providing utilities and water, so we'll have to be using wells and septic at that location. And we will be moving into phase 3 and using $900,000 of one-time money to get to design build documents, hopefully in early 2026. Mickey Grove Zoo, as we pointed out, that is a separate budget unit. Some of the exciting things there are we are working towards accreditation, and by creating a separate budget will allow us to be a little more transparent in our overall operations and help with accreditation. We're looking at constructing new exhibits and remodeling the quarantine area, upgrading the electrical infrastructure for the zoo, improvements to the snow leopard exhibit, and also walk through in the aviary area, and also establishing new agreements with organizations to help support the zoo. Some of the other things that we do, while many of our parks are connected to our community centers, we just wanted to note that over the last year, using ARPA funds, we have replaced the flooring at the community centers listed on there. We have started kitchen remodels, and we will have those completed by August of 2025. And we've also installed solar at 3 of the locations. Just kind of a little before and after picture. Again, District 5. So some pictures of what the before and after is of our community centers. And then solar, we have updated some of our solar, and we're starting to see some returns. We have, to this point, based on our solar installation, we've probably offset about $13,000 in costs that we could have paid to PG&E by having the solar installed. So that ends my part of the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to Josh.
At this time, we're available for any additional questions before we move on to the next section.
Supervisor Garcia and Supervisor Rickman's next.
Great presentation. I got one question for you. How much revenue do we bring in from Mickey's Grove on an annual basis?
So I was just looking at this. The charges for services for parks and the zoo as a whole, it's about $2 million is what's included in this budget. So I think on the slide, it was like 8% of the overall operating budget. If you give me a second, I can find.
It was on that slide.
Well, that's between the zoo and parks in general. That's not just Mickey Grove, because that's going to include all the campgrounds and whatnot that we have throughout the county. But yeah, it's about $2 million is what we're expecting to bring in 25-26. So it is a significant portion. It's 9 or 10% of the overall budget for the zoo and for parks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because I didn't know, what was the one campground that's on the river that we have? I didn't even know we had that.
Well, Westgate Landing is on the river, and then Also Dos Reyes.
Dos Reyes, okay. All right. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, the community center looks great. And you look at the pictures, you know, it's funny. You look at them. I'm waiting for like Greg and Cindy to be in there cooking dinner. It looks just like the Brady Bunch. And what it looks now, it's awesome. And I've talked to some folks there. It's a huge improvement. My only question was, I know we talked about it before, the dumpster. Do we have any plans to? I hope we will, but to push that in the back so we can stop people dumping there and just looks like garbage.
Yeah, I mean, those are things, yeah, the trash dumpsters are a location where it does cause a lot of illegal dumping. As we're putting the plans for additional fencing around the parks, we will be looking at what we can do to fence or move trash locations to make sure that we can, again, anything we can do to reduce the amount of illegal dumping and things of that nature will just help the parks look better.
Right. All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Just as a side note to that, just don't put it where the truck drives on the pavement and eats the pavement because they're so heavy. Because that's kind of a lot of the problem with parking lots that get eaten up. It's not the cars, it's the dump truck that comes and picks up the trash.
Through the chair to Supervisor Gardia, just to follow up on your question, the parking for Mickey Grove is about $600,000 for next year. And then for the zoo, just the passes, the annual passes and the daily passes, we're expecting about $200,000. So between those, we're looking at about $800,000. There is some additional revenue for special events and things like that associated with Mickey Grove Park, but that's the overwhelming majority is those two items. Yep.
Perfect, great presentation. It's nice to see things happening.
Thanks.
So Chair, before we move on to special districts, it would be appropriate to ask if there's any public comment on the county budget public hearing.
Anybody from the public still here? Or is it all staff? Anybody daring enough to stay this long? Yeah, right?
Okay, and then now, I'm gonna turn it over to Susie Sayers. We'll open the public hearing for the 25-26 special districts budget.
I think you're taking it home, right?
Yeah, let's wake up now. You ready for your gavel?
Yeah, right?
All right, next is a public hearing for the special districts budgets. The 25-26 budget includes the special districts governed by your board, which provide funding for parks. Oh, there we go, sorry. Maintenance, street lighting, water, sewer, storm drain, flood control, stormwater pollutant prevention, and hazardous waste collection. The total appropriations for these services amount to $63.9 million. The purpose of the public hearing is to adopt the budgets for the special districts for the 25-26 budget. Public notices are published in newspapers and posted within districts with copies of the budgets, assessments, and engineering reports available for review through the clerk of the board. Presentations will be made by Parks and Recreation and Public Works for the districts they manage. It is recommended that the public be invited to provide comments following each presentation. At the conclusion of the public hearing, your board will take action on all the special district budgets at one time. So Chair Canepa, the first presentation is for the county service areas for Parks and Recreation. I'm inviting Ashika Lau, the Parks Administrator, to come up and present. Is she here? There's.
There we go.
Am I like gaveling?
Good afternoon,
Do I have
Chair,
to
members of the
gavel, or-
board, and CAO. Ashika Lau, Parks Administrator. Today I'm presenting the proposed budgets for the 8 county service areas managed by the Parks and Recreation Division for fiscal year 2025-2026. These areas represent our neighborhood parks, and each CSA is funded through a combination of property assessments, reserve funds, and support from the general fund. 2 CSAs, Madison and Woodbridge, will need to draw on their reserve funds to maintain current service levels. If additional funding is needed beyond what's available in reserves, Parks will continue to backfill those costs with general fund support. At Woodbridge Community Park, CSA number 48, You'll see an updated engineer's report included in this year's materials. It outlines the proposed property assessments, which remain mostly unchanged. Properties in Zone A will continue to be assessed at $16.76 per single-family equivalent unit, and properties in Zone B at $8.38. These rates are consistent with prior years. It's also important to note that in accordance with state law and the requirements of Proposition 218, this engineer's report has determined that 5% of total park maintenance costs are considered a general benefit. That portion cannot be funded through property assessments and will continue to be covered by the general fund as required. In addition to daily maintenance, we are continuing to implement projects that you heard Director Wertz talking about from the Park Division's 5-year strategic plan. Some of these projects are already underway or complete, while others are in the planning or design stages. These efforts are coordinated between parks, facilities management, and capital projects, and funding for them has already been identified. That concludes my overview of the fiscal year 25-26 CSA budgets. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? That was some interesting reading, all those numbers and districts and tax rates. The other thing is too, the overlap between, I'm on SAJAFCA board, and the rates of, some of the bond collections, and it gets kind of very interesting. So thanks for whoever has to do that budget. It can't be fun. Any questions or concerns from?
So what district would you say is your favorite?
District 5. Something tells me I should say District 5.
She's still on probation, just so you know.
I'll say anything.
Budget approved.
Thank you.
I'll remember that.
Sorry, shouldn't have said that. Just kidding. Thank you for your presentation.
Next, we have Cheyenne Raymond, from the Engineering Services Manager of Public Services, to discuss the lighting districts, maintenance districts, and county service areas that Public Works administers.
Chair Canepa, members of the board. The item currently before you is related to the county service areas, maintenance districts, and lighting district budgets, and comprises consideration of more than 100 special districts. These districts provide services such as water, sewer, storm drainage, street lighting, household hazardous waste, and or other special services to properties within the respective district boundaries. The proposed special district budget expenditures totals $37.9 million, which is approximately $2.7 million, or a 7% increase from the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. This is primarily due to an increase in planned capital projects. The proposed appropriations of $30.7 million reflects the $37.9 million in expenditures and includes $7.2 million in cost reimbursements. Each district is funded through one or more service charges depending on the particular service provided, which are paid by benefiting property owners. Property owners in districts previously approved multi-year rate increases or annual adjustment factors for 91 service charges. Of these 91 service charges, 16 of the service charges are a fixed scheduled increase. 37 service charges are proposed to increase to, 37 service charges are proposed to include a fraction of the maximum inflationary adjustment, and 38 service charges are proposed with no rate increase. The proposed rates were determined by evaluating operations and maintenance costs along with current reserve levels. Providing cost-effective service within small districts continues to be a challenge, due in large part to the limited economies of scale. Developing long-term financial sustainability continues to be significant for a few districts, given increasingly strict regulatory requirements, particularly for water and sewer services, and the property owner approval requirement for increasing rates under Proposition 218. To help ensure financial viability, several districts are being considered for rate adjustments during the next several years, the timing of which will depend on the duration and outcome of outreach efforts to affected property owners. Note, that due to the success we've had in recent years securing property owner consent for rate adjustments, rate increase proposals in coming years will primarily be inflationary adjustments. Staff will work with board members regarding outreach strategies that are tailored to each district's demographic and the nature of the proposed rate increase. We anticipate completing the process for at least 9 additional districts in the upcoming fiscal year. We currently expect most districts will achieve financial health by 2026, with 3 districts anticipated to recover over a long period. Funding for planned capital improvement projects is proposed within 26 districts, totaling approximately $15.3 million. These projects are listed in Attachment C to the board letter and include repairs and replacements, enhancements to improve service, and reduce costs such as water meter installations. Funding for these improvements is provided through capital reserves within the respective funds or secured outside funding. Chair Canepa and members of the board, this concludes my presentation. Staff are available to respond to any questions your board may have.
So this part, we're just accepting those because there was a couple of them, I don't know when it was, but they had real high costs that needed to be shared in the community. So that doesn't, we're not picking that, we're just saying this is the assessed value of what they pay now. Do you remember that? Or wasn't there one area by Elkhorn that needed some repairs and they didn't have enough money, so they had to, do we do that now, or does that, do you remember that one?
Yeah, and what you're talking about is the individual Prop 218 rate increase process for a single specific district. What the board is considering today is approval of the service charges for all 100 plus of our districts.
So Prop 218 is how we generate the revenue to collect that?
Prop 218 is how we seek property owner approval to increase service charges. We need to get proper.
Oh, that's when they have to vote, so you have to get 50 plus 1% to say, hey, it's okay to assess us more money.
Yeah, and in the case of many of our districts, it's majority of protest or 50% plus 1. But yeah, it requires property owner consent to increase service charges. And by the way, I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting a little rummy up here. Sorry. So that's just the dollar amount that we're charging for the services that we are rendering to those areas.
Yes, the Prop 218 process defines the maximum we can impose in service charges for a given service for a given district. The action you're taking today sets the service charges for the coming fiscal year for all of our districts.
And that's why it's just a COLA, so we're just doing it incrementally instead of something that's out of control that they
many of our districts allow us to do annual adjustments. And as Mr. Raymond explained, some cases we've taken the full adjustment. Sometimes we've taken a portion of the allowed adjustment, and sometimes we've taken no adjustment, depending on the fund balance and the financial condition of the district.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Any other questions? All right.
Okay.
I think we're good. So I needed to gavel somewhere in there. Open it up for the public to speak.
Yeah, we have one more speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'll take that gavel back then.
Next, I'd like to invite Alex Chetley up from Deputy Director of Development Services, introduce or to discuss flood control and water conservation districts.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Canepa and board members. The item currently before you is related to the flood control and water conservation district budgets, including the budget for the district itself, along with budgets for district zones 2, 9, and 10, and the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency Assessment Fund, the Flood Construction, the DWR Flood Maintenance Assistance Program Fund, and the McCollum River Water and Power Authority. These budgets fund flood hazard mitigation, levee maintenance, and water resources activities that are described in the board package and presented today for your consideration. Key activity areas in flood hazard mitigation include updating the county flood resilience ordinance to maintain national flood insurance program eligibility, identifying cost-effective opportunities to improve our community rating system rating to increase flood insurance discounts enjoyed by nearly 2,800 flood insurance policyholders in the unincorporated San Joaquin County area. Participating in ongoing efforts to plan for and implement 200-year flood protection improvements for the Mossdale Tract area. Administering 3 state emergency response grants totaling approximately $1 million that will enhance the county's ability to predict and respond to flood emergencies. Developing the next phase of the Acampo Area Drainage Innovation Project, utilizing a $2.25 million state earmark. And coordinating with SJAFCA to advance the Lower San Joaquin River Flood Risk Reduction Project. Levee maintenance priorities include completion of the state grant-funded deferred maintenance program to repair pipe penetrations through levee facilities, and maintaining active status of our levees in the federal PL 8499 program, which provides federal funding to rehabilitate storm damaged levees. On the water resources front, implementing Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements will continue to be a primary focus. Along with other groundwater sustainability agency partners, we will continue to implement the Eastern San Joaquin Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan and the Tracy Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Other high-priority efforts include working with local project partners to continue developing the county's amended McCollum River water right application, continuing to assist local partners with delivery of projects funded by a $7.6 million SIGMA implementation grant and a $6.5 million integrated regional water management plan grant secured by our water resources team. Working with the North San Joaquin Water Conservation District, East Bay Municipal Utility District, and other local partners to identify and develop future phases of the DREAM Groundwater Banking Demonstration Project, and continuing advocacy for the county's interest in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, including opposition to the state's Delta Conveyance Project. These activities are all consistent with the goals set forth in the strategic plan to meet water needs, which was adopted by your board in 2015. Chair Canepa and board members, this concludes my presentation for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District budgets. Staff and I are available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know it's not the most glamorous issue, but
It's very glamorous.
Yeah, it's very essential, but not very glamorous because I'm on and it's pretty painful. I've learned a lot though, so thank you for that. Any questions or concerns? They even wrote me into being chair for SJAFCA, so anyway.
Okay, so this concludes the presentation of special districts. We're available for questions.
That was opening the hearing like 10 minutes ago. So I've opened the hearing for anybody from the public that would like to speak. Seeing none, I'm closing the hearing. All right. Now it's back to us. It's back to our fearless leader over there. You're up next.
Okay. So that concludes this. So it goes back to the board to see if there's any policy direction or budget changes for staff.
So actually, was I supposed to do the special districts?
Well, so we'll do that. Once you give us policy direction, we'll do them in 2 separate votes, but at the same time. One after the other.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any closing comments that you would like to say what a wonderful job your staff did?
I opened up with thanking my staff. I really want to thank my staff, and this is Jennifer Van Stein's first year as chief. I thought she'd been doing this, and I realized later on that, this is your first year. So she did a fabulous job, so I really appreciate that, and the entire team. And again, a big thank you to our department heads and our departments and their fiscal staff. There's so much work that goes into this budget, not only from my office, but from countywide throughout all of the departments. And so just working with them, as we stated earlier, where we started with our supplemental requests, and after, I think we're funding 10.6 or so million, 5.2 million was withdrawn from all these departments. And so we so appreciate that, because it's so important that we can, that we're able to be able to sustain where we're at, keep the people, and retain our workforce, because those are all ongoing costs. And so we really, really, I can't say it enough how much I and my staff appreciate our department heads working with us, and just working with us and saving us the heartache later. We don't want to have to lose staff down the road. So, and there's just, in these uncertain times, and I guess that's all I would say.
Perfect, too. I want to commend everybody, too, because I know this takes months that everyone's been working on this, and we don't take it lightly. So thank you for what you do in the community. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sandy, and your team for all the months of work that you've done, even taking things home and doing it at home in your leisure time. But again, I want to thank all the department heads and all departments for biting the bullet on some of the things. I know some of the stuff that you would love to have, and more personnel, more equipment, and we would love to be able to fund everything that you want. But unfortunately, it's just not a reality. Being fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' dollars, and you see in our projections here, was it next year? Was it 26, 27? We'll start seeing if the projections are correct and our spending is still on point, we're going to be running into a deficit. And, and that affects, our credit rating. So, if we're not going to deal with it now, when are we going to deal with it? And, if we don't deal with it today, next year, we'll just have to, if you keep pushing it down the line, the cuts are just going to be harder. I know it seems like I'm being like a fiscal hawk, up here. But if you listen to some of the stuff that, we hear, we all go to CSAC, and I'm the board rep on the California State Association of Counties. And just a few months ago, within March, all the months run together. But, we're sitting in this meeting with all these different counties, majority of the 58 counties, and you hear the other counties talking about, hey, they're not hiring folks, they're cutting their budgets, how, they're in deficits, as Supervisor Gardia mentioned earlier, or they're cutting the budget back by 20%, and they're only doing emergency hires. I got out of that meeting, I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? And I talked to Sandy, are you sure? Are we right? Because everybody else is having such problems. And we are very fortunate to be in the position that we are. But however, the other thing that we're hearing, and, we talked about it today with the state, and, if our state government was in charge of the Sierra Desert, and, in 5 years, it'd be a shortage of sand. That's how, it's just ridiculous how you go from a surplus to a deficit, and of course that's going to affect us. How much it's going to affect us, we don't know. You saw what human services is. 89% of our budget comes from Fed and state, so we just don't know that uncertainty. We go up on COG and Council of Governments, and we're talking to our elected representatives in Washington, D.C., and hearing them talk, and the different departments, and, of their uncertainty of telling us, hey, we just don't know, So, that funding revenue that we rely on, what are we going to do if it doesn't materialize? And we have to be prepared for that. So, that's some of the concerns that we have, and that's some of the, reasons why, we're trying to be conservative and, for a rainy day. Because, hey, last thing what we want to do is, approve a huge budget and then have to make cuts when people already, are depending on us. So it puts us sometimes in a tough position, but that's the reason we are up here, to make that, tough decision. And again, we would love to be able to, give everybody everything. But, what, I heard from all of you, thank you very much for, taking one for the team and understanding, our predicament and where we're at here as a county and as a state. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Garcia.
First of all, I just want to say, I'm proud to be a rep of San Joaquin County, and I'm proud of the team that Sandy and your team have, the documents that you put together and the budget that you put together, that you really looked at the big picture. You looked at, a lot of one-time costs, not so much, the recurring, looking at vacancies, employee vacancies, and not filling those positions because we've been unable to fill those positions, with HR working on, retention and recruitment, with getting the county back into a competitive job, and pay in the market. I spoke to somebody recently in Sac County, and they were talking about building a soccer complex or building, at the rail yard, and they're talking about building this sports arena when they have a pretty big deficit. And I said, well, we're building a Be Well campus. We're actually going to build a facility that's going to help our citizens. It's going to, in my opinion, it's going to change the trajectory of our homeless population. We're actually going to have services in place to help our people. It'd be great to have a sports complex, but I think that's what we need more. And so I'm glad that we're putting ourselves in a position that we have to make difficult decisions, and not everybody's going to be happy. But I appreciate your team that's bringing what I see is a very fiscal smart budget, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I guess the big question is, what are we doing with the district attorney? So we need direction on that. What did we decide, or what was the middle ground?
That through the chair, that would be a policy decision.
I thought my idea was good, but I mean, I don't know. You said that 232, take that out of the fentanyl and then give, I don't know if we've already funded that, so you're saying that's out of last year's budget?
Out of the current budget. They're using salary savings to fund that now. So we presented our recommendations, and so that is a policy decision now. If you want to fund anything
There was
else.
447,000 somewhere I saw.
So I think the last request was for two positions.
For 447.
Which is let me find it,
$246,689 for
those
two
are the
victim witness positions.
And not the translators?
It sounds like he withdrew that request.
or I don't know if he withdrew. I think he said he would accept that when Vice Chair Dolly Wall had suggested.
Okay.
And he did. I thought he was going.
I'm good with that. I'm good with
accept
that.
that.
246,000. Does that sound good? I think it's compromise.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a
Go ahead,
comment
sir.
before you vote.
Supervisor Garcia. Sorry, I didn't see you.
So we, last fiscal year, we had a lot of vacancy savings that came back to the general fund. The likelihood of not filling all these attorney positions, more than likely, we're gonna have the same vacancy savings, at least some of it, moving forward into next year's budget. So if we did approve these two positions, more likely, we're gonna get money put back into the general fund from the vacancy savings. Is that correct?
Well, we fund our positions 100%. So throughout the county, yes, whatever vacant positions, they will likely have departmental savings at the end of the year. One thing that we were trying to maybe use as an option, and I believe the DA had suggested that, and I don't know if he's still here, but he had said the DA's, his own district attorneys, he's getting some turnover. So he has several vacancies there. So one option would be, okay, underfill your DA positions with these positions, and then maybe next year, as if you can start to fill those vacant DA positions, then he can come back next year and request, and depending on, what the funding is. But again, this becomes a policy issue. We can provide you with the recommendation.
All right.
But he did say that he would accept the 2 victim witness.
All right, let's fund that. 247,000? I'm willing to do that. Is that the
It's
number? What's
200,
the dollar
it
amount?
would be,
$246,689.
Okay. All right.
So you're making a motion
To
to,
accept the budget with the amendment for the district attorneys for 247 and change.
$246,000.
246 and what?
$246,000, that's your motion.
It-
And that would be to fund the victim witness
2
positions.
victim witness
Correct.
advocate positions for $246,689. We have a slide that we will put up. Now, it will come from the contingencies, from the 5 million contingency provision
Yeah,
budget.
because I mean, last year, well, that was one of the things. that
If
was
they
one of the-
underfill, but I don't know.
But I mean,
if-
last
maybe
year,
the
so
board
does
can
somebody remember,
suggest-
what was the positions that he came back literally like 2 months after we had done, what was that?
That was for the first team. That was because that was the first team.
Okay.
It happened
So-
in July.
Was it July? So like, okay.
So, Chair, the board can take action, and as I had suggested, have him underfill 2 of his DA positions, whether it's their attorneys or investigators, whatever it is that he has vacant that he can't seem to fill or keep. Maybe underfill 2 of those with these 2 positions. Then next year, if maybe he filled all of his, how many attorney vacant positions did he have? 28? 20 positions. And if he comes and he fills the 18, because now we've used to
Then
underfill.
we can do this. Then we can do
we
this.
can look at that
Okay.
again when that happens.
All right. So we don't need 246, 689?
Depending on
willing.
what the board approves.
Okay. Okay.
Through the chair, I make a motion to adopt our approved or,
Budget as presented?
well, we have one motion pending. I don't know if there's a second for yours. or
No,
you
that's
can
fine.
wi-
No, go ahead. You can take
withdraw it.
over. I was just trying to expedite things so we're not here till midnight.
I'll second it.
So are you withdrawing your motion, Chairman?
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine. So I mean, because if you have it so that he can fund it, then I'm fine with it. I mean,
The board has to take action, and, that would be the action. Now,
that's
he's
not the
not
will. So I
here.
was
I
gonna
don't
put
know if he.
246 out of the
With
contingency,
direction
but it,
of
We just
county
did a motion
administration
to,
give him the ability to move those.
the
two
motion to
positions
approve
into
as
that
presented
As presented,
right.
on this.
as with our recommendations.
Yeah, Mario just.
So you're
as
seconding?
presented. Yeah, I second.
Okay. We had a motion, a second, so call for the vote.
I got a little clarification.
Too late.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's gonna make sense.
All right, go.
No, don't be so sure. I think you're making, I thought you were making a motion to approve the budget as proposed by the county administrator. But I think you were suggesting you wanted to do something else, potentially. What I'm hearing is discussion about potentially the district attorney reducing his allocated positions by 1 or 2, or whatever's necessary to fund this. And then he could use that, and then in exchange for that, he would get this $246,000 to fund. No?
No, that wasn't. But through the chair, if I just want to clarify, Supervisor Gardia, I believe you were just making a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
Correct. And then after we vote on that, then give direction to work with DA to move those 2 allocated positions.
To underfill those 2 positions as I had suggested?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you did get a second from Supervisor Rickman.
Just to be clear.
No more attorney comments. No, I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you.
I was gonna give $250,000 away, but if you all.
Your proposal,
Y'all.
Supervisor Garcia, is to approve the budget as proposed and give direction to staff to work with the DA to underfill positions so as to enable them to get these other things, these other two positions. That would have to come back to the board, as I understand it. If, after working with the DA, you'd have to bring that back to the board.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank
To
you.
underfill more than 4 weeks, I thought.
All right.
I believe. Where's HR?
Let's vote before Ed talks again.
Hold on, let me just get clarification. I believe it's after 4 weeks, we have to come to the board. Not anymore? Okay.
Here comes mom.
Through the chair, departments are allowed to underfill for a period of 12 months. If we went beyond 12 months, that would require board approval. I believe what the county administrator is thinking of is if we double filled the position. So if the district attorney was able to fill all his positions and he had a desire to fill 2 more attorneys, that would be where there would have to be board approval beyond 4 pay periods, I think it is.
Correct. Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking of double fill, I think. So there's different fills. Sorry. So
All right. Yes, trying to pass the 175th anniversary.
Thank you.
Budget. Let's get it done. There we go. Vote. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you for your patience.
Nobody can leave?
Yeah, nobody run out now.
Yeah,
No,
6
you
more
guys
items.
are stuck. We still have more stuff. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Chair, then you'll have to also take another vote to pass the special districts budget.
Do we have a motion for the special districts?
So moved.
In a second? Is that appropriate? Are you good? Call for the vote? County Administrator, is that good enough for you? Yes. Everyone vote?
Yeah, it could be 1 vote for all of them.
Supervisor Ding.
Oh, does it?
Special
we need
District
2?
Fund, budget.
2 actions for the special districts?
Okay, there's 1.
1 for parks? No. Okay, so they've already approved the budget, correct. They've already approved the budget, and this one is approving the special districts. That's right.
And
So that's passed 4-0 too.
Thank you.
the special districts, that incorporates not only adopting the budget, but the proposed service charges, special assessments, and engineers' reports.
Yeah, what you
It's
just said.
collective. Okay.
Sure. That was a motion. Is that okay? Was that forever who? All right. And that was okay with the second? All right. 4-0, that passed. Thank you so much. Here, let's take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes to stretch. Come back at 4:30. Okay, we're gonna start back over. We have to do some more business. The next up, the community development public hearing to accept the general plan and housing element annual progress reports for 2024.
Good afternoon. Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Megan Ayere, Principal Planner, here to provide a presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. As required by the state, each city and county must prepare annual progress reports, or APRs, for the general plan and the housing element portion of the general plan. These reports are submitted to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Change, formerly the Office of Planning and Research, and the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development. Both reports were submitted to these state departments by the April 1st deadline. As formality, these reports must also be presented to the local legislative bodies. On May 1st, the Community Development Department made a presentation to the Planning Commission, who accepted the reports and directed staff to present them to your board. The General Plan APR covers multiple general plan elements and provides an update regarding the status of each specific implementation program in the county's 2035 General Plan. This APR includes information about new implementation tools, changes in funding sources, and feedback from monitoring activities. The housing element APR includes not only the status of implementation programs, but also quantifies the data for 2024 associated with progress towards meeting the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The housing element and RHNA will be discussed in further detail with the next item on today's agenda, which is the housing element update. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors accept the General Plan Annual Progress Report for 2024 and also accept the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2024. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Questions? Comments? I don't think anyone's going to refute your report.
Do we just need a motion to accept?
Yes, we need to accept it, right, because it's an
Motion
annual.
to accept?
Okay. Motion to second. Ding and Guardia, all those in favor? Four is carry it. Thank you very much. So, moving on to another public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve General Plan Text Amendment number PA-2300242 to update the housing element for 2023-2031 housing cycle, sixth cycle. Announce the item. Okay, you have the floor.
Megan Ayere again here from San Joaquin County Community Development Department. I have Cynthia Walsh here from PlaceWorks, our consulting firm that we use for the housing element update.
All right. I guess no longer good morning, good afternoon. Cynthia Walsh with PlaceWorks. I have a short presentation on the housing element and then I am available for questions. So we're going to go over just a quick housing element review. We're going to talk about the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, also called the RHNA. And then we'll talk about our review process with HCD and the comments that they had and the revisions made, and then our recommendation. So the housing element is one of the 8 mandated elements of your general plan, and this is an 8-year document. The document's deadline was December 31st, 2023, and it runs through December 31, 2031. The main portion of this housing element is to show how you're going to accommodate your fair share of the regional housing needs allocation. So looking at the RHNA, you can see that the unincorporated county has a total of 8,808 units, which makes up 16% of the overall RHNA for the region. You can see each different jurisdiction, and the majority obviously going with the city of Stockton. So there's a lot going on this table, so I'll walk you through it. So this is showing how we took an inventory of the sites available within the unincorporated land not assuming any sites would be rezoned. We're looking at exactly what is currently on the ground. So we looked at constructed and approved units. That's going to be in the third column, I guess we call it. The Mountain House specific plan, I'll touch on that also in a minute. The vacant residential and commercial land, the projected ADUs. So HCD has allowed us to look at accessory dwelling units, looking at your past history of what has developed, and then projecting that out over the next 8 years. We did the same thing with looking at mobile homes, manufactured homes, so we projected those out as well. And then we also relied on employee housing. You can see on the far right in the teal column, that shows the total capacity. So after we looked at all of those units, this is the total capacity that we came up with, pardon me. So we take that total capacity and we compare it to your RHNA. Your RHNA is distributed between 4 income categories. We have your very low, your moderate, and your above moderate. You can see the different allocations for each of those categories and then the capacity to meet those. And on the right, the teal column, you can see our surplus. So we ended up with a surplus of 107 units for your lower, which is your very low and low mixed together, combined, and then 3,227 for your moderate, 1,061 for above moderate, for the total of 4,395 units. So this map, obviously you can zoom it in a little bit closer on your computer screen or tablet, but you can see that when we looked at these sites, that was distributed throughout the county. There were no concentrations in specific areas. It was really distributed throughout the unincorporated. So our process with HCD. So our first submittal to HCD was on March 18th, 2024. This is a 90-day review period. We received a letter from them on June 14th, which identified findings where we needed to make revisions to the document to ensure compliance with state law. We made revisions, we resubmitted on September 13th for another review period. This review period was 60 days. Got our letter back on November 12th with additional findings, addressed those. Our third submittal was January 15th, 2025, and with this one, we did receive a conditional compliance letter from the state. So this says if you adopt the housing element as is, you will be found in compliance once adopted and resubmitted to the state.
What's HCD mean?
Sorry, Housing and Community Development Department, state, yeah, apologies. So the next few slides, I'm gonna go through quickly the revisions that were made to address the findings within each of those rounds. So the review of the fifth cycle housing element, this is the section that looks at your past accomplishments. So we included additional accomplishments showing the county's fifth cycle program, for the fifth cycle programs, focusing on your efforts for special housing groups. So persons with disabilities, seniors, female-headed households, things like that. Fair housing analysis, we expanded the discussion on areas of high segregation and poverty. We expanded analysis of racially concentrated areas of affluence. We also expanded geographically targeted outreach areas with higher concentrations of individuals experiencing homelessness. The fair housing analysis is a brand new section of your housing element. This came about with this sixth cycle housing element, so it's a very large section in the document. It's an interesting read, but it's all state requirements. The housing needs assessment, this is the really data-heavy section of the document, and HCD wanted us to clarify the point-in-time homeless count for 2024, so we added that in. We also added data on farm worker housing, looking at a study and action plan from the Salinas Valley. HCD did ask us to include this information even though it's not a neighboring community. For your sites analysis, this is a section where we show how we are accommodating that RHNA that we looked at. So we added additional information on the cost of manufactured and mobile homes, including land financing costs as a part of the projected housing units. For realistic capacity, this included additional residential development trends to support our capacity adjustment. So we take our density, we multiply it by the acreage, we get that 100%. Then we have to take a portion of that to consider setbacks, sidewalks, things like that. So we took a 70% capacity over all of the sites. We expanded the discussion on residential projects in commercial zones across the county. So your constraint section, this is looking at all of your development standards, zoning requirements. So we expanded analysis of the cumulative impacts of those development standards for both the commercial and ag zones. We expanded analysis of the capacity of service providers for water and wastewater services, showing that there is sufficient capacity to accommodate your regional housing needs allocation. We also included recent changes to the county's approval process for multifamily housing and commercial zones. We expanded the discussion on local processing and permit procedures, overall timeframes for single-family and multifamily development, discretionary permits and review for CUPs and administrative use permits, and then approval findings for that CUP process. For your programs, we increased quantified objectives for the following programs. This is your, based off of the funding we can assume and our actions we're going to take, we have quantified objectives, and that's a goal. It's not a requirement, but it's a goal you're trying to hit. So we increased the quantified objectives for these programs. We expanded geographic targeting. So HCD wants to see where you're going to focus your efforts. So we included those specific targeting areas for manufactured mobile home monitoring, extremely low income housing, and housing choice vouchers, also known as Section 8. We added additional actions to manufactured and mobile home monitoring and wastewater services. We also updated the timeframes for this handful of programs. HCD doesn't want us to say, 8 years down the road, we're going to do this. They want us to have an actual timing. We're going to implement within the next 2 years, 6 months. They want to see the actual targets there. For our environmental review, we did complete an environmental assessment that determined the housing element is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, pursuant to Section 15061B3, which is the common sense exemption. For our meeting that we had before the Planning Commission on May 15th, we did have some discussion items. There were questions asked regarding mobile homes and how we counted these as far as affordable. So we looked at units that were sold, and we looked at those sales prices to determine what income category they fell into. So we discussed that. Also the Mountain House Incorporation. So obviously a large portion of your RHNA is being met in the Mountain House specific plan area. So as a part of incorporation, there will be discussions with county staff, the COG, and Mountain House to determine a RHNA transfer. So once that RHNA transfer happens, you will have a new allocation where we will need to go back through your inventory to ensure you then have sufficient sites to meet that new number. So that does mean, we will have to revise the element and we will bring it back to you for re-adopting that. There was also discussion on the point-in-time homeless count, just when that was completed, but it was recommended for adoption of a vote for 3-0. So our project schedule, as I mentioned, we were at Planning Commission on May 15th. We're here today, June 17th. As soon as we have a signed resolution, then we will submit this document to HCD for an additional, I apologize, this should say a 60-day review period, not 90. Sometimes it's quicker, but not typically when it comes to the state. So we will submit that as soon as the resolution's available. So our recommendation, that Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to, number 1, adopt the findings for the general plan text amendment, and number 2, approve general plan text amendment number PA 2300242 for the 2023-2031 housing element. I do have one additional slide. I kind of already touched on this, but these are our next steps. So we'll finalize the RHNA transfer between the county and Mountain House, revise the housing element to show sufficient sites, submit that amendment to the state to ensure that they believe that we can meet the RHNA, and then we will bring it back to you for re-adopting. And that concludes my presentation.
Just have 2 quick questions. The COG part of it that you were talking about, and then since they're incorporated, now they get the ones that we used to use because it was an unincorporated area?
Correct. So all of that land they can now use to accommodate their RHNA.
And we still get credit for that?
No, we do not get credit for that. So they will take that portion of their land, and a transfer will happen with the RHNA, so they will also take a portion of the RHNA. So your RHNA will go down, and then we'll look at your remaining sites to show how we can meet that new RHNA number.
Okay, and then you mentioned COG again, and that's what I always wondered.
Sorry, the San Joaquin Council.
No, I got that. No, I got that. But why are they
the COG will come
throwing
into
a wrench
play.
into it?
The COG will come into play if the county and the city don't come to terms on a number to transfer.
Sorry, I'd like to add a little clarification there. The COG is the one who takes the state's original number and then divides it up between the county and the cities. So they have a process for how they did that, and they've kind of shared with us how they think the number would change with Mountain House, but it's between us and Mountain House to come to a decision.
Okay.
If we don't agree, then COG makes the decision.
It's like a goal then. So they pick who gets what number.
Yes, so, yeah, so they have an overall number and then they split it up.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you. Just looking at realistic capacity, and this is always what's frustrating to me. I mean, we're the county, right? We don't, I mean, the reason we try to push growth toward the city is because we don't have the infrastructure, you know, the sewage or the water. And the state, you know, of course, leapfrog development, right? And that's all something that the state doesn't want to happen. Did they take into that any of that into account?
Unfortunately, no, they do not. They go off of state law, which is applicable and applies to all jurisdictions, no matter the situation. But I understand your frustration.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So we need a motion for adopt the findings for general plan text amendment.
So
and
moved.
Approve the general plan. All that. So we have a first and a second. We have an old vote on there. Thank you for your presentation. It passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Chair, did we skip 3 or? Oh, never mind. That's part of 2.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a
okay.
special
That's all.
district.
Thank you.
I had that same question, but we're on to
I'm missing something.
we're on to discussion for airport. So approve a progressive design build construction contract with W.E. O'Neill Construction Company of NorCal for improvements at Stockton Metropolitan Airport. 4/5 vote required. Director Sokol, you have the floor. Almost good evening, but we'll leave it at that.
So in way of background, last year, the Board of Supervisors approved a $28 million budget for the airport to make improvements to the facility that were broadly based around the entire facility. The effort is expected to significantly improve both general aviation and the commercial aviation and the airline aspects of the airport operation. Among the different projects that were included in the program are a self-service fueling facility, updates to the existing terminal building, construction of additional airline terminal building, which is a hold room, and then improvements to general aviation hangars. These are the original estimated costs and the distribution of those costs. Since the budget was approved, the department has completed the purchase of a hangar building, which was included here for $3 million. And we are currently holding that hangar available to parties for reuse. But we have a couple of potential users in mind here that we're trying to recruit to the airport. Also, there was a provision in the budget for funding for a VISTA study, which is the study to determine a new location and height of a control tower to be hopefully funded by the FAA. That study has been approved by the Board of Supervisors, by your board, and now is beginning to begin the process with completion expected later this year. Been working since last year to get the construction aspects of the project going. Shortly after your board approved the funding, we had a meeting between County Council's office, purchasing, general services, and the airport department to talk about the scope of the project and particularly about issues of local labor participation. There was an emphasis made in the approval to encourage local participation of local labor in the construction. And we concluded in that conversation that we could not create a quota or specific goal for a local labor, but we could certainly emphasize it in the solicitation. So when we developed a request for proposals from contractors, that was a part of the solicitation. We received proposals from 6 contractors, and eventually a committee developed a short list of 3. One of the contractors dropped out, and now we have 1 recommended firm. And that was we've reduced the scope of the work to be done down to budget. It became apparent as we were talking to contractors that the scope of the original projects exceeded the budget, and rather than ask for additional funding, we've made a decision to bring the scope back down to budget, and that's what we've done here. One of the firms is the recommended firm is W.E. O'Neill, based in Pleasanton. W. O'Neill is the firm that we're recommending for basically 3 primary reasons. We wanted to make sure that we got a firm that had airport experience, and this firm does. We wanted a firm that made a commitment to local hiring, and they did. And they have made that commitment and indicated to us methods that they plan to use to encourage local hiring in construction. And thirdly, we wanted to get our lowest cost. And that's also what we've done here with W.E. O'Neill. So they checked those 3 boxes for us. So the first phase of the construction is the design. That is priced at $1.5 million. When the design is complete, we'll bring it to you, you'll review it, approve it, make adjustments. If we like it and we want to proceed, we will then package it for construction. The scope of the work at the terminal building will be to renovate the existing building, renovate the bathrooms, move things around inside the building, expand the baggage claim area within the existing footprint of the building. We'll probably end up converting the existing dining room of the restaurant into the TSA clearance area. And then the existing ticketing area will be modified to accommodate the modern security regulations that we have today, not the security rules that were in place when the building was built in 1965. We'll also make some modifications to the hold room. The areas that are shown in this diagram in yellow are expected to be secured outdoor space covered by canopies, kind of spill out space for the hold room. The brown space is expected to be a expansion of the hold room. So we're planning to provide 5 gates, generally distributed as shown on this diagram, spread out. 3 of those gates would come out of the building, and 2 of them would be at the ends coming from a garden space. And the preliminary concept for the garden space is to design the area as a California wine garden. The general aviation project would primarily be to take the existing T hangars, those are the long, skinny hangar buildings that we have, and upgrade them and modify them. The existing buildings are old and in tough shape. They do not have electricity. The doors do not work well. Some doors don't work at all. And our plan is to now, as part of our rescoping instead of replacing those buildings, is to fix them and remodel them. Provide electricity, provide internet service, reskin the buildings, and to get them ready for the next 20 years. When we looked at replacing the buildings, the cost per unit was going to be something in the neighborhood of $150,000, which would suggest that we would have to rent those buildings for a very high rent, and that rent was just going to be just too high. We're proposing the construction of 2 new hangars that are shown in yellow with a new fuel farm next to it. We're proposing to install a sunshade next to the existing fire station to remodel the existing fire station. We're also proposing to relocate an engine run-up pad away from the control tower to help us mitigate some issues that we have with loud noises impacting the control tower operations. And then we're proposing to install a new hangar and test apron that in the first few years will be used by liquid hydrogen testing company under lease to us or from us, and then in the long run will be just simply used as a hangar. So the design fee, pre-con fee is totaling $1.5 million. If we proceed with phase 2, that's another $2.6 million in fees to the contractor. So that leaves about $20 million in our budget for actual brick and mortar construction. So what we're asking for is, what we're recommending is approval of W.E. O'Neill as the contractor, to authorize the airport director to execute the agreement, to administer the agreement, including change orders and amendments as necessary, and authorize an appropriation of $1.525 million to get the project started and funded so we can proceed with the design.
Thank you. It's amazing what the costs are. Everything's so expensive. Anybody have any questions, concerns? Get the ball rolling.
Yep.
We got anybody from the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
To approve?
Have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
Was that Ding or Rickman? I
Ding.
apologize. Okay.
Gardia. Thank you very much for the presentation. You can get started.
Thank you. I look forward to bringing some plans and drawings, and specific drawings for you in about 3 or 4 months.
Oh, yeah, one question for you, Supervisor Gardia.
Just a follow-up question, how'd the speed dating go with the airlines?
There were
Are we at?
there were 200 airports there. We were focused on the 4 biggest airlines in the country, so it was a little tough sledding. What I would tell you is that we met with 3 of the 4 top airlines in the country, and in previous visits that we've had with them, we've met with a lower level staff. This time was different. They assigned their higher level staff to our visits, and they were prepared. That's much better than what we've experienced before, and the questions were much more on point, and we were very encouraged coming out of the conversations. No commitments, but they were engaged, they were prepared, they understood our place in the marketplace, they understood the demographics, and I'm very encouraged.
Good to hear. Thank you.
That's good. So you got a number, you got a phone number. Right? Isn't that the part of speed dating, to get the phone number?
We got a phone number, and I think we're gonna get a second date.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for the update. All right. District 4, discuss and direct staff to return with flag policy. You're up at 5 o'clock.
It's kind of moot. You were supposed to do that first this morning. You already did, never mind.
All right.
Yeah, it's done. So you already did it. And then you voted. Never mind. It's a moot point now. Because you already voted on your,
Okay, but, right, because that wouldn't have been able to take an effect immediately anyway, correct? I mean,
Yeah,
that was, never mind.
Yeah, to be clear, the passage of the two consent items doesn't nullify the ability to put in place direction to come back with a policy if you want to do that.
okay.
This was an alternative too. So it doesn't, you missed the point. Long day, we'll try it again in a different universe.
What we can do is just pull this, I mean, we don't discuss, pull it to a date uncertain, right? So then.
Sure, you could do a motion to continue to a date uncertain, which is equivalent of pulling it.
All right, that'll be my motion.
A second? Second. Call for the vote to move it to date uncertain?
What are you moving?
The whole thing, Rickman's saving it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Approve a loan in the amount of 2.5 million between San Joaquin.
We still need Ding to vote.
Oh, sorry.
Hostage time.
Come back.
Okay, so,
I thought we already did this.
the loan in the amount of 2.5 million between San Joaquin County and San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum for the purchase of the Crest Building and related budget adjustments. And we've been waiting a very long time for this to come to fruition. Supervisor Ding's idea, and we grabbed it, and now we're at the finish line.
I thought we already did this.
This is approval for, this is.
Oh,
where
because we
are
did
here.
it.
Yes.
We're approving it, or
Yes.
we're,
I thought we already
sorry, you are,
approved it.
you.
Another momentous happening for the Historical Society, so.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We're bringing it back, and Philip, so I'll go ahead and I'll get started.
Phil gonna dance for us?
It's Kylie, right there, I pronounced it correctly.
Yeah,
right? There you
yes,
go.
Kylie,
So I'm
yes.
sorry, since
And I
Supervisor
do-
Rickman, correct me on that.
Yeah, I do dance, but I won't be dancing today.
You have the floor, so bring forward the good news.
Today. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, board members. Brenda Kiley, Assistant County Administrator. I'll be presenting the item to approve the loan to the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum for the purchase of the Crest Building. At the end of my presentation, Philip Merlot, Executive Director, will say a few words. He's in the audience here today. Okay, so just give a little bit of background. The San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum serves as the archival institution of county government. In 1966, the county and San Joaquin County Historical Society founded the museum with archival collection and preservation as two of its explicit purposes, operating its facilities to National Archives and Records Administration standards. As part of the operating agreement with the county, the Historical Society and Museum collects and preserves historical government records and other archival collections critical to the history of the county. The operating agreement states that if the Historical Society and Museum runs out of space at the museum for storage, the county will provide more storage, or more space, sorry. In 2010, the Historical Society and Museum was reaccredited by the American Alliance of Museums. In its accreditation letter, it was noted that the only obstacle to future reaccreditation was the securement of collection and archive storage space. In 2021, the Historical Society and Museum acquired the archives of the Sheriff's Office and undertook a preservation project with the Assessor Recorder County Clerk's Office that greatly increased the volume of the county's collections. As a result, the Historical Society and Museum ran out of archival storage space. The Crest Building, located at 20 North Sutter Street in Stockton, is for sale and has been identified as a preferred location for the Historical Society and Museum to store the county's collections and archives. The Crest Building has historical significance, requires minimal renovations, offers revenue generation for the Historical Society and Museum, and is across the street from the County Administration Building. The Historical Society and Museum would like to purchase the building and has plans to create a second museum space in the building in the future. At this time, we are recommending the following actions. First, approve a $2.5 million loan between the county and San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The cost to purchase the Crest Building is $3.5 million. The Historical Society Museum has $1 million for the purchase and has requested to borrow the remaining $2.5 million from the county. The county recommends using $2.5 million from the County General Reserve Fund, which would be repaid over 30 years at 4.5% interest rate. Second, authorize the chair to sign the deed of trust, which is attached in the agenda packet. And then just administrative action, increase appropriations in the County General Reserve by $2.5 million, and that requires a 4/5 vote. And at this point, I will call up Philip Merlot, Executive Director, to make a couple of comments.
Does this work? Oh, it's already on. Hey, guys. Philip Merlot, Executive Director of the Historical Society. We've been working on this for a while. We first brought plans to potentially build a collections and archives center at Mickey Grove Park to the county 3 years ago. I mean, the big problem, as we just saw with the discussion concerning the airport, is that construction costs are really high. So to build a building on the scale that we need, you're talking about $30 to $40 million. Whereas a building right next door to the county administrative office is on sale for $3.5 million. That is already outfitted for archival storage in its basement. And of course, the Historical Society's mission is to preserve local history. We think it's important. We think that as the county is 175 years old, this is a great time to invest in preserving that history going forward. And I think that there's also a lot of synergies from being right next door to the county administrative office and being in downtown Stockton. There's a lot of history here. There's a lot of opportunity. And this is the only building that we could find in the entire county that was for sale that breaks even on a long-term basis. That, we're not encumbered with a large PG&E cost and other operating costs because the building generates revenue. So I think there's a lot of business sense to this decision. There's a lot of a sentimental and aesthetic value, if you will. And on top of that, this allows us to increase our programming in downtown. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or I don't know if I can dance, Supervisor Ding, I heard that, but I've been.
It's a requirement. You want the money or not?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been going on Supervisor Canepa's roadshow this whole year.
How about just a motion? How about just a motion to approve then?
So, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
I want to real quick. County Council, thank you.
Yeah.
General Services, thank you. I mean, they've been working at it, and pretty much Philip has been yes, he has gone on the 175th anniversary roadshow, and I appreciate it because it's been pretty memorable doing that. So I think this is a win-win for the county and the Historical Society. So I think you're doing an amazing job leading it, and the stories you tell. And he's wanting to lead tours in downtown Stockton for the historical aspect. I mean, you're a gift, and I thank you for being that gift and getting this done and preserving another old building for things to come in the future. So thank you so much. So you have the motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a second? Second. Oh, public comment? Does somebody want us to get up and speak, or would you rather go home?
I would hope. I've been here,
Go
I've
ahead.
been
Make
here all
my
day.
day.
Thank you for staying so long, and so we'll call for a vote, and very exciting times, so there you have it.
Thank
4-0, you get your loan.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Just a brief plug. We have our 175th anniversary exhibit opening at 10 o'clock on Saturday. If you guys want to come swing by.
I forgot, County Administrator's Office, thank you to it. You guys have done an amazing job of getting this across the finish line, so thank you so much. Since we've gone so long, I think, we can call for adjournment. Does anyone have a motion to adjourn? Thank you for all what we've done today, so. Okay, well then there we go. Our next meeting will be held